All right, good morning. Can you hear me? Barely. That is, I've told that's a problem in this room and that they're going to redo the system. So we'll do the best we can to speak into the microphones. My apologies for being in this room where we are so far away from you. We obviously prefer our own hearing room, but we wanted to have a larger one for people's comfort. So, bear with us, wave at us periodically. If we get too far away, just, do something so that I can see that whoever's speaking can see that they need to speak up. So we'll just do our best with it. So, good morning. And to many of you, welcome back, and thank you for your continued interest in this very important and challenging decision. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, and with me are my fellow board members. To my left, board member Dee Dee D'Adamo, and to her left, our newest board member, Sean McGuire. Welcome, who, while new to this board, is not new to the subject matter of the board's work. To my right, board member Tam Dodek, and to her right, board member Joaquin Esquivel. We don't seem to need it yet. We may need it later. There's also overflow capacity and monitors and sound on the mezzanine so that people should be able to follow the work of the proceedings today. Before we get to the purpose of today's meeting, though, and again, many of you have been with us many times, but not all of you have, as I scan the audience, the emergency evacuation procedures for the building include evacuating. When you hear an emergency sound, that's going to mean either there's an emergency or there's a drill that you should take quite seriously. So right now, take a look at the nearest exit to you, and if you hear one of those sounds, just proceed carefully with your friends and your stuff out and down the stairway. Folks will appear, or we will help you to a protected area if you're someone who needs assistance, and there are those areas on every single floor, so everyone should be fine. Restrooms, for those who don't know, are to my left and down the hallway. You go to the end and then make a quick left. Also, please try to silence all of your potential noise-making devices as a courtesy to everyone else so we can focus on what each other is saying. And also, when you come up to the microphone, and those are those two things, right? I'm looking at you. Those little ones, they don't have the puffs that ours do. Just make sure you also are speaking into the microphone so that people on the webcast can hear you as well, because I know a lot of people are tuning in there. Okay, back to the reason we're all here. And bear with me as I have to read some of the formal things I have to read, since this is a rulemaking. This is the second continuation of the meeting we started on August 21st and 22nd, 2018, to consider adopting amendments to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Those amendments update water quality objectives that address flows in the lower San Joaquin River for fish and wildlife beneficial uses and salinity levels in the southern delta for agricultural beneficial uses, as well as programs of implementation for both objectives. At the same time, we are considering adoption of the proposed final substitute environmental document, which is the environmental analysis that supports the proposed amendments. In the interest of brevity, when we refer to the substitute environmental document during this meeting, we will call it the SED. At the August meeting, we opted to continue the meeting to November 7th in order to provide time for the board members to reflect upon the public testimony that we heard, and also to provide additional time to parties who were negotiating voluntary settlement agreements. On November 7th, we received a joint request from Governor Brown and Governor-elect Newsom for one additional month to see if those voluntary agreement discussions could conclude in a proposal that would be acceptable to the board. After a joint presentation from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the California Department of Water Resources, we voted to grant that request and continued the meeting to today. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of you for your continued engagement. For some of you, that engagement has spanned many years. Others are newer to these issues, but your participation is just as valuable. For those that are newer to the State Board's process, I realize that frank public discussions among the board members can seem unusual. However, when we appear before you and engage in conversation, you're actually witnessing our only opportunity to discuss matters as a group. So there can be a great deal of thinking out loud, as there was at our November 7th meeting when we agreed to postpone consideration of the action, as well as our earlier August meeting. And if you were here yesterday, you could see how we worked through issues together after listening to folks. For those who want resolution, the time that we've taken can be frustrating, but it's actually been very important. We're contemplating a significant policy decision, and as I acknowledged in November, we've been privileged to hear a lot of thoughtful discussion and a healthy exchange of information. Those who haven't been able to attend in person and would like to benefit from the discussions and comments during previous meeting days can do so by accessing the videos link on the homepage of the State Water Board's website. Videos are listed by date, and if you have trouble finding them, our staff can provide you with the link, and just talk to Ms. Townsend, and she will find you someone to help. Ms. Townsend is right down there. This meeting is being held in accordance with the public notice dated July 6, 2018, as revised on August 15th, 2018. That August 15th notice indicated that final action by the board on this item would be continued to a future board meeting. As I've already mentioned, we hope that the additional time would enable the parties involved in discussions on voluntary agreements to reach consensus on one or more proposals that meet the board's requirements. The board recognized and still recognizes that voluntary agreements to improve ecological conditions can provide more durable solutions by bringing other tools to the table, such as habitat restoration of many kinds. We look forward to hearing more about progress on voluntary agreements today. And as I've noted before, and as continues to be true, even if the board should act today, there's still good opportunity for voluntary agreements to be incorporated in the future. What the board is considering today is a regulatory framework. Implementation of that framework would occur in the future through water right or water quality actions. A voluntary agreement could be one way to implement the proposal, and that's why we've made the ability to incorporate voluntary agreements an integral piece of the proposed framework. Consideration of today's action also comes after significant public engagement, including multiple opportunities for written and oral comments. These included 5 earlier days of public hearing and a 6-month written comment period on the draft plan amendments and draft recirculated SED, and 2 days of oral comments and a 3-week written comment period on changes to the draft plan amendments as reflected in the proposed final plan amendments that we made available when the July 6th notice was released. Since today is a continuation of the previous board meeting days, it will not be helpful to repeat previous comments or to make new comments on the prior documents. We're not accepting further written comments, and the oral comment period on the proposed final amendments closed at the end of the August 22nd, 2018 meeting day. However, we did make some changes to the plan amendments in response to the oral comments that we received on August 21st and 22nd. Those changes were posted to our website on October 25th, 2018 as change sheet number 3, together with a response to oral comment document. Notice was provided through LIRIS, which is our listserv. In addition, there are copies of change sheet number 3 in the back of the room. Since we previously discussed the proposed final plan amendments and responded to the oral comments that were received, please focus your comments today on the changes reflected in change sheet number 3 or anything else that comes up earlier in this meeting. Following oral comment, we will certainly have discussion amongst the board members, and then we'll consider taking final action on the proposed amendments and SED and any other matters that we choose to consider. We want all participants that wish to provide oral comments on the changes we made to the document since our August 22nd meeting to have the opportunity to do so, or to comment anything we ask you to comment on. Since we have a lot of people here today and it's in all our interests that the meeting be productive, efficient, and fair, I'm going to start by limiting oral comments to 3 minutes per speaker and may adjust that as we go, depending on how many people wish to speak. However, we will take elected officials who wish to speak first, as is customary, unless they choose to go later. There'll be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants, and the State Board and its staff may ask clarifying questions that do not come out of the speaker's time. When I mentioned here we go. Please be, I did that already, sorry. If you intend to speak, please fill out a blue speaker card and give it to the clerk, Ms. Townsend, to my right, located in the front of the room as early in the day as possible, like now would be great, so that we can adjust the schedule as necessary to hear from the people that wish to be heard one way or the other. A lot of you have traveled here to join us and have long trips home, so we'll try to accommodate you if you need to leave early, unless everybody marks they need to leave early, but I think we've been able to accommodate people adequately in the past. It's just important that you give on the card, you mark when you need to leave so that we can try and adjust the order. I'm going to take them otherwise roughly in the order received, which should help you have a sense of when you may be called, but I'm also going to first call people sort of 5 cards ahead so that those who are in the lobby, if we have any, have a chance to get here to speak on time. If the room does get full, then it would really be considerate to move into the lobby when you finish speaking to allow others to move into the room. I've spoken about the water fix with regard to this meeting before at the earlier one, so I'll simply just say today that that is a separate proceeding and one in which we act as judges as opposed to rule makers, so different rules apply. The substantive issues related to water fix are not related to consideration of these proposed amendments and are not appropriate topics of discussion at this meeting because it has not been duly noticed as a water fix hearing. As this is a continuation of the August meeting, we're going to have a short staff presentation before the public comments. As many of you recall, staff provided a pretty comprehensive presentation when this meeting began on August 21st. That presentation described the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan in detail, as well as the proposed revisions before us, why they are necessary, and the environmental, economic, and other effects of the project. In addition, the previous presentation summarized the past opportunities for public comment and the comments received in the most recent revisions to the proposed plan amendments. The full staff presentation can be watched on the video for that board meeting, and a copy of the PowerPoint presentation is posted to the board's website for the Lower San Joaquin River and Southern Delta Bay Delta Plan update. We want to be able to get to public comment as well as our presentation following the staff presentation as quickly as possible. So the staff presentation is going to be fairly brief and try to just summarize, concentrate on summarizing the process to date, reviewing the amendments, and providing the staff recommendation. Next, we'll have a presentation from the Departments of Water Resources and Fish and Wildlife on the status of voluntary settlements, which we're very eager to hear about, which I know folks have spent an awful lot of time on and will be a very important part of our meeting today. When we get to public comment, I'm going to, as I said, I'll call you in the order that you give your blue cards unless I change the order for people who need to leave early. When you come to the podium, please state your name slowly and identify the organization that you represent, if any, for the record. And also periodically throughout the day, I may give opportunities for those who simply want to go on record as agreeing with the previous speaker to line up and say so briefly so that they can be recorded and recognized, but also get home or back to work sooner, just as a courtesy to them. After public comment, the board members will discuss any motion on the proposal further with each other and will consider what to do or any other motions. We may also take breaks to allow staff to develop language depending upon the nature of our discussion and the ideas presented today. So that's how this meeting will be handled procedurally. But before we begin, I'd like to repeat just a bit of what I said at the last meeting because I think it's important to take a step back and explain why we are here today to anyone coming in new. What brought us to this point, acknowledge the concerns, the fears, the hopes, and frustrations that are being expressed across a broad spectrum of people about whether what is proposed goes too far or does not go far enough, or whether there's a better way. If this were an easy decision, it wouldn't have taken years of analysis, reflection, and public engagement, punctuated, I will remind people, by a few years of the worst drought in modern history that preoccupied all of this. But this is not easy. This is one of the hardest decisions that the board has had to make, and always is. It has been each time the board has considered an update to the plan over the decades. To say that this should be easy one way or another is to ignore the legitimate concerns on all sides that have brought us to this point. This is simply a hard decision because it's about competing social goods and needs, not about right and wrong. It's about finding a balance, not finding absolute winners or losers. The Delta watershed's important to all of us, ecologically, agriculturally, recreationally, municipally, commercially, culturally, and emotionally too, it appears. That's why we're here. But science shows that the Delta has been out of balance for far too long and is in an ecological crisis, in large part, because of the extent to which we've diverted water out of its rivers, no matter how well intended. Addressing this crisis means moving to a new way of managing water that maximizes benefits for the ecosystem, for farms, and for communities in order to meet our multiple societal interests. That's what we're called upon to do, not to pick one at the exclusion of others, but to try to achieve that elusive balance that does the best we can for as many interests as we can. If we're going to achieve this goal, then we need to be creative and open to collaboration, new partnerships, and new approaches, so long as they're sincere, robust, and transparent. That challenge may be even harder than the science. So what would a decision today mean? Be a first step, but an important one in getting the Delta ecosystem on a path to recovery, but it'd still be just a beginning. Today we're considering a regulatory framework, but implementation will take a subsequent water right or water quality action. Significantly, the proposed framework is also intentionally designed to provide many opportunities during implementation to refine the action and reward those who work together. It has a flow range for sharing. This is for the lower San Joaquin, which is what we are considering today officially. For sharing the 3 tributaries we're addressing today, starting at leaving 40% in stream for critical months of the year. That amount can be managed as a block of water to optimize its utility for fish and wildlife and water users. If adding the habitat restoration and other human management efforts we cannot order in a regulatory proceeding, the proposal allows us on its own to cut that amount as low as 30%, meaning water users could still divert up to 70% of the flow. The goal is to encourage engagement and active management for people and for fish and wildlife, which is something to incentivize and reward. We can't go on fighting year after year over a static plan on paper that sets rules by calendar and then walk away for another 10 or 20 years. We need to have a new framework that supports and encourages constant engagement, embraces newer tools and technology, and promotes transparency and rewards collaboration. What's often lost in the discussion over the proposal before us is that it already represents a compromise. May be hard to hear for some, but the Delta Reform Act of '09 required the board to conduct a public process to identify the flows that would be necessary in the Delta ecosystem if fishery protection was the sole purpose for which the waters were used. That report was not designed to do the kinds of balancing that the State Water Board does, but it was meant to help inform what is needed. That report found that if meeting public trust uses were the only consideration, then unimpaired San Joaquin River inflow from February through June should be 60%. As I stated, the Delta Flow Criteria Report only represents one of many factors that we need to balance. In considering potential changes to the Bay Delta objectives, we must take into account past, present, and probable future beneficial uses of water, economics, and other considerations. All of that adds to the complexity of the task and is part of what makes it so challenging. In the process we've undertaken, we've heard heartfelt concerns about the potential impacts of these changes on the individual people, farms, businesses, and communities of California. We've heard equally heartfelt concerns about the potential impacts of not acting on the rivers and the Delta, on fisheries, on Native American lifeways, on the livelihoods of fishermen and fisherwomen, on our recreational economy. In addition, failing to act is not without consequence. Our laws require the protection of our public trust resources, and a continuing decline of native fish and wildlife species could lead to draconian regulatory restrictions on water diversions to prevent extinctions. In addition, many of us are driven by a desire for thoughtful and purposeful action instead of just reaction. All of these concerns and considerations are valid and show why this is so hard, and we're going to hear more of that today and listen with open ears. As I've said in the past, Reaching a successful outcome requires a sturdy constitution and a healthy dose of empathy for people and for nature, as well as the determination and creativity to craft solutions. And that's the focus we need to keep as we move forward. I really look forward to hearing your thoughts, and I especially look forward to hearing from our colleagues from the Natural Resources Agency on where they believe they've gotten and where they think we ought to go. Now, before I turn to staff for the initial presentation, I'd like to turn to my colleagues if they want to make any opening statements. Any opening?
I don't have an opening statement, but I do have a question.
Sure.
We have some documents here that I believe resources will be going over. Do others have those documents? Are they available to the public?
Oh, is it on?
It is now.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chuck Bonham. I'm the director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I believe that package is or will soon be available online.
Okay.
And our presentation will summarize the information you have in that packet.
Thank you.
Good. Look forward to that.
I'm sorry, for those who would like to see that package online, will it be available on our website, where online?
I'll have the answer to that in a few minutes when the Director of Water Resources and I appear in front of you.
All right.
Terrific. Thanks.
Note to staff, please send me the answer to that question.
Great. Good question. Anything else before we start? Just jump right into it. And again, a reminder to fill out the blue cards and give them to Ms. Townsend so we can figure out how to manage the day best and most fairly for everyone. Okay. Oh, now I'm too close. Yeah. Sorry. I'm doing the popping? I hate popping. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. That's why they usually mic me with the thing over my ear, because that takes all of that away from me, but it doesn't work in this room. All right, to staff.
Good morning, Chair Marcus. Good morning, State Water Board members, and welcome, Board Member McGuire. My name is Erin Forsman. I'm with the Division of Water Rights, and we're returning here today to continue an agenda item that began on August 21st. Regarding the Bay Delta, it says it's on. Okay. Regarding the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update and the proposed final substitute environmental document. The purpose of this agenda item is for the State Water Board to consider public comments on recent revisions to the plan amendments, adoption of the final SED, and adoption of the plan amendments as revised. These are the items we'll go over in today's presentation. I'll provide a review of the Bay Delta plan and the process to update it. We'll review the proposed plan amendments. We'll discuss comments and plan amendment revisions. We'll provide a staff recommendation and discuss voluntary agreements and next steps. So the action in front of the board today is to consider proposed changes to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. We call those proposed changes the plan amendments. The Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or the Bay Delta Plan for short, establishes beneficial uses and water quality objectives for the reasonable protection of those beneficial uses. It also includes a framework for implementation. We call that the program of implementation. And it outlines a general strategy and general actions that are needed to achieve the water quality objectives and thereby provide reasonable protection for those beneficial uses. It is, however, not self-implementing. That requires a follow-up step. The next step in the process is for the State Water Board to require specific actions to achieve those water quality objectives. That occurs in a phase called implementation. Implementation occurs through water rights proceedings, water quality permits and certifications, and water quality regulations. That happens in the future. In today's action, the board is considering whether the plan amendments set the water quality objectives in the right place to provide reasonable protection of beneficial uses. The proposed Bay Delta plan amendments include new and revised flow objectives for the lower San Joaquin River and 3 of its salmon-bearing tributaries, the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced Rivers, for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The plan amendments include revisions to the Southern Delta Salinity objective for the reasonable protection of agricultural beneficial uses. The lower San Joaquin River plan amendments include narrative and numeric flow objectives that apply from February to June. The narrative objective requires maintaining inflow conditions from the San Joaquin River watershed to the Delta at Vernalis sufficient to support and maintain the natural production of viable native San Joaquin River fish populations migrating through the Delta. The numeric tributary objective requires 40% of unimpaired flow within an adaptive range of 30 to 50% of unimpaired flow on the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced Rivers. It also has a base flow objective on the lower San Joaquin River at Vernalis of 1,000 cubic feet per second within an adaptive range of 800 to 1,200 cubic feet per second. The plan amendments include a program of implementation which outlines a flexible strategy for achieving the water quality objectives. This strategy allows the percent of unimpaired flow objective to be used as a water budget or as a block of water to achieve the best biological outcomes with the amount of water available in the water budget. The Southern Delta Salinity Plan amendments include revisions to the existing water quality objectives in the Water Quality Control Plan, and they include changes to the compliance locations. The proposed objective is 1.0 decisiemens per meter electrical conductivity year-round. The revisions also include 1 compliance point at Vernalis, and then 3 compliance segments. The lower San Joaquin River from Vernalis to Brant Bridge, Old River from the lower San Joaquin River over to West Canal. This is inclusive of Grant Line Canal. And Middle River from Old River to Victoria Canal. The program of implementation continues to require that the Bureau of Reclamation meet 0.7 decisiemens per meter at Vernalis. This is the requirement in their current water operations permit. So this slide summarizes the recent opportunities for public comments on the SED and on the plan amendments. The first bar represents the 6-month comment period that was open from September 15th, 2016 to March 17th, 2017. During this comment period, this was the primary time for members of the public to submit written comments on the environmental analysis in the SED and on the proposed plan amendments. There were oral and written comments submitted during this time period, and in 2018, on July 6th, State Water Board staff released a proposed final SED that contains a response to comments that were received in the prior comment period. At that time, we also released a set of narrow revisions to the plan amendments that were made in response to comments, and we opened a 3-week comment period for written comments on those revisions to the plan amendments. On August 21st, we heard oral comments on those revised plan amendments, and after hearing those oral comments, we made a second set of revisions to the plan amendments that were released on October 25th. Those are contained in change sheet number 3. And today we will hear, after these presentations, oral comments on the second set of revisions to the plan amendments. So after reviewing the oral comments, we heard many people come to the State Water Board on August 21st and 22nd and heard lots of different viewpoints. Many people made statements in opposition to the plan amendments, many in support. In general, the issues and concerns raised were the same issues and concerns that were raised in prior comment periods and are fully responded to in the proposed final SED response to comments. In an effort to continue to inform the public about the plan amendments, State Water Board staff issued a response to oral comments on October 25th that addresses key issues that were raised on August 21st and 22nd and in prior comment periods. These issues are regarding the strength of science, supporting the plan amendments, proposed alternatives to the Lower San Joaquin River plan amendments, the role and composition of the STM working group, the Stanislaus Tuolumne Merced working group, State Water Board authority regarding carryover storage and other requirements, and compliance issues regarding salinity in the Southern Delta and discharges from publicly owned treatment works. As a result of the August oral comments, we made this second set of revisions and we released them on October 25th. They're fully described in change sheet 3, which I think have several copies of available in the back of the room today, but it's also been posted to our website since October 25th. This slide reviews 2 of the areas where we made changes. All changes were made in the program of implementation, either for the Lower San Joaquin River flow objectives or for the salinity objectives. Changes were made to the section titled Stanislaus Tuolumne Merced Working Group. These changes make it clear that non-governmental organizations can be considered as an entity that has appropriate expertise for inclusion into the STM working group. They make a commitment that the executive director will strive to achieve a balanced membership so that no one single interest constitutes the majority of the group. And changes make it clear that the role of the STM working group is advisory, that the STM working group does not have authority to make water diversion decisions, release decisions, or any decisions about dam operations. Another set of revisions was made to annual adaptive operations plan section in the program of implementation. And these changes make it clear that responsibility for drafting and submitting the annual adaptive operations plans will be determined during implementation through water rights proceedings, water quality proceedings, or water quality regulation. They also make it clear that the annual adaptive operations plans will be provided to the STM working group for review and for recommendations to the executive director. I find it very useful to have a visual aid when thinking about the annual adaptive operations plans. And this is an image of the Merced River just below Crocker-Huffman Dam at a flow level of approximately 1,200 CFS. The vision for adaptive annual operations plans is to identify a flow schedule that activates and sustains ecological functions using the water budget provided by the percent of unimpaired flow objective to achieve the best biological outcome with the water available in the budget. The flow in this image, 1,200 CFS, is a flow value that can be regularly achieved in the 40% of unimpaired flow alternative, especially when using adaptive methods such as flow shaping. The bank flow value in this section of Merced River is approximately 1,000 CFS. It's more common for flows to be around 200 CFS in this section. At 1,200 CFS, we start to activate, or the river starts to activate floodplain. In this image, you can see habitat complexity along the river edges and shallow, high-velocity, cold water habitat that favors salmonids over predator species in this segment of the river. This flow value activates floodplain, maintains a connection between floodplain and active river channel. This flow level can propagate favorable temperature conditions downstream, which promotes survival of native fish species and suppresses habitat use and activity of non-native predator fish. The annual adaptive operations plans will outline the yearly strategy for using the water budget in the best way we can to achieve the best biological outcome. And overall, the Lower San Joaquin River Plan amendments provide this water budget and a flexible implementation program that can be used to produce the best biological outcome with the water budget available. With the recent revisions to the proposed plan amendments, the response to oral comments, and the record to date, we respectfully recommend that the State Water Board adopt the final SED and the proposed plan amendments as revised. If the State Water Board decides to adopt the plan amendments and final SED, we recommend inserting this bold and underlined language on this slide so that it into the resolution so that it recognizes there are no new significant impacts as a result of the change sheets. We also want to make it very clear that voluntary agreements remain to be encouraged and can be considered even after adoption. Again, they can provide broader and more timely benefits at a lower water cost, and they can be accommodated through adaptive implementation or a subsequent plan amendment. So briefly, I'll cover the next steps. After the board considers adoption, if the board approves, the plan will be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law. After OAL approval, the State Water Board will file a notice of determination, submit the plan to the US EPA for review, and then begin the process to implement the plan amendments. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you for that summary. I know you could have done a much longer presentation, I think. So my apologies to people who haven't been involved in this process as intensively up to our armpits as others, but I think it's courtesy in terms of what we're called upon to do today and all the people coming. So I don't want to say I guarantee, but I pretty much guarantee you're going to get questions throughout the course of the day.
Absolutely. Questions are welcome. We're ready to answer.
Thank you very much. Now I want to thank you about that. I'm sorry, I didn't name all the staff. I hope that's okay with you guys. I didn't name you all. I should have done that as I went through. I'm going to move now to the Department of Water Resources and Fish and Wildlife to give us an update on the voluntary settlement, since I understand you've been working around the clock on this. So. Uh-oh. Okay, no. Oh, my God. Yeah. All right. So apologies. We have to do sort of this weird tippy-toe thing to see you. This is absolutely the you have the room of requirements. This is the room of inconvenience, inconvenient logistics. Right, and if someone can get us copies of this presentation, I think that might be helpful for the course of the day. You have it on the, I know, I want paper, I apologize. Sorry, Al. Good morning.
Good morning. Just 1 second to get situated.
Take your time. It's important.
Deep breath. Good morning. My name is Chuck Bonham. I'm the director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Welcome to our newest board member. To fulfill my commitment from a moment ago, I think over the course of our presentation, the information packet you have will be available on the Department of Water Resources website. I trust its technology division to feature it prominently so users can find it quickly. We will also partner with your technology staff to make sure by the end of the day, if possible, we can get it on your dedicated website.
Oh, that's a great idea. Great idea. Thank you.
So with that, I'd just say I'm tired. It's been a long 30 days. I would thank you for those 30 days. I would again acknowledge Governor Brown and Governor-elect Newsom's leadership in suggesting and asking we take 30 days to stay at it. We have done a lot in those 30 days, and I think what you will see in our presentation is a description of a pretty amazing scope, scale, and partnership that could change how we treat these issues in California going forward. With that, I would ask Director Namath to introduce herself with remarks, and then we will go through a PowerPoint and alternate kind of taking leads as we go slide by slide or bullet by bullet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Carla Namath, the Director of the Department of Water Resources. And I also thank you for the extension in time. You know, what's the adage? Be careful what you wish for. So it has been a very active 30 days, but I would also like to emphasize that while some parties have been at it for a long time, these issues are complex, and in many ways the collaboration is just beginning, and we would anticipate much more of that moving forward. I'm really excited to be here because of the concepts that we're going to be able to present around what a comprehensive settlement looks like. And as you'll recall, back when Governor Brown directed Director Bonham and I to start working on this, this was September of 2016, the watershed and its complexities can be overwhelming, and we spent an intense amount of time organizing ourselves and working with water users and environmental interests to establish discussions in the tributaries, always knowing that we needed to have an important discussion about how those tributaries connect to the estuary in the Delta. And it's my view that it's that linkage that makes this a very compelling and important package for how we approach the badly needed improvements to the ecosystem, the Delta and its watersheds. With that, Director, why don't we get into it?
Yep. Let's let her rip here. So it will take me a second to make sure. There we go. Let me start with the first bullet. We need a system-wide perspective. It's unwise to think about any individual piece across the mammoth puzzle of our Central Valley as it relates to our water supply reliability needs and our ecosystem protection and restoration needs. We stand today as two directors in support of the idea of comprehensiveness and integration across the entire system to get where we need to go to honor our California values. Any thoughts on the next bullet?
As we've all acknowledged, one of the benefits of pursuing voluntary agreements is they can become effective immediately. And part of our package today will describe actions that could even be implemented as early as next year. And that's exciting for a number of reasons, not the least of which I believe it fosters an ability of can-do spirit to get folks working right away on implementing these kinds of projects. We're going to need to do a lot more of it, and we're going to need each other to get those kinds of projects done. So the importance of the immediacy that voluntary agreements bring, in my view, really can't be overstated in terms of the environmental benefits, but also the people benefits of getting people working together immediately.
So the next bullet speaks for itself. I hope most of us always pick collaboration over conflict. And in my view, collaboration honors the spirit that some have said the West is the native home of hope. And it's that optimism in which we present this overview today. I also would submit that collaboration is the pathway to improvements immediately. The ability to work together produces the fast track for getting stuff done on the ground. And a vast majority of us believe we need to get things done yesterday, not down the line after more courtroom experiences.
And for the next bullet, I know you've heard Director Bonham speak before you in the past about the ecological function of flows, and that really turns on the integration of both flow and non-flow measures. So the package you will hear about from us today include significant flow contributions that are aligned in time with important habitat restoration actions and other non-flow measures that would be part of the entire package. And it's through the integration of those measures that at some future date, because we do have more work to do on the proposal in front of you, where we will be coming back to you to discuss the ways in which we believe the package under consideration as a voluntary settlement or under continued development as a voluntary settlement is comparable or better in benefits that could be accrued by the approach that's available to the Water Resources Control Board.
The next bullet, you see again the repetition of a core value system-wide. And here, I've spent a lot of time thinking and listening to inputs from my friends in the water user community, my colleagues in the conservation community, about the desperate need for a different type of governance approach, which personally I see reflected in some of the themes in your documents to date, as well as this idea of moving us off of combat science towards shared science work product that really centers in on testable hypotheses. Let's do something. Let's have a it's okay to risk failure approach on testing ideas, monitor and adapt. So you'll see that theme throughout our presentation. And lastly, I'll turn the final bullet here back to my colleague.
And of course, what makes all this work is a certainty that these actions can actually occur, and funding is the eternal piece of that certainty that we're all seeking. The proposal we're bringing before you today has significant funding both by the water user community and the state of California in ways that I think are novel to how we provide resources to help the Delta and its watersheds.
That's the place we call home. We each love it for many reasons that are the same. Often we have different reasons why we love this place, but in my view, there's no other place on the planet like California. We're blessed with natural wealth, an amazing population, the cutting edge of technology, information, innovation, incredibly high amounts of biodiversity, and a resilient set of citizens. So we'd like to take you on a tour across our work and the product from the last 30 days. Let's start in the south. And here I want to pause for a moment and be crystal clear. Despite a lot of hard work, we do not have voluntary settlement agreements to present to you in the Stanislaus River, nor do we have voluntary settlement agreements to present to you in the Merced River. My emphasis right now, however, is on the Tuolumne River. It's an amazing place. Let me quickly cover habitat, flow, and funding, which is the template you'll see for each of the watersheds we want to tour with you. Habitat. This has been a hard discussion. My department is in a very good place with the City and County of San Francisco, the Public Utility Commission, San Francisco, Modesto Irrigation District, and Turlock Irrigation District. It hasn't been easy. It's involved a lot of hard work, but it's happened at a frenetic pace in good faith with a lot of compromise in both directions. A component of this work will place a premium on habitat restoration. You may know that the districts are pursuing a new license for their Federal Energy Regulatory Commission licensed hydroelectric facilities. I will refer to that as the amended final license application. Within that, I think you'll find some very interesting features. There's a commitment to habitat restoration. There's a commitment across really important activities, producing habitat complexity, ensuring riparian conditions, managing for the needs of the life cycle of the fish in that river. But I'd also submit that the districts and the City and County of San Francisco are doing something very unique with a commitment for reliable funding. What you'll find in this approach is a conservation fund established. I believe the value of it is about $38 million, which will be used in a smart, targeted manner through a collaborative effort to emphasize bringing on board more floodplain through restoration of that type of habitat, as well as in-river rearing habitat in the Tuolumne. And from that platform of habitat work, I would also say that we have an integration with a smart and productive flow regime. Let me describe that for a moment. The districts have submitted to FERC in that AFLA, I realize that's a lot of acronyms, a robust flow schedule. It covers functional flow releases across these life cycle needs. When you look in it, you'll see flow releases for fall run Chinook spawning, fall run Chinook fry rearing, fall run Chinook juvenile rearing. You'll see a flow schedule for out-migration and Omicus spawning and egg incubation. You'll see flow schedule components that relate to Chinook out-migration, Omicus adult rearing. You'll see flushing flows. You'll see gravel mobilization releases. So in our voluntary settlement agreement discussion, that has become our construct for a base flow, if you will. From there, we've engaged in a very robust back and forth, and we've made important surgical tweaks to that flow schedule. Primarily, if you look at this information, you'll see the districts had proposed from about River Mile 26 down to the confluence during dry and critical years, a release of 75 CFS. Through our discussions, this package will allow us to increase that number to 125 CFS in dry and critical years from roughly the beginning of June through October. That's an important improvement of the base flow construct for really important water year types, dry and critical, for almost 30 miles of river down to the confluence. You'll see also a suggested change up at the top of the system, corresponding to releases in the 300, 350 CFS range. That serves as our construct as a base flow. From there, on top of that base flow, the voluntary settlement agreement approach and package we've discussed to date includes this feature. Our department makes a scientific judgment that the most important missing habitat type in these streams is the floodplain habitat type. As you know, historically, our robust salmon populations, when they were swimming downstream, accessed the floodplain where they found more food, they could grow bigger, and as they went out to the ocean bigger, the chances were greater more of those fish would come back to complete their life cycle. We've largely lost that habitat type. So for our department, a theme throughout these voluntary settlement agreements is an emphasis on creating additional floodplain habitat and inundating it with an appropriate flow curve. So in the Tuolumne, we anticipate bringing on board approximately 80 new acres of floodplain habitat and at least 35 acres of in-stream rearing habitat. And on that floodplain habitat, putting this pulse on top of it in the spring. In wet years, for 20 days, there will be a release of 2,750 CFS. In above normal, there will be a release in the spring for 20 days of that same magnitude. In below normal years, for 19 days of that same magnitude. In dry years, 14 days, same magnitude. Critical years, 9 days, same magnitude. To translate that for volume sense, just to give you a rough approximation, that would mean in addition to the flow schedule that creates the base, which is an improvement upon existing, you would also see a volume in wet years of about 99,000 acre feet. In above normal years, about 89,000 acre feet. Below normal, about 70,000 acre feet. Dry, wet and above normal is each the 99,000. Below normal is the 89,000. Dry is 70,000. And critical is about 45,000. Think about that for a minute. If my memory's right, over in the parallel FERC proceeding, the conservation community, I believe, suggested that in critical and dry years, what the district should do was about 35,000 acre feet of a spring block of water. And I believe what we've created in this voluntary settlement agreement approach is a dry year block of about 70,000 acre feet and a critical year of about 45,000 acre feet. Also, you'll find in the settlement agreement on the Tuolumne what I will call an off-ramp. Here's why that's important. We've taken a look at the historical record, and when you speak to San Francisco, their historical record goes way back on this system. To understand what happens when you have a period of successive dry and critical years and how you manage that. I believe the board staff understand the importances of strategies when we have consecutive dry and critical years. So what you'll see in our settlement approach is a very detailed way to understand in those future events, if we get successive dry and critical years, how we'll be reducing or have no floodplain pulse, even though we may still contain in the base schedule certain out-migration pulses. And I think that's a fair and equitable approach to managing shortages in the future. One more area, and I'll stop and move on to the next watershed. We've talked about a lot of additional things. One thing we will be doing through our settlement effort is really focusing on predator suppression and control. Together, the districts in the city and county and the department are going to think through the engineering to create a weir and exclusionary barrier around about River Mile 26. Now, let me correct any misimpression. We're not talking about going out with bulldozers and pouring concrete across the whole river. In many places in California, we use inflatable weirs that come up at a certain time of year to manage non-native fish movement. And then we drop the inflatable weir at the time of year when we need salmon to volitionally swim downstream. So what we're going to work out is a commitment to infrastructure about that river mile that allows us to manage the volitional movement of salmon, but also a permanent commitment of staff, time, and infrastructure to create a predator control and suppression spot in the river so we can eradicate non-native fish, which is a limiting factor, we believe, in this system. I believe that the districts in the city and county are ready to implement actions right now, and that is the spirit upon which they've negotiated. So I believe in the coming calendar year, there are actual habitat restoration projects we're going to implement under the rubric of voluntary efforts. And I also believe the districts are willing to begin immediately certain flow releases, which they otherwise would not be required to do until they get a FERC license far down the line. My last thought on the Tuolumne. I'd say there's a touch of courage here. As you recall a moment ago, I mentioned I do not have a settlement agreement to describe to you in either the Stanislaus or the Merced. I don't know this to be the case, but I would imagine my colleagues in the Tuolumne have received requests to walk away. They haven't. I think that's honorable, and it's worth a whole heck of a lot. So with that, let me turn to the next watershed. While the Friant Water User Authority is not technically written into your Phase 1 as I can understand it, or even your Phase 2 proceeding as I can understand it, they've approached Director Namath and I with a credible and amazing offer in the last week. A tip of the hat to their leadership, their general manager. What you'll see in our package is a commitment by Friant Water User Authority to do two things primarily. If you're familiar with the San Joaquin River Restoration Settlement Agreement, you know that the authority has a legal right, these are my words, to recapture water that will be moving down the river under the restoration flows. As part of this package, these leaders are committing to forego that legal right and let 50,000 acre feet flow through the rest of the river expressly for delta outflow contribution. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to call us. In addition, and I'm pleased to report, it's my understanding that their leadership will take formal actions supporting the San Joaquin River Restoration Settlement and assist in seeking additional funding for full implementation of that settlement, which as a standalone is incredibly useful, bold, and I'm very appreciative for their leadership. Moving on in our tour, I think this takes us kind of northward, and as if you stood at the maybe Vernalis and you were looking to the landscape of the Delta and across the northern system. I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you. We've discussed, I think, many of these key concepts in the past, and I want to highlight a few, and then I want to touch on a launch point from the previous two tributary agreements that we had before you. First, one of the things that's going to be very important in our view to the functionality of a voluntary agreement across phase 2 parties is an ability to flexibly manage and coordinate among watersheds. It's something that we all know intuitively we need to be doing in California, but you get to it and it becomes more complicated than you realize. And one of the very important byproducts, I think, of the voluntary agreement discussions across these phase 2 watersheds is to understand with greater precision the flexibility afforded in watersheds, and some in others in terms of their abilities to meet the things that we need to be doing relative to flow for species needs across the system. And you're going to see as we move through these various tributaries that we are starting to exercise that flexibility and acknowledge the fact that there are conditions in the various watersheds that where we really do want to emphasize a certain amount of habitat and flow and approach to integrating all the needs that we have on the system, be they temperature needs, pulse needs, outflow needs. And we start to really understand when we're trying to provide additional water across these water year types, how do we leverage the flexibility across the different watersheds? And that's really part of, in my view, what we can do in a comprehensive way rather than pursuing restoration tributary by tributary. We really need to see that bigger picture because I believe with the assets that we have as a water community together and operating them together, we have an important opportunity to do more for the ecosystem as a whole that everybody benefits from. So I think how I want to approach the next set of discussions is I want to point out that Director Bonham described flows coming off the Tuolumne. He described flows from the Friant water users, and that's always been the challenge, flows getting to Vernalis, and we don't have objectives for how those flows continue to move through the system. So an important part of making the connection between phase 1 and phase 2, among other things, is what do we do with those in-stream flows when they reach Vernalis? And part of our proposal, which establishes the linkage, is those flows would be made available to move all the way through the system and out to Chips Island. So we will start to demonstrate the way in which in-stream tributary flows across the system come down into the estuary and create important conditions in the delta. So for purposes of this presentation, I want to first go through some overarching water management concepts that we're proposing across the watersheds. Then we'll get into a tributary by tributary discussion. Then we'll have a discussion of the suite of actions in the Delta with some discussion around governance and funding mechanisms. So all of our approach to generating water that can support the ecosystem, first, I think it goes without saying that the habitat restoration piece of this is a significant function that the voluntary agreements will provide. But I want to emphasize that our approach to the water side of that equation focuses on important new water, reservoir reoperation, land fallowing totaling about 35,000 acres, with some limited potential for groundwater substitution in a way that honors the need for us to balance against the sustainable groundwater management needs throughout the watersheds. All of the water sources, of course, need to be managed across a variety of beneficial uses. We have certain considerations as it relates to waterfowl and other important landscape uses of that water, as I mentioned, also with an eye towards the requirements that we're going to have across watersheds to maintain a sustainable yield and to generate a sustainable yield out of our groundwater basins. So all of our approach to generating new water as part of this program is fundamentally going to be managed across those other needs. So I'm going to turn it over to Director Bonham, who will start in the Sacramento River.
So the main STEM Sacramento actions in the proposal in front of you in the package include habitat restoration, which is designed to kind of work functionally and increase the benefit of integration with winter and spring flows. We've thought through targeted improvement, growth, survival, diversity, and abundance for the 4 runs of Chinook salmon. And the core of this will be an additional 100,000 acre-feet of water made available through the water users in that community from fallowing about 24,000 acres. And on the fallowing issue, let me just acknowledge, we know we have important communication and work ahead of us with our waterfowl community and our duck hunting community and those who are really focused on giant gardener snake. But I'm convinced, based on the discussions in the last 30 days, there's a way to manage for all those species and all those needs, as well as generate this additional 100,000 acre-feet. And if you think about that volume of water being available in the Sacramento system, it's gonna help us with temperature in many ways. It's gonna increase flows to improve our salmon outmigration survival, and it's gonna move through the system as a contribution for delta outflow, which is big. Some of the highlights, our approach and package includes fall flow stabilization in every water year type. It includes additional water, as I just mentioned, for dry, below normal, above normal water year types. It includes actions in wet years related to releases to support increased salmon outmigration and secure that floodplain habitat. It includes actual commitments in critical years for single spring pulse flows subject to important other health and safety needs as we move through critical dry years in this system at that part of the analysis. At the habitat front, we're talking about mammoth restoration. Like the volumes of restoration in this part of the puzzle are immense. So a specific funded, actionable, ready to be implemented portions in 19. Spawning habitat from Keswick to Red Bluff Diversion Dam, we're talking about 40 to 55,000 tons of gravel in the right places being added. Rearing habitat from Keswick to Red Bluff Diversion Dam, creating 40 to 60 acres of side channel habitat at no fewer than 10 sites in Shasta and Tehama County, with actions ready in 2019. We're gonna focus on rearing habitat from Red Bluff Diversion Dam to Verona, and we're proposing to enhance 2,000 acres of floodplain habitat in the Sutter Bypass within the 15-year term of this package. We've identified fish passage and floodplain habitat work at Tisdale Weir within 5 years, and additional work at the Calusa Weir within 10 to 15 years. We've rostered out all the work we need to do in the next 5 years to move back the levee and get floodplain habitat around Hamilton City. We've identified within 5 years the projects to do for inventorying our historic oxbows and getting them reconnected. Then we get down to man-made structures around Keswick and Verona, and we have a whole suite of things to do on reducing lighting impacts, incorporating red dewater conditions with various irrigation districts, getting into the Sutter Bypass weir and other weir construction. And then finally, we have a pretty interesting commitment on the studies and the monitoring of science around designing survival and predation approaches within 1 year, and then implementing them across the remaining term of the 15 years. It's overwhelming, and 30 days ago, I didn't think we'd be there, but you see it in front of you. Anything else to say on Sacramento? That takes us to the Feather River.
I'll start this piece. I can start this piece?
Yeah, why don't you?
Sure. The Feather River proposal includes habitat restoration that's intended to work with existing proposed spring and summer flows. And those habitat improvements target improved growth, survival, diversity, and abundance of salmon and steelhead in the Feather River. The Feather River includes 50,000 acre-feet of water available from the fallowing of 11,000 acres of agricultural land, and that would be made available to increase flows, improving fish survival, and providing for increases in delta outflow. I want to divide the flow components, or the flow piece, into several components. First is this, what I just mentioned is the 50,000 acre-feet of spring and or summer flow that would be dedicated to outflow in dry, below normal, and above normal water year types. DWR also proposes to provide an immediate adjustment to river flow and temperature in the Feather River, as provided in our Federal Energy Regulatory Commission settlement agreement for the licensing of the Oroville facilities. This will create additional spawning and rearing habitat by increasing the usable area for adult and juvenile salmonids. The Feather River agreement also includes river flow and temperature adjustments. It gets very technical and out of my wheelhouse, but essentially we have established flow velocities and implementation timeframes that also correspond with some new target temperatures and compliance points at Robinson Riffle. DWR also proposes to provide for the reoperation of Oroville facilities that maximize spawning and rearing habitat in the Feather River for salmonids. This includes, instead of routing flows through Thermalito Forebay and the power generation facilities at Oroville, a pulse flow would instead be moved directly through the low flow channel to create optimal conditions for fish in the upper Feather River.
Just for what it's worth, this offer by DWR relates to a long-running, interesting conversation between our two departments. We're incredibly thankful that as a part of this package, we're going to run water through the river in a different way to maximize salmon benefit. The other thing I'd say in the Feather, which is also true for the Sac Valley, think about it for a minute. The leaders you'll hear from today have decided to fallow large amounts of production land. I can imagine how difficult that is as a conversation on the home front. That's another example of leadership. And in the Feather, when people review the package, they'll also see many of us have been involved in a long-running FERC relicensing. It is long overdue for our sister department to receive their license. As part of this package, DWR will accelerate a suite of impressive habitat restoration that they would otherwise wait to do when they eventually get a FERC license, and that's key.
And finally, the last piece of the flow component is a pulse flow, and that's an annual average of 43,000 acre-feet that would be used to generate a pulse velocity of 2,000 CFS for 14 or more continuous days between January 1st and April 15th. And that would occur in dry, below normal, and above normal water year types. On to the non-flow habitat, we have several projects that would target specific critical life stages for fish, including spawning, rearing, migration, and adult migration. They include significant amounts of gravel augmentation, the removal of the sunset pumps and the associated rock dam, Oroville Wildlife Flood Stage Reduction Project. That's a project that has multiple benefits that essentially improve the ecosystem restoration in the Oroville wildlife area and would allow for floodplain access for species. Another project is the Nelson Slough Floodplain Restoration Project that would provide optimal habitat for floodplain rearing and reduce stranding during high flow events. Abbott Lake Reconnection Restoration that also provides habitat for floodplain rearing and reduces stranding during these high flow events. Star Bend Setback Levee, a Feather River Setback Levee below Yuba River and on river left floodplain, and the identification of predation hotspots and adaptive management for predator reduction. So a good variety of non-flow measures that also interact with the pulse flows and other flow measures I just described. That creates the package on the Feather River.
Next stop, Yuba River.
That's you. We'll do that all at the end.
Okay.
Go back through it.
Great. So you are familiar with the Yuba River Accord. Many people in the audience were architects of that. It is often lauded as an example of the future. So what we're doing in the Yuba as a part of this package is building from there. You will know that part of the Yuba Accord involves transfer water. So Yuba Water Agency, stepping forward again in a leadership role, has worked out with DWR a way to repurpose some of the Accord release transfer water in April through June. It has worked out a way to reoperate New Bullard's Bar Dam and Reservoir up to 50,000 acre feet, and it has sorted out with other parties in this package a way to think through an acre-foot relationship for that base contribution of water of about 9,000 acre feet, as well as another block of water we're calling supplemental contribution of about 41,000 acre feet. And what this all means in plain English is there'll be a block of water available in the Yuba River about 50,000 acre feet. And like in the other watersheds, we're gonna link it up with the delta outflow need and in-river benefit. And it will be on top of the flow schedule Yuba Water Agency proposes in their FERC licensing, which again, like in the Tuolumne, is thinking through life cycle benefits across different needs, is based on a robust body of information, and itself is really a surgical improvement from the Accord flow schedule. So the Accord flow schedule begot the FERC proposal, begot where we are today with the 50,000 block on top of that. So from there, what you would see in the Yuba are other measures like the ability to make an annual payment to a structural science fund in the river, which keeps going, the robust collaborative river management team. You will see a commitment to enhance a minimum of 100 acres of floodplain and in-channel habitat along the lower Yuba River. And you'll see a contribution of $10 million specifically into the Yuba River for habitat enhancement measures. There's a relationship of my department to Yuba and the FERC proceeding, and we're willing to use this package here expressed before you also to do double duty over at FERC to resolve our issues and create a settlement agreement at FERC. And we have an interesting, I think, bold idea that emerges from Yuba, which is it's very possible that Yuba is willing to go ahead and start moving that additional supplemental 41,000 acre feet as soon as in the calendar year of 2019. That would be a great, dramatic, and important asset for our biologists to work with Yuba to figure out how to schedule to enhance in-stream benefits. So that's a quick walk through the Yuba. which takes us to the American.
So I'll start by talking about water sources on the American, and then I'm going to turn it over to the director of DFW to talk through the fishery benefits of all of that and how that interrelates with habitat. There are 4 different components of water that the American River agencies are dedicating to this effort. And I would just offer, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe the funding pieces at the end that cover all of these tributaries. So the 4 components of water, one is groundwater substitution water, 10,000 acre feet of groundwater substitution in critical and dry years. That's water that is currently part of their transfer market that would be rededicated to provide for in-stream benefit and outflow. That water, I guess I'll talk more a little bit at the end about how we are working to compensate parties for the water that they put on the table. The second component of water is reservoir reoperation water, and they propose to make available an additional 10,000 acre feet of reservoir reoperation water. That's water that would be available in above normal and below normal years during the 15-year voluntary agreement term. They're also proposing additional dry year water, and that includes an additional 10,000 acre feet of water from reservoir reoperation or groundwater substitution in those dry water year types. All of the, okay, and finally, so that's 30,000 acre feet of water, and then the final amount is over the longer term tied to important investments in that watershed for the overall reliability of that watershed is water that would be developed through the expansion of their groundwater bank. And that would include 20,000 acre feet of additional water in critical and dry years. This would require the construction of several groundwater wells, so it is a water supply source that would come online towards the back end of the 15-year term.
So similar as you've heard and see in other watersheds, you would have this accessible block of water through those mechanisms. And for me, the American dynamic and dialogue has been informative because unlike other watersheds, you have a kind of a different mix of, urban, and that's been challenging to work through, but eventually very constructive because of the collaboration between all the parties. You would have that block sit on top of a very structured and well thought out base flow regime, which, as you know, has been worked on by the Water Forum for a long time in the watershed and is colloquially called the Modified Flow Management Standard. So the Modified Flow Management Standard would exist, and then we'd have this accessible block on top of it. And you'll see reference and connection to all the flow schedules defined in that prior Water Forum work. We would ensure, and the package commitment is to continue temperature management, where we will be doing the planning and operations as described in the 2009 National Marine Fisheries Service Biological Opinion as they apply to this part of the system. You'll see in the package a real emphasis on fulsome reservoir operations around the objective of planning minimums for storage and how it helps us think through future drought conditions and the development of cold water pool for fish needs. You will see, and I'm very appreciative to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, an understanding and an acknowledgement that one of the single most important things we can do is fix infrastructure around the temperature control device there. And you'll see commitments on how we're going to advocate collectively, and the Bureau will help us take a leadership role with other sister federal agencies to get that done in the term of the settlement agreement. You'll also see in the package a commitment to 50 acres of spawning habitat in this river and 150 acres of rearing habitat and the ways in which it'll be funded. You'll see a commitment to a collaborative process that will allow us to think through these difficult balancing questions like improving cold water pool storage for steelhead rearing and fall run Chinook spawning, augmenting flows and improving temperature, augmenting delta outflow. You'll also see identified early actions that all the parties are willing to do with my department and DWR to do habitat in 2019 and create new acres. And you'll also see that the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation will provide $2.5 million of capital funds to our department to improve the Nimbus fish hatchery, which most of Sacramento is familiar with, coming out to take the educational tour there at the facility. So that's a quick snapshot on the American. Takes us to the McCollum. So I want to thank East Bay Mud. They've been working with Amador Water Agency, Calaveras County Water District, Calaveras Public Utility District, North San Joaquin Water Conservation District, and we have a very robust-looking term sheet. Like the other watersheds, we have additional dedicated flows. The director of the Department of Water Resources is making a commitment those additional flows coming out of the McCollum will not be picked up for use. They will contribute to our delta outflow objective. You'll see a description of between 45 to 10,000 acre feet across water year types as that additional block of water. And you'll see a very impressive suite of non-flow habitat, things like rearing habitat, creating floodplain habitat. We have a unique situation in the McCollum. We have a hatchery there. So you'll see a strong investment into marking and tagging the hatchery production fish, a suite of related infrastructure improvements, completing our hatchery genetics management plan, and a very complete package on the McCollum. That takes us to the Delta, and then we have our wrap-up.
I'll start with the Delta. One of the key tasks of comprehensive settlement when Director Bonham and I set out to try and put these pieces together, what's the relationship between the tributaries and the Delta estuary, and that's expressed both through habitat and the habitat investments you've heard us describe in all the tributaries. And I'll start with the habitat approach that we have in the Delta, and then I'll move on to flow. We have a lousy track record up until very recently of habitat restoration in the Delta. As you may know, Governor Brown in 2015 also gave Director Bonham and I direction to just get it done when it comes to restoration in the Delta. And that was through the Eco Restore program, where we decided we were going to make a concerted effort to get out of our bureaucratic way and take a look at the variety of projects, be they related to flood improvements, be they related to biological opinions and other kinds of needs that we had, and just look at how we can just get those kinds of projects done. That effort will see us achieve by the end of this year an ability to effectively initiate 30,000 acres of habitat restoration in the Delta, a significant piece of which, of course, is in the Yola bypass and actions to restore the floodplain action in the Yola bypass. We're going to take that idea and recent experience with success and develop it further to include restoration additional restoration in what's considered the northern arc of the delta, and that is that Cache Slough complex where we're trying to connect the lower Yolo bypass with Cache Slough and create a restoration corridor. We're also going to restore tidal and channel margin restoration on the Sacramento River, Steamboat Slough, and Sutter Slough. We'll also focus on Chips Island restoration. We will increase aquatic weed removal, also predator hotspot removal. We will also engage in important non-flow measures such as North Delta food studies. How do we develop and improve food productivity in the Delta? Also, Sassoon Marsh projects that can help us develop important food sources for species. We are also focused on consolidating and screening intakes in Cache Slough and improving funding for DFW, game wardens, and enforcement in the Delta. That constitutes a suite of non-flow measures and physical habitat restoration measures that are fundamentally focused on how do we enhance the productivity of the Delta as an ecosystem so that it can better support the food web that all the species rely on. The other key feature is doing so in a way that takes advantage of tidal prisms in the Delta and uses that natural energy to recreate what's been long lost in terms of the tidal restoration. And now I'm going to step back and talk about our approach to water, new water down in the Delta. And we just discussed the tributaries and outflow or flows in the tributaries that would ultimately be dedicated to outflow. So I'm going to describe that as the first block of water, and that totals about 440,000 acre feet of water in above normal, below normal, and dry water year types. We have some water, a portion of that water is available in critical water year types, but in smaller magnitudes in the neighborhood of about 100,000 acre feet. That was what I would describe as the first block of water. The second block of water is 300,000 acre feet from the state and federal water projects that would be managed primarily in the spring period across those same water year types, above normal, below normal, and dry water years, to help us test hypotheses associated with outflow. And then I'll describe a third block of water, which is 300,000 acre feet of water that would come online pending scientific analysis and study. We would assess the need for that water supply in year 7 of the agreement, and that water would be made available through a variety of sources. It could come from some of our Proposition 1 storage projects. It could come from an expansion of a funding framework that I'm realizing right now I haven't described for you yet, but I'll get to that. And then finally, essentially backstopped by the state and federal water projects. So that's 3 blocks of water, all total ranging between 700,000 acre feet and about 1 million acre feet of water that we would use to test hypotheses down in the Delta about the key relationships of outflow and other conditions down in the Delta. Some of that includes the way that fresh water interacts with invasive species in certain water year types, or addresses microcystis problems or other problems down in the Delta. But I want to emphasize what's going to be essential for that to be successful is the science program and the involvement of a broad suite of stakeholders in that science program, so that we can develop appropriately testable hypotheses, and we can make decisions together as a community about the efficacy of that water and how best to use that very precious resource. So I'm going to go back and step through. Did you want to add to that, Director? I'm going to go back and step through the funding piece, because this is very much appropriate to the challenges and how we put together a proposal across the phase two watersheds. And as the DWR director, I'm becoming increasingly familiar with the enormous capacity of water users to kind of solve their own problems if we can get folks focused on, the right direction. And we've had an enormous partnership with those water users, and an intensifying partnership with those water users to sort out how do we, as a water user community across those watersheds, describe a degree of equity in terms of inputs into the system that can help achieve benefits for the ecosystem that are enjoyed by water users across those watersheds. So the funding mechanisms essentially work in this way. The overarching principles are that parties across the phase two watersheds are either putting water down in the system that is uncompensated, that relates to the proportionality of the natural flow in their system. And to the extent that there is additional water on top of that, that water is compensated. And it's compensated at a predetermined rate. And the availability of that water is made for the duration of the 15-year agreement in the above, below, and dry water year types. So the idea is that water that is acquired for the purposes of generating the outflow blocks I mentioned is essentially secured for the duration of the 15-year period at a secure price. A lot of parties had experience with the environmental water account and the challenges of trying to find water on an annual basis. Made it very difficult to generate that water in a stable way that could support the collective endeavor that we would all have in studying and testing how that water works. We really need down in the Delta a true opportunity to maybe put some of our religion aside and get down to the business of what do we do. How do we shape the water that's made available for outflow to help us determine and better understand important relationships between that outflow and the health of the species and its interaction with the physical landscape in the Delta. So, so the financing mechanism is through water that's generated by the funding that's generated by the water users. For the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project, their contribution to a water fund will be $5 an acre foot, and that's on delivered water. For non-project water that's diverted by parties that are not contributing water, in any other way, as I mentioned before, there are parties that are contributing a block of water. without compensation that's related to the proportionality of the natural flow in their watershed. For parties who are not contributing that, the contribution to the water purchase fund would be $10 an acre foot. I, as director of the Department of Water Resources, have the ability to impose that surcharge on the statement of charges for the state water contractors. All the state water contractors are supportive of that charge. I may hear about it. In fact, I'm sure I'll hear about it. But I think we all understand what's at stake, and we all understand that if we can pool our collective resources, ultimately, we're going to be better off. In addition to the Water Acquisition Fund, we are also proposing a fee structure that could support the structural habitat projects that we've described in the various watersheds, as well as a science fund. For the Central Valley Project and State Water Project, that would be an additional $2 an acre foot. Again, so for the State Water Project, that's $7 an acre foot. My department would include in the statement of charges for all state water contractors. For water delivered by the Sacramento settlement contractors or the Feather River diversion agreement parties, they will contribute to a Habitat and Science Fund at $1 an acre foot. And then for non-project water diverted by any party contributing water under the terms of the agreement, that would be $2 an acre foot contributed to the Habitat and the Science Fund. So in total, from the water users, this funding structure would enable us to realize about $375 million in water acquisition funding. The state is proposing to seed that fund, because we'll have to start implementing that fund on year one, but we won't have dollars available to meet some of the commitments that we're describing associated with immediate implementation, immediate acquisition, and provision of water under the terms of the agreement. And so that would involve an investment of appropriate state bond funds that we would have to work through the competitive process to achieve. So, essentially a water acquisition fund that's funded in part with public dollars and significantly by water users. On the Habitat and Science piece, that totals around $400 million for a habitat restoration fund. The state of California would also seek to use bond monies available in Proposition 1, Proposition 68. We have some Prop 13 money. We have some multi-benefit flood money at the department. All those resources would be brought to bear to support a state contribution. So generally, our approach to funding the totality of the agreements that you've just heard the specific contents of breaks down into about an $800 million contribution from the water users and a commensurate approximately $900 million investment from the state of California. All that, in my view, is historic, an ability to establish essentially $2 billion of funding to implement an extensive flow and non-flow and physical habitat restoration program that extends from the tributaries down into the delta to be implemented over a 15-year period is exciting and important, and just an important way to make things actually happen in a timely way. You want to talk governance a little bit? I'll talk governance a little bit.
We've got a lot to govern.
Yeah, we have a lot to govern.
We're going to do it together.
I think many of you have seen some information that's been under development. I absolutely don't want to give this short shrift because none of this works unless we've got a process in place across a broad suite of stakeholders to help us make sure that we're implementing on time, but also brings the science investment. You just heard me you heard me describe the science investment to be made by the water users. We absolutely need a broad base of participation in developing that science program and developing a joint understanding of the management actions that would be subsequent to improved scientific understanding. The governance structure would essentially define an initial set of projects throughout the Sacramento and San Joaquin basins in the Delta that have a high probability of benefits to improve ecosystem functions and create conditions necessary to improve the viability of native fish. The approach would define an initial set of testable hypotheses that are used to test the integration of flow and habitat actions that provide identified measurable benefits. This piece is also, in my view, just hugely important and very significant in terms of a real management change in how we deal with things in the Delta. Again, it's something that we understand intuitively, that we ought to be doing both, but I think have struggled with a cohesive scientific framework that all parties are bought into, that can help us learn about how we integrate flow action with a non-flow action or physical habitat, and how we understand those benefits. We have a lot to learn on that front, and that is a centerpiece of the task of the governance structure. The approach would also define a program that actually answers the management questions. So we're working on the science, we're testing things, but then we have to translate that into management actions. So I'll just run through a few bullet points about our approach to implementing some of these scientific experiments, learning from those experiments, and designing those to be outcome-based and facilitating that collaborative process. First, we're going to focus on these projects where we call it's safe to fail, right? I mean, no one wants to, put their assets on the table, if they're always worried about the bottom line and they're always worried about the effectiveness. We know we have to create space to try things that may not work, and that'll help us get more focused on the things that do work, so that we stop trying to do everything in incremental amounts that don't help us set on a new direction. For the concepts around testing hypotheses, we need to test hypotheses, even those that are conflicting, and we need to have the courage to test them both and test them both at the same time. That's going to be essential, in my view, and to me, it's an essential reflection of a governance program that has a broad set of stakeholders, because we know our stakeholder community has different views about which scientific hypotheses are the ones that are the most meaningful. We're going to have to test them, even the ones that are seemingly in conflict with one another. Each of our experiments is going to be done in a way that enables us to learn as much as possible. And what I mean by that is, I think a good example is our Sassoon Marsh Salinity Control Gates experiment, which I think you heard a little bit about a couple months ago. That's one where at the outset there was a significant amount of program design, and we're understanding the effects of that kind of action taken earlier this year. Moving forward, based on that information, we have an inclination that there could be a degree of importance around expanding the window for that particular action. So moving it up earlier in the summer season, potentially extending it into the fall season. That's exactly the kind of, small project that gives us good information that then in turn moves towards what's the next set of decisions that we could make. What are the next set of hypotheses that we need to test that are associated with the seasonality and the benefit of the significance of the benefits that we aim to achieve through that action. Finally, this process for governing the voluntary agreements not only has to be collaborative, but it has to be transparent. So that can take many shapes, and there's a lot of work we need to do to flesh out the details on how the governance structure would work. As it relates to annual planning, as it relates to the integration of project implementation with the science program, but all of that needs to be done in a transparent way with very proactive reporting out of results. We have a lot of jurisdictions, state jurisdictions in California that care about the outcome. That's a very natural place for the public transparency around voluntary agreement implementation to occur, and that would be our intention. I would end by also referencing we're going to need good peer review on the science that we're doing. There's an entity like the Independent Science Board could be used, but foundational to our success will be to make sure that we have appropriate and periodic peer review of the science questions and the actions that we're taking, the effectiveness of the actions that we're taking.
So here's our wrap up. That's a list of entities. 30 days ago, we didn't have this package. We now do. What I hope you hear is a system-wide approach. We rise together, we fall together. It's connectivity. It produces in-river benefit linked with delta outflow objective improvements. It's at a mammoth scale, flow and non-flow. It's self-financed by our water user community at the tune of $800 million. In my career, I've never run across that moment before. We've lost some friends along the way, perhaps. I've gained some friends along the way in the last 30 days. I know some water districts felt rushed or they didn't receive information. I know the same feeling exists with longtime friends in the conservation community. For those elements, I apologize and I'm sorry. I see a future that can help us continue to bring all parties together for our next step of work. Look, I couldn't think of anybody I'd rather go through this brutal 30 days with than the person sitting to my immediate right and your left. And it's been rough for our respective staff, like it has for you and your staff on this topic. Water defines California either because of its scarcity or its abundance. It's unlike any other issue I've worked on, not solar, not public lands, not marine issues. It is unlike any other. It's seriously profound business. We're going to have another drought. We're going to have more floods. We're facing extinction risk across our biodiversity wealth. But I'm convinced water requires durability in its solutions, and durability requires us getting along with each other. So there you have it. I think Carla and I gave it our all. And if I could go back to the very first slide, or at least leave that there. That's what we're talking about. The package in front of you is across all that. So what next? I'm pretty sure I'm taking tomorrow off. And maybe the day after. A month ago, November 7th, I told you I would not ask for another delay relative to phase one. I'm not asking one for now. I think it's up to you what you're going to do with the Phase 1 question. I understand why you may feel the need to adopt. On that aspect, my request is you create a safe place for the Tuolumne parties. I think it's courageous they stood with the settlement effort and they want to keep going. They need a safe place to complete that work, which I hope includes additional conversation with the conservation community. And I'll give you another example I didn't mention earlier. In the package they've offered, and I've discussed with them, the Tuolumne parties are agreeing that within 2 years, they're going to do work with me and within themselves to see if we can find additional mechanisms to generate additional in-stream flows in successive dry and critical years than I mentioned previously. Groundwater banking, infrastructure projects. Find a safe place for them. As to this package, obviously we've got more work. You'll see in our submission a suggestion on a schedule to hold all of us accountable to complete the subsequent work on this total package over the course of 2019. You know we need comprehensive kind of environmental views. We need to think about how to integrate 1 and 2, and that's what we've suggested. So on that front, what I hope you can send us out of this room with is a unanimous 5-0 throat-clearing endorsement for us and others to keep at this hard work. Mm-hmm. There's no other option than to keep at it. So we'll end there.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. Obviously, we just got this today and are just hearing parts of it today, so it's a lot to digest. Devil's in the details. I know you have more details to flesh out, and then there are details that other people need to get a chance to see, weigh in on, re-engage on. But I appreciate you coming forward to give us this overview, which you didn't have to do yet since we haven't even proposed on Phase 2, but it is extremely, I don't quite know what words to use, intriguing. I use interesting in the way the governor uses it, which is an accolade, not a passing word, which is there's a lot to think about here, and we're going to need to digest it, and other people are going to need to digest it and think about it and figure out how we can incorporate consideration of it as we go forward. I think we'll probably talk about that a bit today and think about it. And I do think that while I do actually want to hear from everybody on adoption and on this, anything people want to do will help us, hopefully by the end of this hearing, think about some avenues to both encourage people to engage or re-engage across the spectrum and to give you a little bit of energy to go back at it after you take a day or two off. We'll see if your phone stops ringing for 2 days. It probably will not. Do people, we're already we've gone till 11, whatever it is, 11:38. Would you all like to take a short break before asking questions? That'd be good? All right. How much time? And we'll take a late-ish lunch break, and I'm sorry, as is my wont, it won't be very long, but it'll be closer to between the 1 and the 2 o'clock hour so that I can also get started on public comment for all the people who are here.
Would you entertain
10?
my public comment at this time because I need to leave?
I could do 1, maybe, or 2, but is that all right? All right, we'll take 1, and then we'll take a break until 11:50. So go ahead. And just if you can make sure when say your name for the record so she can pull your card out, because I don't have any of the cards yet.
Peter Alexander. Is this on? Are we on? So it's truly a most beautiful day, and blessings to the innocent and true-hearted. Water is life and has its own spirit, shared truly with those who hear it. And everything is connected. Hear me, true, never more rejected. And you're right, when the devil is in the details.
Now we're on.
Yeah, good.
Shall I repeat, or did you hear?
We heard. You can continue. That was good. Oh, right. Sorry, you do.
Hi.
I didn't even realize there was transcript. Sorry, I should have.
I'll start by saying it is a beautiful day, and blessings to the innocent and true-hearted. Water is life with its own spirit, shared truly with those who do hear it, and everything be connected. Hear me through, nevermore rejected, and as you said, the devil is in the details. Is there anything less than willful blindness that's denying us from loving kindness? I am Peter. I'm here speaking truth to power, free of all fear. And regarding time, it said that the past, present, and the future be one as in now. 200 years ago, Vavoka led the last ghost dance at the bank of a river, in which a group of Mormons participated to wipe the unbelievers off the face of this nation. He also entertained a man with the Spirit of Christ, which this world has long sought to heist. And policies diverting a majority of fresh water to animal factory farms could never be found in the promised land, which is a place of charms. This is all in support of Mammon, the god of greed. And those involved are identified as unbelievers, associated to Mephisto. As you do unto the least of me was always a reference to all the animals, be clear to see. And the fish as well. How is it we never ponder the nature of our cracked Liberty Bell? And the story of the fish and loaves, deceptions by the serpent seed. It was the bread cast forth as the truth, and the fish reeled in as the believers. The heavens have loosed the dogs of war against all unbelievers of the corporate store, as the angels of Almighty command the great interruption that forever freezes all corruption. I ask, I task, I command, I pray, unto the guilty be delivered all manner of just deserts and vengeance. The hour of mercy is over, judgment be at hand, being delivered by Almighty command. For surely through me the iron rod of God reigns with fire be commanded, continuing still now with earthquakes, till the promise goes higher, till every knee to Mother Earth be remanded. Until the brother be set free as the first scheduled into the promised land, Leonard Peltier. I am Peter, I am the seer, freeing first time ever as primary law of the land, the U.S. Constitution. This all be here commanded, truly, truly, the beautiful resolution. The authority be mine to say as I do, to the true-hearted abide, or you will collide. For woe unto those untoward, truly, truly, saith the living Lord, as I commanded, be already done. And back when I was in high school, they said water would become a commodity. From that time to this, the Bar Association has increased 7,000 times. That is what this is all about. It's all about water for money, to murder the animals in the factory farms, to murder the fish, which is no less the murder of a man or a woman in the eyes of Almighty. And the power we have here in California, especially Northern California, which is the true new promised land of Israel, is to be pure. That is the way we become the cure. To shut down the corruption, to shut down the greed, shuts down the slaughterhouse, and all corruptions bleed. The authority is mine to say as I do, as the authority be ours to make this come true. It's all about true power and true love, and we will be supported from beyond and above. For in our hearts, be as children, be as a child. The earth is a beautiful place. It needs to be wild, not constrained by all these rules and regulations. That's not how you take this nation to its highest station. As being the true children of Israel, you are the protectors, the leaders, the workers. It is time to abide the strike, the 40-day strike that frees Leonard Peltier, who represents the 500-year-plus indigenous resistance worldwide. And in his cell is the spirit of a parchment, a gift from a matriarchal society known as the Iroquois. It's known as the U.S. Constitution. It's about this thick. This needs to be the law of the land. This will be the law of the land. This is the law of the land, not papal law, not martial law, not corporate law, but the U.S. Constitution, a most beautiful document indeed. It has no room for corruption. It has no room for greed. I put this through my heart to yours. Arise within your own spirit and be part of the cures. I've said it. You hear it. So be it. It is done. Be free of the animal flesh industry. Be free of the industry of oil. That's how we stand up and become truly royal. That is how we open up Israel's promised land beneath our feet. And grow some cactus. I've also known as Cactus Pete, the most underrated food source on the planet. The 40-day strike, join together now, and we be standing on granite. Join the teacher strike. Join the Kaiser strike. Join the strike against this 1,000 years of corruption, because we are the power. The time is at hand to open these doors to the promised land. Blessing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now take a break until noon, and then we will come back. Yes.
I just wanted to say that as promised by the director, not by me, the plan is on the DWR website. You can go to water.ca.gov. It's at the top left. It comes right up.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. If you can please take your seats so that we can reconvene. I'm certain Board Member Dandama will be back in a moment. We have a lot of speakers, and I want to be able to accommodate them. So I'm hoping you're all talking excitedly and making friends. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Sorry, as I said, the sound system's not so great, so I need your cooperation in being able to move through the hearing, because you can't hear me, can you? That means everybody has to be quiet. I can't make it any louder. Great. We have a lot of speakers, including hopefully we may have lost a couple by now to leave at noon. I just can't guarantee at one point we get through the initial presentations on these things, but it may be only two. But there are a number of other people who need to leave by 2. So my suggestion to my colleagues is to, if you have a clarifying or burning question you'd like to ask, either of the directors, that we ask it now, and then we move right into public comment, and the public can comment on the proposal, on anything they've heard, whatever they'd like with their 3 minutes, and then we will spend time, probably take a break and spend time discussing what we'd like to do today. But I do think it's really important to listen to everybody. I get a lot out of it and want to move to that as soon as we can. So with that, I'm going to open it up for questions that folks want to ask of the directors while they're sitting right here before us.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work this past month, and thank you for what looks to be a very promising start, with a lot of hard work still yet to come. Just one quick question of Director Bonham, and I think this might be helpful for us as we hear from other commenters. You, in your closing remarks, you made a comment about creating a safe space for Tuolumne, which I appreciate given Tuolumne's participation the last month or so, and is a part of your framework. Can you expand upon that safe space concept?
Well, thank you for the question, Board Member Duduk. And it may seem unfair to say, but I'm hopeful you can solve that. because it's your decision relative to how you may manage phase one, I understand potentially your interest in adopting your work on phase one. And I believe we have a good package with our partners in the Tuolumne, and we would like them to continue through with us as part of the broad package. So, whether it's delayed implementation or other things, I rely on your expertise as the most knowledgeable on what your process may allow or not allow, as you define your approach to what you're going to do on phase one today. It's up to you, I think, is how I would answer that in a straightforward manner.
I think we probably have options. All right. I'm sorry, I just wanted to start because there are people who are going to need to leave. What I'm planning to do is just to ask questions we feel the need to ask right now while the directors are here, and then try to move into public comment so we can hear from everybody, because we have folks across the spectrum who have things to say about both what they've heard from the directors, but obviously the proposal in front of us today. So, but I wanted to give an opportunity if there were questions folks wanted to ask right now that they could. Any others? No? All right.
On your, I guess, addendum F for the Tuolumne, you had mentioned, I suspect that this is just a brief summary. There are many other components. But Director Bonham, you had indicated that there was some readiness to implement flow and habitat now. Could you provide some additional information on that? And when you say now, does that mean 2019?
It's my understanding, yes, we're talking about 2019. I do think you'll likely hear from representatives of the Tuolumne parties, and they can elaborate more. But I think we've thought through things like really beginning in 2019, coarse sediment augmentation at certain river miles. This tracks a lot of the McBain and Trush work that was done in the early 2000s. I think there's a way to figure out at which riffle and river mile how many tons and volume cubic yards. And I think there's an interest in advancing that. And it's likely down at the scale of conceptual and engineering designing. I think there are things we can do around riffle 3AB, which is called the Zanker Restoration in the Tuolumne. And that has something to do with the Tuolumne River Conservancy recently purchasing property downstream of LaGrange. I think there's some really neat things that could be done in 2019, starting that functional floodplain work, removing exotic hardwood vegetation and other stuff. You actually have a trespassing cattle challenge there on the river, and that's a pretty low-hanging fruit thing you could start doing. I do think that another likely thing in 2019 could be the formation, the leadership of the districts, city and county, bringing together the various agencies. I would hope that there's conservation community involvement, there are strong partners in the river, and kind of shaping this advisory committee and starting to think about the future, because we've got a variety of tasks like figuring out spill management plan, how to hit flow targets, how to do an out-migration pulse flow. And some of those water components, as I understand it, are also measures the parties are willing to do in 2019.
Great, thank you. And in the interest of time, I was just calling out the Tuolumne because of the action that's before us today, but I presume that on the other rivers, with regard to early action, something similar along the lines that the Tuolumne is looking at, unless you had something, either of you had anything to add.
What I would say on this is, I believe all the parties that want to continue in the collaboration have identified things they're willing to do in 2019 and get going.
Great. And assuming that representatives on the Tuolumne come up, my question to them would be similar, but I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, because just backing up a moment, thank you so much I know you've been working around the clock, and this is monumental. It's amazing that you have gotten this far, and I'm looking at momentum and early action, and don't want anything that we would be doing today to stand in that way. And so in that interest, I'm going to ask you a question that I will be asking representatives on the Tuolumne, and that is it your understanding that this tentative agreement or understanding, whatever it is you want to call it, that's encapsulated in Addendum F on the Tuolumne, that it is predicated on us not adopting the SED?
Here's my answer to that question, board member. That's a question for the districts. I understand whatever action you may take on phase one may result in litigation, and I understand parties need to preserve their legal positions. But I've only suggested a concept. One party in a contentious watershed decided to stick with it. That means something to me. No disrespect, I think it's for you to deliberate in open session whether that means something, and if so, how you might manage it. I will just tell you from my own personal experience as a member of the department that has its own commission where I also have regular public hearings, we struggle all the time with yes-no propositions like listing species under the California Endangered Species Act. And everyone has their various views and their legitimate views from different perspectives. Sometimes a listing decision happens at our commission, and subsequent, our department is still able to produce safe harbor agreements and conservation candidate planning. But this is a question for the parties in the Tuolumne.
Understood. Thank you.
Board Member McGuire, questions?
Hi, and I'd just like to echo the other comments. Really appreciate the significant work and lift that's been done over the last 30 days to put together a proposal that is able to be before us today to take a look at. And I too am looking at the because it's the phase one that we're focused on today for consideration of actions. I too am looking at the Addendum F Tuolumne proposal, and I've more of a technical question, but I see a bullet, and you mentioned dry and critical year off ramps. Has some thought been given to how those off ramps would be triggered and when they would come into play?
Yes. And personally speaking, I do think there's a subsequent moment where momentum and additional work means these things are coming back for further discussion, review. Obviously, we have details to complete. But what I feel comfortable saying is my department, we've looked at the San Joaquin Index. We've thought about like a time snapshot from 1984 to 2009. We've thought through what it looks like to figure out, above normal dry, how you get successive critical, and you can plot out, when you get a series of critical, a series of dry, and then you kind of think through whether in those back-to-back years, we should have a floodplain pulse or not. And that structure is pretty well thought out and understood between the districts and our department. And that'd be something we want to explain and walk everybody through.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just a quick question in terms of next steps and thinking. Obviously, you've worked around the clock. You have something initially. You don't have the conservation community in it yet. It's not. I'm not disparaging. It's amazing that you've come up with something that even allows people to have a conversation that's not the theoretical. And so what's your sense of how long it would take to flesh it out? Because as you know, for us to be able to consider it comparable or to be able to even get to the point of analyzing it, whether as an alternative or otherwise in the process, we need analysis about comparability and actual real numbers and a chance to do more than just, look at it for a few minutes. So when should, I'm assuming you'll take your 2 days off and then everybody goes back to the drawing board and you try to invite people back into the room who may not be there anymore, including people that weren't in the first place. Because we'll have to do our process out in a very public way. And so the more engagement we and they have to ask the myriad questions we'll all have to ask. But so what's your thinking about the next?
Sure.
Just so I can put that into my thinking cap.
In our packet, which is now available online, DWR, we do suggest a proposed schedule that's separated into discrete milestones to be responsive of the work that you all would need to do. And it is aggressive as a schedule, but I think that really helps us. We covered a lot of ground in a short period of time, and there's a significant amount of momentum. But what we have identified as part of our packet is a deadline for ourselves of mid-February to complete the drafting of the proposed, individual agreements, if you will. And for those of you, obviously, who have not seen the package, the structure of the package is, an overarching roll-up of all the contents with several individual tributary appendices. So that's the content that we provided. So clearly, those appendices would need to be fleshed out into more detailed proposed agreements. We have targeted March 1st to submit to the Water Board a project description for the Bay Delta Plan based on the voluntary agreements. In August, we would submit to the Water Board an administrative draft of a comprehensive SED that's based on the project description. And, in our view, our proposal is that comprehensive means it includes the Phase 1 SED and it integrates information pertaining to the Phase 2 update. In September, there would be a circulation of a document for public comment, and in December of 2019, an administrative draft of a final comprehensive SED would be completed.
An SAD on the agreement
Yes.
that we could then integrate.
Again, here I would say we're asking for your help and assistance as well. And
Yeah, we'll have to talk about what we need to do under Port of Cologne, et cetera.
one of the milestones we hope to achieve is getting the integration across the whole system, where you're looking at a package across the whole thing. And that's what you see reflected in these milestones.
All right, I need time to look at that, and we're going to need to figure that out. One other thing,
Can I just, this is page 2 for those that are following.
yeah, I'm sorry, I can't read it while I'm running the meeting. So,
Yeah,
and I think we do a disservice but telling people where it is a good idea.
Yeah, so just page 2 of the document that should be on the web.
All right, we'll need to sit down and talk about options there going forward. One other question, one of the things we've talked about that will help us in this process is a crosswalk, to use your terminology of how the proposal in here compares to the proposal that we've had in the framework, and that we'll probably put out an administrative draft so that we have to be able to do a comparison, and that's what we've been inviting. When should we expect that? That would be part of the March 1st or later?
If not sooner, I would say.
Sooner would be great. The sooner the better, because then we even know how to think about it.
Understood. And just forewarning, I think everyone will be trying to do the same thing, and then we'll have a period where everyone's looking at each other's perspectives and
Right, no, sure.
compiling data.
And questions of baseline compared to what? That's where the crosswalk helps to compare against
Yes.
our metric on what the science we've done to date does, so that we can do the comparison
Understood.
and analysis. All right. Well, with that, I just thank you for all your work. I look forward to sitting down and actually being able to read it and hear from folks and figure out where we can go from here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Impressive. All right, I'm going to go through the cards because I know people have a lot to say about that, and hopefully we haven't lost the people who thought they had to leave at noon. I will take a lunch break at some point before 2. If I get through the people who have to leave by 2, I might do it a little bit earlier, just because I know some people need to eat within a certain bandwidth, but it will be a short one. So if you know that you're going to be really hungry, and particularly if you know your card came in later, you might want to run downstairs and just get something in the cafe, which isn't bad. I have, people have asked for varying amounts of time. I'm going to set it for 3. Some people have asked for 5 now. I think we're going to go with 3 because we have so many cards. So adjust your thinking about what you're going to say. And then I know I have one set of speakers who are going to come together, multiple players, and they can obviously have 5 as they ask, because they'll save everybody's time in the number of people who'll be speaking. So I also encourage that if folks want to come together as a group to say we agree with him or her, that also is efficient. The key thing here, it doesn't take a long time to tell us, especially after all the hearings we've had on this, your point of view and how you want us to be thinking about the action in front of us, and feel free to say what we should do next as well. So, first 5. Mike Petz from the New Jerusalem Drainage District, Michelle Leinfelder-Miles, Dr. Leinfelder-Miles, I think, Dean Rees from the Central and South Delta Water Agencies, John Herrick from the South Delta Water Agency, and Gary Mulcahy from the Winnemem-Wintu Tribe. Mr. Petz?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman and board members.
Yep.
Might be the only person from Vernalis here.
Ah,
Anyway, I'm a board member of the New Jerusalem Drainage District, and Mr. Heinrich of the South Delta Water Agency asked me to appear today regarding the proposed adoption of the changes to salinity standards in the South Delta. I have not followed this process in any meaningful degree. Mr. Heinrich informed me that the modeling of leaching factors of the South Delta data from the New Jerusalem Drainage District was used. Our district uses tile drains, which mostly intercept groundwater. They do not contain any of the excess water applied via irrigation. So there's no surface water in our district. It's all subsurface water. Mm-hmm. My district has taken no position on what the salinity standards should be in the Southern Delta. That concludes my remarks.
thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Leinfelder-Miles, and I'm the Delta Crops Resource Management Advisor with the University of California Cooperative Extension. I'm the author of a report that has been referenced in these proceedings regarding the salinity objective. I'd like to start off by saying that I didn't develop my study, which monitored soil salinity, applied water salinity, and leaching fractions, to start a debate about who is right and who is wrong. Science is about asking questions. My question was, what leaching fractions are being achieved in South Delta soils under alfalfa culture? In the response to oral comments prepared by staff, it states that Hoffman and I used the same equations for calculating leaching fractions. However, through these proceedings, we all know that Hoffman and I used different data in that equation, and that I disagree with assumptions that he made. We used different data, and we got different answers to the question. You could say one of us is right and one of us is wrong. Staff is choosing this option, calling what I measured outlier data. But one thing I would like to point out is that in the analysis of data, it is very bad practice to throw out data as outlier. The reason staff is calling my measurements outlier data is because I did sampling from sites where they characterize groundwater as shallow. The Hoffman report says this, quote, as the water table is lowered below 3 feet, the upward flow becomes limited by the hydraulic properties of the soil and decreases markedly with increasing soil depth, end quote. Hoffman goes on to say that upward movement is more likely under conditions of low irrigation amounts. In my study, groundwater was never shallower than 3 feet at all sites and all sampling seasons. and irrigation water was applied. These, in Hoffman's own words, should limit upward movement of salts from groundwater. Staff are cherry picking from the Hoffman report to support their conclusions. Now, tile drains. Tile drains provided Hoffman with data that could be used to calculate leaching fractions. Tile drains as a management for salinity are rare in the Delta. I know very few places with tile drains. I have heard of tile drains being installed in some new vineyards and almond orchards. So I think the point to be made is that if growers have tile drains, they tend to only have them for permanent high-value crops. And frankly, the jury is still out on how well they'll actually work. Finally, yield. We keep coming back to yield. I previously stated that in these proceedings, that my study was not designed to develop a relationship between salinity and yield. Staff have used San Joaquin County and neighboring county crop yield statistics as evidence that the South Delta salinity objective is supportive of agriculture. First, equating county statistics to the Delta is absurd. Second, even if we wanted to believe they are equal, there is no reference to whether Delta growers have incurred extra expense for salinity management to maintain yields at that level. And third, by isolating yield as the sole aim, we are completely ignoring soil as a resource worth protecting. For these reasons, I ask the board to reconsider raising the South Delta salinity objective. Thank you.
Thank you. And I mean, I'll probably have follow-up questions on a fair number of speakers, but I'm going to wait until the end in the interest of the folks that have to leave, because staff can't. Mr. Ruiz, followed by Mr. Herrick, followed by Mr. Mulcahy.
Thank you. Hi, how are you? Good morning. Dean Ruiz here on behalf of the Central Delta Water Agency and Woods Irrigation Company. My comments are focused on staff's recommendation to weaken the Southern Delta water quality standards for agricultural beneficial uses, and more specifically in response to staff's recent response to the oral comments received a few months ago. I would just say quickly that with regard to the larger issue and the other issue, rather, the flow issues, neither the Central or South Delta water agencies or the Central Delta in general have been part of those discussions. We were not invited. We haven't participated. So I don't particularly have comments with respect to that because we have not been at the table. Back to the other issue. Staff asserts the standard of 1.0 EC year-round is reasonably protective of agriculture. The evidence in the record and logic say otherwise. Models and subjective assumptions which the models are based upon cannot and do not supplant on-the-ground reality. There is direct evidence in the record provided by farmers in the South Delta that existing salinity levels harm agricultural production. South Delta farmers also provide a testimony that they must take extraordinary measures to combat existing salinity levels. That evidence is uncontroverted regardless of modeling results or Dr. Hoffman's analysis or anything else. As discussed by Dr. Leinfelder-Miles, staff's attempt to justify its recommendations based on agricultural yields from San Joaquin County as a whole and based on comparisons from other proximally located counties as a whole just doesn't make sense. To try to put it simply, staff's supposition seems to be that because San Joaquin County alfalfa yields have been similar to yields from other proximally located counties, and since about 1/3 of San Joaquin County's farmland is in the Delta, salinity levels in the South Delta channels have not had a negative effect on South Delta agricultural production. So increasing the standard to 1.0 EC year-round is reasonably protective. That supposition fails to account for the following facts. Conditions in the portion of the Delta located in San Joaquin County are unique to the rest of San Joaquin County. Conditions in the San Joaquin County portion of the Delta itself are unique to the rest of the Delta. Conditions in the South Delta are unique to the rest of the Delta, and even the conditions between the Central Delta and the South Delta are very different and distinct. The attempt by staff to aggregate and compare data in this way doesn't in any way support staff or Dr. Hoffman's overall conclusions and should not be relied upon in any way. Finally, there seems to be a strong sense in the staff report materials that a 1.0 year-round EEC de facto standard is the de facto baseline. And so adopting this as a standard is just a confirmation of that. It is true there have been many violations of the standard which have not resulted in enforcement actions over the years, but it is not accurate that the 1.0 EEC standard is the baseline. During much of the spring and summer, levels are not at 1.0. Thus, this would be a significant increase. The evidence and reality do not support the conclusion that 1.0 EEC is protective of South Delta agriculture, and we urge you not to endorse and adopt increased salinity levels in the Delta, particularly in the South Delta. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herrick, followed by Mr. Mulcahy, and if you don't mind, I'm going to do the 5 after that. Do you mind, Mr. Herrick, just so that people can prepare? They may not be totally aware of what order they came in. Ron Stork, Friends of the River, Morning Star, I should know this, Golly, from Save California Salmon, Regina Chichizola from Save California Salmon, Maliha Florendo, Save California Salmon, and Bob Gore of the Gualco Group, just so you know the set that follow after Mr. Mulcahy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. John Herrick for the South Delta Water Agency. Thank you for taking us as a group. I appreciate that very much. 2 of our people had to leave or are leaving.
Sorry.
My comments are to address the staff's response to oral comments, just to kind of tie things up at the end. It won't take long at all. As has been touched on, the modeling that was done that is supposed to be countering the study we did, both modeling sets take data from tile drains. We've previously talked about the West Side Irrigation District tile drains, or in that area, and then the New Jerusalem drains. That's why I had Mr. Petz up here, because both of those are sampling water that's in the groundwater. They're not sampling what made its way through the soil, so they're calculating a net salt transport by using a set of data that doesn't have anything to do with the salt having passed through the soil. So I don't think those are differences of opinion. I think those are just data that cannot be used because it's the wrong data to put into the calculation. The second or the third statement by staff in their response to oral comments mentions the 1976 interim report on South Delta salinity. I think it must be said that a 42-year-old study that was done 19 years before the current water quality control plan was adopted does not seem to be a document that one would rely upon to change the standard again. Now, the problem with that report is clear from reading it, and if I just may quote real quick, the report says, "It cannot be assumed, therefore, that these results represent any kind of average situation for the area." It also says, "It must be understood that with this limited study, it was not possible to include all possible conditions." Now, the report comes up with varying leaching fractions, and staff cites to the ones that agree with the modeling that use the wrong data to say, see, they're all consistent. Well, you know, 2 wrongs don't make a right. That doesn't work. The report itself tells you what its faults are, and it goes on to mention in a few places that it describes the sources of water for one of the areas, one of the fields which they did the test, and then it says, well, there are a lot of things in there, so we chose this place over here for the supply water. So that study, just like the modeling with the tile drain information, it just uses the wrong data. And that data in models can't overcome what was stated by the, as Mr. Reese says, stated by the farmers, done by Dr. Leinfelder's Miles study. And we think it's not a question of choosing 2 sets of data or deciding what's correct or not. We only have 1 set of reliable data, and that all suggests that the water quality standards in the South Delta or the water quality conditions in the South Delta aren't protective. So I've tried to beat this horse too many times, and I just end with we encourage the board not to approve a relaxation of the water quality standard because we're just going to end up in a fight, and then we've got to argue over whether a bad calculation using the wrong data is support for your position. And I don't think that's a good idea. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Awesome, on the button. We don't have a separate award for that, but that's always impressive. Didn't even know the clock was there. Yeah, that's even better. That's even better. And Sam won't do this every time, but this is going to be an issue I want you to be prepared to address later on today. Mr. Mulcahy from the Winwum-Wintu tribe.
He did have to go?
I'll have some remarks from him.
It mixed in with yours when it gets to you. I'm so sorry. All right. Mr. Stork, followed by Ms. Gali, followed by Ms. Chichizola, followed by Ms. Florendo, followed by Mr. Gore. And I'll give you the next 5 close to then. I wanted to hear what you thought after hearing that earlier.
Good afternoon. My name is Ronald Stork. I'm the Policy Director at Friends of the River and a founding member of the Sacramento Area Water Forum. I have some brief remarks about Phase 1 and some more detailed but simple and brief remarks about Phase 2. I participated quite considerably in the relicensing effort with Merced Irrigation District at Exchequer Dam. We reached some agreements there, mostly on recreation things, and I want to say thank you to the district for having successful negotiations, and I might add successful negotiations on that point without requiring non-disclosure agreements. That said, we've not come to agreement on flows, and that's, I guess, reflected in the department's presentation today. With regard to the Phase 2 issues, we were not, though I've been a member of the Water Forum for 25 years, the Environmental Caucus was not invited to participate in the voluntary settlement discussions that have recently been occurring. So it's difficult to comment, but to the extent that I understand the agreement, I'll say a few things here, which is one is that the voluntary settlement agreement expires in 15 years. It goes poof. And the Water Forum agreement and our agreement with Reclamation in 2006 and subsequent internal agreements in the Water Forum have suggested that we were interested in a longer-term framework, such that might occur from a water rights permit change of Reclamation's permits. So this sets aside a considerable amount of momentum that we've generated over the last 25 years for 15 years. We also defer action on target storage to hopefully successful subsequent negotiations, but whether or not that will actually happen successfully, I don't know. The last thing I would remark is that to the extent that these voluntary settlement agreements move forward, I think it's important that there be sufficient assurances that these agreements can actually be enforced, and it's not a good idea for the Water Board to just assume that their job is done, that they're going to have continuing oversight and enforcement. So that's my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gali? Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Shimisanwi, Morningstar Gali, Ilakategechi, Ma'ajimawiyaschi. My name's Morningstar Gali, and I am the tribal water organizer for Save California Salmon. We don't have the representation that we would usually have at these meetings today because there were a number of meetings that took place this week, including one that's in Reading this evening, and so it's absolutely a hardship when these meetings are scheduled back to back and our tribal peoples have difficulty in traveling. I want to share something that I haven't shared previously, and that's just in our relationship of who we are as traditional peoples to our salmon. In our Pit River language and Ajumawi language, As is our word for water, Alis is our word for salmon, Is our word for a person, and Isiwa is all that is sacred since the beginning of time. One cannot exist without the other, that these, within our language, that we are all in relationship with one another. Native peoples in California are salmon people, and our once abundant salmon have been devastated by dams and diversions that have been owned and operated by city, states, and federal governments. The salmon runs that once numbered in the millions and nourished us now return each year in the hundreds or less. We are on the brink of losing the fish that are central to our culture, and this loss would have widespread health, economic, and cultural impacts. Some of our tribal communities here in California have suicide rates that is 12 times the national average, and diabetes and heart rates that are over 3 times the national average. And this is in direct relationship to not having salmon on our river, on the Pitt River. No statistics can express what losing our salmon has done to our culture and well-being within our communities. In fact, many experts have called the sudden loss of salmon to California Native communities ecocide, which is cultural genocide. There is hope to right this terrible wrong, as California tribes have been fighting to restore the salmon through dam removal, flow restoration, and fish passage projects. Yet in many cases, there's lobbying that's taking place to threaten this work. Water projects that are currently being proposed are impacting Native peoples and land and water rights, and can ruin our chances to harvest salmon and restore our culture and communities. To vote against a vital plan to restore flows to the San Joaquin and to benefit the Bay Delta, there is efforts for this to take place, and we hope that these politics do not supersede our way of life as traditional peoples. What happens within these votes will impact the processes and related processes in rivers such as the Klamath and Eel River. All of our rivers are critical to Native people's diets and our culture. There is a need for California tribes to be honored in a way that benefits the wishes of its people by supporting the plan instead of continuing opposition to it. Furthermore, the pressuring of federal government to make anti-environmental laws that impact our other salmon rivers. Taking these steps will be a benefit for all Californian peoples. Our fight for the salmon impacts all of Californians as river flows help to dilute pollution. A clean water supply is essential to both salmon and people. The fact is that California is not only facing a fisheries crisis, but also a clean water crisis. Recent studies show that if something does not change, 45% of our fish species will be extinct, and a large portion of the state's drinking water supply will be unusable within 50 years. Salmon are a part of all of our heritage and not just for our tribal communities. It is no mistake that salmon is essential to who we are as California tribal peoples throughout Northern California. And so supporting Native peoples means supporting our salmon. Supporting salmon means cleaner water, and it is time to restore that balance. Please stop fighting against our fish. It is what the people want. Please honor our salmon populations and restore our environmental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Glad you were able to make it at least. Mr. Chizola, followed by Ms. Florendo.
Hello, and thank you for taking us early. We were in San Francisco yesterday, and we'll be in Reading tonight at Westland's Shasta Dam Raise hearing. So we are pretty exhausted with how many meetings are going on back to back at this point. So I just want to please ask you to vote today and vote yes. It's been over 100 years of too many diversions, too many dams, and the salmon are at the point where they just can't wait any longer. They're facing extinction, and people are unable to catch salmon, including fishermen and tribal people. The plan that you're proposing is weak at best. It is not what is being proposed by the scientists, and it's not what the salmon need. But we still urge you to vote yes today because 30 to 50% is better than what we have right now. And as Morningstar said, this is also going to affect the Sacramento process and processes in other places in the state. And we need the board to be hard. We need regulation. There wouldn't be voluntary settlements if there wasn't the threat of regulation. And it's been over 100 years of the wrong decisions. It's time to right that wrong. As Morningstar said, the flows will help out drinking water supplies also. Dilution is very important here. There was a recent study that came out that said the salinity, areas with high salinity from farming, where there's also chemical impacts, are kind of like chemical bombs in water supplies. They make each other worse. the pollution worse and worse, and to have more flows coming from clean watersheds coming into the Delta would help out everyone's water supply, along with the salmon. And so also I would like to say I really support these voluntary agreements. Everything that Chuck said today is great. I would love to see it happen, but this is he only talked about 1 out of 3 rivers being talked about here. And we need regulation. Salmon will go extinct soon. The water supply will be unusable soon. We're talking 50-year timelines as far as when 45% of the salmon will be extinct, and as far as when the water will be too salty to use in the Delta. So we need this board to do its job, and the job is to protect beneficial uses, and it's for all people, and this affects all people in California, or at least anyone who relies on Delta water or water that this decision will impact, which is the majority of Californians. So please make the right choice, please protect beneficial uses, and please restore balance. Yes, we need to make decisions for everyone, but decisions have only been made for a couple interests so far. So in order to restore balance, in order to do the right thing, you'll have to make a decision right now to support this plan that is weak, but at least restores some balance and makes some decisions that can help the salmon. And it's not gonna help the salmon go back to the restored numbers we need so people can catch them, but at least it'll help them not go extinct. So make the right decision, vote yes today, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lorendo?
Ayukui, Malaya Florendo, and I'm here with Save California Salmon, and I come from the Yurok, Karuk, and Hupa tribes in Northern California, who are all dependent on the rivers, and we are fish people. I am also here in solidarity with the other rivers and people of those rivers who are also going to be affected by these projects. Our rivers have been through so much, and so have the people who have been fighting just to survive because of the destruction of the rivers. In the past few years, our salmon numbers have dropped exponentially. Alongside that, one of our tribes in our area had one of the highest suicide rates in Indian country and the highest in California. We also, alongside this, had one of the biggest drug epidemics in the country. I've never considered this a coincidence that our people are suffering alongside the river. The destructions of the river is genocide on the fish, and the genocide on fish is the genocide of indigenous peoples on these rivers. So I'm here today to tell you that these flows are critical to the land, the rivers, the fish, and the people. And I just, to be clear to all people. So no dams, no diversions, no pipelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next I have Bob Gore, and I'll give the next 5. And then, are you sure, Ms. Townsend, that the beeper's working? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You're hearing it, all right, you might have to, I'm looking at the number in that one. I didn't hear a beep on that one, so it was fine, but I just want to make sure. Oh, yeah, but it just said 0 on mine the whole time. So there might be a problem with mine. So I'll just wait. You'll let me, just keep your eye on it in case, just to try and be as fair as we can to everyone. So after Mr. Gore, we will have William L. Martin from the Sierra Club Water Committee, followed by Denise Louie from the Center for Biological Diversity, followed by Sonia Diermeyer, followed by Heinrich Albert, followed by Kevin O'Brien. And Kevin O'Brien is the one who's going to come up with a bunch of people, and so you can have the 5 minutes you asked for, Mr. O'Brien.
Good afternoon, board members. If there was Robert Gore from the Gualco Group, if there was a regulatory hall of fame, the representatives of these 2 agencies would be in it. This proceeding is unprecedented, and the degree of cooperation and collaboration is amazing. On behalf of the water right and water quality stakeholders, I'd like to bookmark in change sheet 3, item number 1, restricting my testimony as directed, future discussions about the costs the fee payers will have to bear for this on a detailed level, and we'd appreciate some advance notice that we've been working on as we've discussed. Secondly, item number 3, annual plan review by the executive director and the water board is sufficient. Adding unspecified formal work group review will indefinitely delay and be very costly, the annual plan. So we'd appreciate, specifically MID, would appreciate, and others, streamlining this process rather than subjecting it to, again, a review that's not in any way specified and in the end is not subject to any sort of regulatory oversight. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, followed by Ms. Louie. Sorry about that, Bob.
Thank you. My name is Bill Martin. I have lived in San Francisco since 1972 and have been a customer of the San Francisco Public Utilities District or Commission, SFPUC, during that time. In October 2016, shortly after this body released its draft SED, the Harlan Kelly Jr. wrote in an op-ed in the San Francisco Chronicle that this plan would be a disaster for San Francisco. The SFPUC has continued to oppose this plan, now as a final SED. I, along with thousands of other San Franciscans, have strongly disagreed with the SFPUC's position on the Bay Delta plan. Now, I hear from Director Bonham of a potential voluntary agreement. Pardon my skepticism, but let me provide a brief history. On July 26, 2018, I submitted my comments regarding the materials the SFPUC submitted to this board, detailing their opposition. The SFPUC relied on materials generated by the Brattle Group. As I explained in my comment submission, the Brattle Group's analysis was significantly flawed. It overstated potential negative effects. It used a model which did not analyze real-world events. It used speculative scenarios with no basis in history, law, or fact to justify its significant economic losses. Frankly, this history does not inspire confidence. Please examine any voluntary agreement very carefully. I support your work. I support the final SED. Please move forward today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Louie, followed by Ms. Diermeyer.
Good afternoon. I'm Denise Louie, resident of San Francisco my entire life, today speaking as a member of the Center for Biological Diversity. In May of this year, Governor Jerry Brown issued an executive order that states in part, all policies and programs shall be implemented in a manner supporting biodiversity, including protection of the state's native plants and animals. The point is that your decision today should not sacrifice salmon, trout, steelhead, and smelt for the sake of our own water use. In April of this year, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution establishing biodiversity as a citywide priority. The resolution points to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, which states, biodiversity is essential for thriving and resilient ecosystems upon which we all depend for food, health, and well-being. I urge you to expedite your vote to approve and adopt the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan with up to 50% unimpaired flows and to ensure its immediate implementation, because the fish can't wait much longer, because California is a biodiversity hotspot, meaning we humans have brought numerous species to the brink of extinction, and because all species' lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Diermeyer, followed by Mr. Albert.
Good afternoon. I'm Sonia Diermeyer. I'm a member of the Sierra Club Bay Chapter Water Committee and State Water Committee, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. We're at the end of a long road here, and I appreciate all the information presented by Director Bonham and Namath about potential voluntary settlement agreements that are related to Phase 2. And I'm not quite sure what the purpose of that was, but it, to me, kind of highlights the lack of settlement agreements, the evident lack of agreements on Phase 1. And I would like to greatly encourage that overall sentiment of collaboration and cooperation and looking at the comprehensive picture of Phase 1 and Phase 2 and the Delta as a whole and outflows and how that will be important. But I still think that if we rely entirely on voluntary agreements, we won't get anywhere. We've seen the water agencies and irrigation districts represented here in the room have taken more and more water from our rivers over the years. Will any of them ever voluntarily come forward, any of you suits and gentlemen that control the water and the big money, will any of you ever actually come forward and say, no, we're not going to plant those additional 1,000 acres because there isn't enough water in the rivers? No, we're not going to take more, we're not going to project huge population growth and demand more water for our water agency for future development. No, I don't think we can rely on that. I think we have to ask you, water board members, today to stand up strong and draw a line in the sand and say, this is what the rivers need. If 50 to 70% of the water is not enough for you, what will be enough? Is it 78% of the water? Is it 80% of the water? We can't expect human nature to help those voluntary recognitions of what nature needs. I think we need your help to do your job in balancing the needs of the environment and human needs. And I impeach you, please, I beseech you to today take a strong stand and do your job and create a line in the sand within which all the agencies can then work together to figure out how they're going to make them work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, followed by Mr. O'Brien and company.
Good afternoon. It's very encouraging today to hear these tentative sort of voluntary agreements that were presented by the directors of the two state water agencies. I think sort of the first movement that I've heard in this process over following it for a couple of years. But I have some real significant concerns. When the parties that were involved in these negotiations were listed, there were no NGOs. So I'm worried that the environment has not been adequately represented in this. But let's hope that it has been. To make sure, you folks really need to, and I realize this is going to take a while, this was a huge dump that we all got today, but we really need to examine these closely and see that they, at a minimum, would meet the standards that has been proposed under the SED. And I think part of that is that what we heard, and this was very encouraging, was a number of actions in terms of habitat restoration and greater blocks of water that would be available to the river at certain times. But we also need outcomes. We need really measurable outcomes. And, you know, as in your proposal, where the percent of unimpaired flows that would be required can change depending on those biological outcomes, we need that same thing on these voluntary agreements. The last thing, it's very clear to me that these tentative agreements we heard today, these would not have happened without the threat of regulation. And furthermore, as you've pointed out, adopting the SED today will in no way impair the continued work on these negotiations. So I urge you today to don't delay again, to vote and to vote yes to adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, as you and your colleagues come up, I'm going to name the next 5 after you're all done. And as I've said, all your cards need to be into the clerk, but I'm not going to read it all out. Make sure you have them all. I appreciate the efficiency of your proposal here. And after you're done, we will have Roger Mammon from the California Striped Bass Association, James Cox, also from the association, Tim Strachane from Restore the Delta. If you want an extra 2 minutes from Mr. Mulcahy, you can have it. If you need 5. Okay. And then Barbara Berrigan-Perea from the Restore the Delta, and then Tama Brisbane, Executive Director with Our Words Incorporated. I'm going to want to hear about that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is David Guy, Northern California Water. We have the team here that is working on the Sacramento River Basin program that you heard about earlier from Directors Bonham and Nemeth. If I could just introduce some of the folks, we don't want to take much of your time, but we do just want to show the support for what Directors Bonham and Nemeth said earlier. On the Sacramento River, we have Thad Bettner, Louis Bear, Roger Cornwell, and the River Garden Farms team. On the Feather River, we have Bryce Lundberg, Ted Trimble, Sean Early. On the Yuba, Kurt Akins is traveling, but Brent Hasty is here today. And then on the American River, we have Jim Pfeiffer, Andy Fecco, and just a great team of folks that have been working very hard with not only Directors Nemeth and Bonham, but also with the state and federal contractors, the Bureau of Reclamation, just a real good team effort. So we're not going to add anything today that Directors Bonham and Nemeth already said. We support what they said. Obviously, we've been working very closely with them, but we did want to have Kevin O'Brien just provide some kind of more specific thoughts on kind of how we think there might be a way to move forward on this to help propel voluntary agreements forward in the Sacramento River Basin.
Appreciate that and look forward in the weeks and months ahead to hearing more of the detail.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Kevin O'Brien of Downey Brand. I'd like to focus on...
And then this can be set for 5 minutes. Right, we need all your cards. It's sort of a...
Okay.
I'm sorry, I could fill them out for you, but you should probably fill them out yourself, so. Sorry.
I'd like to focus in my remarks on what an appropriate action would be for the board to take today. I think that's the challenge you all have before you after hearing what I think was a very impressive presentation by Director Bonham and Director Nemeth. I've made the comment previously in this proceeding that the problem we have in this state with our fish populations is a complex problem that has a lot of causes. And it's been our consistent position that if we're going to solve that problem, we need to take a comprehensive and multifaceted approach. And we need to start now. I agree with many of the speakers who said we need to start taking action. The framework proposal that was submitted today and that's now posted on the website includes a specific proposal from the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Water Resources to have those two agencies participate jointly in the development of what's called in the document a comprehensive SED. And the document goes on to describe what a comprehensive SED is. It's a document, an environmental document that will supplement the Phase 1 SED and integrate information pertaining to the Phase 2 process. And that's the main point we'd like to make here in terms of process. A decision was made early on in this process to split the San Joaquin and the Sacramento. I think that was done largely for administrative reasons. But our consistent position has been that that's a problem under the law, that you can't segment two parts of the same watershed. And I think what we are suggesting, and indeed what Director Bonham and Director Namath are now suggesting, is that you now combine the two environmental processes into one comprehensive document. That's the only way that this board is going to be able to adequately analyze the various impacts associated with the proposed actions, not only the proposed plan, but now the various voluntary agreements that are part of your record and that are before you. So our ask is that you take action today to direct your staff, consistent with the recommendations of the two directors, to move forward promptly with the preparation of a comprehensive SED that would encompass both the Sacramento River watershed and the San Joaquin watershed. We don't believe you should take action today to adopt the plan. Frankly, you have a lot of new information and documents that were submitted to you today that I don't think the board members or the staff or the members of the public have had a chance to fully digest, although we've seen various versions of most of those documents. I think from a process standpoint, taking action today to adopt a plan, given the state of flux that this process is in, would be the wrong move. I think the better move would be to direct this comprehensive environmental document with specific timelines, and those are laid out in the framework proposal, and we will come back and we will have these voluntary agreements finalized for you in a short amount of time. I think that's the rational approach to this issue.
So just one, I mean, I could ask a million questions, but I don't have to ask them all today, and I won't, given the nature of, so the proposal in here, and from you, is that we have the other departments do an SED for our update of the water quality control plan, as opposed to helping work up an alternative that we could study in the water quality control plan?
No, and I probably wasn't precise enough on that. The framework proposal states that they would work as responsible agencies to assist with you.
Okay.
Yes.
That makes a little more sense.
Yes.
All right. Now I read it. Okay.
If I may, I know that we'll have a longer conversation about what we end up deciding to do as a board and how best to sort of step through this moment where, again, have to acknowledge there's been a tremendous amount of cooperation and tremendous amount of resources, both time and resources on the table when we talk about accomplishing the update of the water quality control plan. But I think we have to be sort of clear where we are in this moment, where this board has been asked to delay since August. And you talk about process and what best sort of allows us to move forward. And I would just posit and would ask you to be a bit creative in thinking that actually board action builds towards that continued momentum. I think we heard today that there's still details, still work that needs to be done in the context of the voluntary settlement agreements. So being able to cap off phase one, knowing that the Tuolumne, though is captured within our phase one decision today, we'll continue to talk. But don't see board action as perhaps this board rejecting that good work and cooperation, but, and we'll continue to talk, but how best we step through it. Because I think some folks in the room that have been negotiating have been incentivized or otherwise think that the negotiation was about this board not acting. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. So sorry to maybe said a little too much at this point because we could start getting into this pretty in depth in the moment. But just wanted to thank you though and make those thoughts.
Right. We'll have plenty of time to talk, I think, after.
Well, I have this out here. Since you brought that up, I will do what I can to be constrained here, but I think what I'm hearing is a very different approach than what we've heard in the past. What I'm hearing is that you all are embracing something and you're trying to help guide us so that this momentum continues. And I have in my own mind what may happen if we adopt today that could result in an unintended consequence and with respect to this momentum. And so rather than me speculating as to what that might be, could you comment on how the proposal or the proposed action that you're suggesting could, as in your words, propel further action, further momentum, as opposed to what may happen if we adopt the SCD today in that context of further, I mean, these voluntary agreements is just a framework at this point. So what may happen if we were to adopt today? How do you see that playing out?
Well, and I can't speak for every district and entity that's represented behind me, but I'll give you my personal opinion on that. This group of folks standing behind me and others has basically worked around the clock for the last month plus, including a lot of weekends. There's a lot of commitment to get this thing done. There are still a few items on the San Joaquin side, I think, that need to be resolved. But as far as the Sac Valley is concerned, this has momentum. This has commitment. And I am concerned that if the plan is adopted, we know that lawsuits will be filed. There's a risk, in my opinion, that will all be diverted into other processes. And that very elusive thing called momentum may be lost. I don't know that that'll happen. I'm not going to stand up here and threaten that it's going to happen, but I think it's a risk that everyone needs to be aware of. So I think this group is committed to continuing to try to be constructive in this process, but it's frankly challenging when your resources are diverted into other forms.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the rest of the room thanks you.
In school, we're always told not to gather in gangs, but that's a gang that I like.
Yeah,
so
that's not a bad gang.
That's not bad.
Before Mr. Memon speaks, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let somebody else go first who has to leave, and then it'll be you and your set of five. Noah Oppenheim from PCFFA.
Thank you, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Thank you for accommodating my schedule. Noah Oppenheim, Executive Director of the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, on behalf of 14 port and sector fisheries associations on the coast of California, the majority of salmon trawlers who are in a desperate need for your action today. I won't belabor the point. I and dozens of people, including colleagues in the room, have been making back of the napkin calculations on exactly what we heard this morning, and you'll hear more detail as the lunch break elucidates some of that. But from first reading, it appears that this is certainly a non-starter with respect to preserving and protecting public trust fisheries resources. Represents less than half of what your staff have determined is necessary to preserve and protect living marine resources, particularly fish. And is close to status quo in certain circumstances. The time is now to vote to adopt your July framework. I strongly encourage you to do so and really strongly applaud your staff your time dealing with this. You've amassed an extraordinary amount of expertise, and it's time to move forward, and it's time to set a high bar through regulatory action that will continue to keep this momentum and keep everyone at the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Malin, sorry, thank you for your patience, followed by Mr. Cox.
My pleasure. Chair Marcus, members of the board, my name is Roger Mammon. I'm the president of the West Delta chapter of the California Striped Bass Association. I'm secretary of Restore the Delta, and I'm also past president and a board member of the Lower Sherman Island Duck Hunters Association. Science is defined by the Collins English Dictionary, is a study of nature and behavior of natural things and the knowledge that we obtain about them. The California Striped Bass Association was formed in 1974 by concerned fishermen who observed the drastic change in the ecosystem, forage reduction, size and catch rates, and decrease in spawning activities in the Delta. This was 23 years after the Central Valley Project went into effect and just 6 years after the State Water Project went online. Since CSBA's founding 44 years ago, 44 years have elapsed and things have only gotten worse. In 1982, striped bass was a big concern for the Delta, even the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the striped bass decline in the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary that the SWRCB paid for. In 2008 and 2009, California did not allow any salmon fishing. That's terrible. Current DFW studies show our fish populations are at an all-time low, and trawl surveys show poor recruitment of those fisheries. Increased salinity destroys agricultural land. In March 17, 1991, the Contra Costa Times reported that the farmers of Sherman Island sued the state and won because of the salinity intrusion on their land, reducing the productivity of those soils. On July 26, 2018, 58 California groups sent a letter to you stating the best scientific evidence established by state and federal fish and wildlife agencies, independent researchers, our groups, and the board itself is clear and unambiguous. Between 50 and 60% of the San Joaquin Basin's natural winter-spring runoff must flow to the estuary in order to stabilize declining salmon and steelhead populations and support the recovery and doubling of these populations and to protect water quality in the South Delta. The State Water Resources Control Board still operates Delta outflow on a 20-year water quality control plan that was due to be revised way back in 1998. This outdated plan allows more than half the water needed for the Delta's ecological health to be diverted away largely for unsustainable industrial agriculture in the south of the San Joaquin Delta. It is past time to restore life-giving water to our estuary by allowing a minimum of 50% unimpaired flows to revive our Delta. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Cox, followed by Mr. Strachane.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm Captain James Cox. I am president of the board of directors for the California Striped Bass Association, and I'm also a retired charter boat captain. I want to point out to, I'm sure you realize this, but you're going to make a decision that's going to shape the future of water in California far past 15 years, far past 50 years. And this decision you make will affect not only the flows, but it will affect how much is allowed to be exported out of the Delta. This is a crucial decision. And as we've stated before, the California Striped Bass Association, as Roger also stated, supports much higher than a 40% flow rate. 40%, at 40%, you're still doing damage. You're still saying, well, we're not gonna fix this, we're just gonna slow down the rate of decline. And I don't feel that is the future of California fisheries. If it is, then we have no future. I would also like to point out that in the presentation given to you this morning, that in both directors referred to predation hotspots and non-native predators. Let's get reality here. They're referring to striped bass. Yet we take a simple, what I call the lazy way out, and try to blame one fish for the decline in another. And that says, we had nothing to do with this. It's these fish that are doing this. We've had everything to do with this. Department of Water Resources 5 years ago held a predation workshop. They got experts on deltas from all over the country, 5 different experts. They presented all different studies that had never been peer reviewed to show how horrible striped bass were on salmon. Yet the conclusion of these experts were they hadn't shown anything. They had not shown that striped bass had any effect on salmon reproduction or salmon, total numbers. The simple fact of the matter is water affects both species. And if you don't have the flow, neither species will prosper. And when you try to blame one on the other, you're just saying, I have nothing to do with this, but you have everything to do with this. The people of California need a good decision made here, and it will affect us for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Stroshane, followed by Ms. Berrigan-Perea.
Good day, Chair Marcus and board members. I am Tim Stroshane, policy analyst with Restore the Delta. We advocate for a delta that is fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and farmable for all, including environmental justice communities. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. As you're certainly aware, a grand bargain is in the works. As my colleague Gary Mulcahy of the Winnemem Wintu tribe and I agree, the questions about the emerging voluntary settlement agreements in this grand bargain include grand for whom? Who commits to what? When will the public be included? What is the reciprocity involved, and who compensates who in these voluntary settlement agreements? Are these negotiations taking us down the road to paying for the public trust that ever recedes? On one hand, your plan would boost river health so that people, fish, and communities can thrive into an otherwise uncertain future fraught with a changing climate. On another hand is proposed legislation in Congress that could undo the board's 9 years' work to boost flows into and through the Delta and preempt the civil liberties of Californians seeking accountability of the State Water Project and the Federal Central Valley Project for their treatment of California's rivers and Delta estuary. Please take your time to determine whether the bargain in this voluntary settlement agreement presentation today is grand or not. In the meantime, I urge you to approve today your own plan. You have developed your plan in good faith with all segments of the public. The parties to the VSAs, however, have meanwhile negotiated its terms, or their terms, out of the public eye. What they have created needs scrutiny from you, the board, your staff, and the rest of the public to determine whether the VSAs are acceptable or not. We are concerned that the VSAs will provide pitiful restoration of both flow and habitat. Please ensure they are compliant with the plan in the days and months to come. If you eventually decide the VSAs should be allowed to work, then you can always amend the plan you adopt with the public's input.
Please vote yes for the rivers first today, and take time to evaluate the VSA very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, Ms. Berrigan-Perea, followed by Tama Brisbane. And then I think I will do 5 more. So let me tell you who you are, and then we'll take a short lunch break. I just don't want to push my luck here on people's blood sugar. Anthony Robinson Jr. from Fathers and Families of San Joaquin. Stephen Green from Save the American River Association. Tanya Soleil. Peter Dreckmeyer from the Tuolumne River Trust. And Geraldine Moran from the Unitarian Universalist Church of Palo Alto. And then we'll take a short lunch break.
Chair Marcus and board members, Barbara Berrigan-Perea from Restore the Delta. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment. I'm going to build on Tim Stroshane's comments. Right now, some of our very smart colleagues are going through the agreements online. And what they're finding is that the VSAs brought in today actually allow for substantially less water than what is in the current plan before you, the SED. And there are no delta pumping restrictions in the VSAs that have been put up today. That's very problematic. Metropolitan Water District's Jeff Keitlinger told members of Metropolitan's Water Planning and Stewardship Committee this past Monday that passage of the WIN Act would provide water exporters with the certainty for water deliveries that they would need for the VSAs to work. In other words, the voluntary settlement agreements will only work if water exporters get to set the standards for what is delivered to themselves via lame duck congressional intervention and further intervention from the Trump administration. When you take that into account, and that the voluntary settlement agreements do not include representatives from the fishing groups, from Northern California tribes, the Delta Environmental Justice Community, Delta residents, Delta government officials, or irrigation districts from within the Delta that represent the water rights holders and landowners, it becomes even more problematic. We're the people that are going to have to live with the decisions that everybody else is making for us. You're going to hear from Stockton residents in a few minutes, people who are living with degraded water quality in the San Joaquin River watershed presently. While we agree with South Delta Water Agency that the salinity standard should be left as it is, and while we have urged for years now for at least 50% flow, we would prefer for you to pass the SED before you today for phase 1, because it is our hope that maybe things could get made better through adaptive management. What we really fear at the moment is that there are too many self-interests throughout the state that are going to undercut what maybe is the beginning of something made better for the Delta. We need you to have courage, heart, and a backbone. We need you to work with facts and to not allow standards proposed in this plan to be weakened from VSAs that are ultimately going to be tied to passage of a WIN Act, whether that happens in December or if it happens later on. The mighty Bay Delta estuary is a gem, it is a treasure, and it is worth saving. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brisbane.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Tama Brisbane. I'm the Poet Laureate for the City of Stockton. I'm the Executive Director of With Our Words, a nonprofit working with youth who are part of the Stockton environmental justice community. For over 15 years, With Our Words has traveled the nation sharing eco-poetry written by our students, often about the environmental degradation that we live with in the Central Valley. They're a different group. Less suits and ties, more t-shirts and tenacity. Writing about what it means to be Black and brown youth on this little blue planet, holding space inside a green movement largely dominated by white voices. It tends to be a story of disconnect. A topic we touch on time and again in our performances is water quality, from our drinking water taps and in the Delta itself. Sadly, while being from the Delta, our young people are increasingly becoming removed from what it means to live in the Delta. Again, a story of disconnect. They're not connected to the San Joaquin River because they can't imagine swimming in the San Joaquin River. They're unlikely to observe blue or white herons in their natural habitats. What they do observe, in the warmer months, large algal blooms forming in the waterways near downtown, algal blooms that smell, that visually look like something from a horror movie. It's an ugly, regular lesson in environmental impact. So much must be done to improve water quality. But one positive, specific lesson our young people are learning is that increased flows with cooler water for fish would do much to improve water for recreation and to protect drinking water taken from the Delta Water Supply Intake Project. Members of the collective are taking finals this week, so I'm here today to urge you, vote today and vote yes. Adopt phase 1 of the water quality plan update for the Bay Delta Estuary that you and your staff have worked on. While it doesn't give us everything we may have asked for, don't allow it to be weakened by any backroom deals or by congressional approval of the WIN Act. Some things are simple. Protect the environmental future of our youth and restore their waterways. They are great and necessary human artistic inspiration, and there's an entire generation of young people waiting for you to connect them to their next great waterworks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there, I'm assuming on your website, there'll be examples of the poetry and all?
I'll give you my card and I'll email you.
Please. Great, great. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, there you are.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good
Followed
afternoon,
by Mr. Green.
Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Anthony Robinson, Jr. I am here today on behalf of Fathers and Family of San Joaquin. I work on environmental justice and restorative justice programming for our organization. Today, I'm sharing with you 2 photos of what algal blooms look like in our waterways. Without adequate fresh river flows from the San Joaquin River into the Delta, we will see more and more of this in our channels. Our friends at Restorative Delta learned from Dr. Peggy Lehman's research that there are many days in 2014 that the toxic algal bloom levels in Stockton created enough bacteria that the waterway was dangerous for preschoolers to make contact with the water. But the public wasn't made aware of this danger until roughly a year later. Without adequate flows, there will be more and more potential for human contact with waterways loaded with bacteria. Besides the dangerous health impacts to people and wildlife and drinking water supplies from toxic algal blooms, I'd like to talk for a moment about what the appearance of degraded waterways says to our community. It says that the government does not care about them. It says that we are less than equal. It says that rivers with beautiful flows are protected only for people in affluent communities. It says that poor people don't need recreational opportunities. It says that people who live in urban areas don't need to connect with the natural world. And when people live in a world that is degraded around them, they internalize what they see and begin to see themselves as equally degraded. Stockton residents and environmental justice communities need to connect with flowing, healthy rivers. So please vote yes for phase 1 of water quality plan updates. A lot of times in disadvantaged communities, the same people that I'm here representing, not speaking on behalf, because speaking on behalf of another person to me is oppression, but here representing, they don't always have access to these spaces. We don't see them in the room. So it's incumbent that we can imagine the people who are not here, just as equally as we imagine the interests of the people that are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Green, do we miss you? Okay, got you. Mr. Green, followed by Ms. Soleil.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Green. I am president of Save the American River Association, and our association is a member of the Sacramento Water Forum. Over 25 years, the forum has spent $15 million on computer models and fishery studies in order to develop a comprehensive flow standard for the Lower American River. This flow standard is probably the most comprehensive and sophisticated modeling of any river in California, and some suggest even the nation. The forum's 2006 flow standard was included in the National Marine Fisheries Service 2008 biological opinion. The forum then updated the flow standard in 2017. We have seen the language on river flows for the American River in the term sheet. This language is vague and imprecise. We are told, however, that there will be an appendix that will make this vague language clear, that the American River will be operated under the 2017 Water Forum Flow Standard. And Director Bonham seemed to indicate that that would be the case. Therefore, we would greatly appreciate your seeing to it that the 2017 flow standard is included in that appendix. Final comment, in order for these voluntary settlements to work, the Water Board will need to engage in very aggressive oversight. Without that, these settlements will not work. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Ms. Soleil, followed by Mr. Dreckmeyer.
Hello, I am Tanya Soleil, a Redwood City resident and Bosca customer. I am here to urge the board to vote today to approve the Bay Delta Plan. While the presentation we just heard from Fish and Wildlife and the Water Department had some voluntary ideas and solutions on the basis of water supply, what we didn't hear was a similarly detailed discussion of the demand side. In particular, as I mentioned during the August meeting, prioritizing water for agriculture may not necessarily be the best use. California is effectively subsidizing pricing and availability of ag water is resulting in too much low commodity priced food that encourages Americans to overbuy food, resulting in the fact that 25% of food purchased is wasted before it is ever eaten. Second, eating too much food because food is overproduced and so the commodity price is so low that people eat too much, get fat, and get sick, leading to high healthcare costs means the water to produce that food is not only wasted, but for the overall economy, extremely expensive in the long run. Thirdly, producing food that disproportionately needs a large amount of water like almonds when water is limited and instead should be reserved for less water-intensive food production is also ecologically imprudent. And finally, the social political implications of food produced in a state of artificially low water prices for export and consumption in an area or country with much higher water costs is ethically questionable. Having missed the November meeting due to a trip that included China and the World Health Organization in Geneva, I know that proper strategic planning for the environment, including water, is of critical importance and needs to be prioritized for the maintenance of our quality of life. as remediation is not only very expensive, but also difficult and takes an extremely long time to do. While the world no longer looks to the United States for leadership in these areas, California can and should become that leader. As a grandmother looking to preserve a viable future for my granddaughter, I say there is no reason to further delay a vote, as it will not improve anything I just mentioned. Instead, it will just make the problems worse by decreasing biodiversity. You here at the California State Water Board need to be leaders and not only vote to approve this plan today, but to begin to deal with the underlying structural and pricing issues instead of in any way thinking that the status quo or voluntary short-term goals could be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dreckmeyer, followed by Ms. Moran.
Good afternoon. Peter Dreckmeyer with the Tuolumne River Trust. There's a story I'm sure many people are familiar with called The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. And it chronicles the relationship between an apple tree and a boy. The boy plays in the tree and eats its apples as a child, and the tree's very happy. The boy sells the apples when he's a teen to make a little bit of money, and the tree's very happy. He harvests the branches to build a house as a young man, and he cuts down the trunk in middle age to create a canoe. And the tree's always happy to be there for him. And finally, as an old man, he uses the stump of the tree to sit and think. And this story is very divisive. Some people see it as representing unconditional love, that this tree gives everything to this boy, whereas others see it as exploitation of nature. In other words, is it about a giving tree or a taking person? And I think we need to ask that about our rivers. Are they giving rivers? Certainly they are. Are we taking people? Yes, we are. We've over-diverted from our rivers on the Tuolumne. It's 21% that reaches the San Joaquin in the months we're looking at. Agriculture expands as water is available. Communities in the Bay Area are looking to need more water to expand development there. And it's really vital that we take action today, and I appreciate everything that you and your staff have done. I was impressed by the work that's gone into the settlement talks. I appreciate the work that Fish and Wildlife and Water Resources has put into it. And I think that these predominantly non-flow measures are certainly part of the solution, but they're not a substitute to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And as you know, within the plan, we're trying to incentivize these non-flow measures that we've identified quite a few of, and flows could go down to 30%. That's half of the 60% that the flow criteria study determined would be necessary to fully protect fish and wildlife. So I do encourage you to not delay any further and to vote. The Tuolumne was held up as kind of the signature settlement, and I didn't see much different than what the SFPUC proposed in its comments on the draft SED, or that the irrigation districts proposed through its final license application on FERC. Slight increase in flows, but if this was the highlight of these settlement talks, they haven't come very far, I guarantee you that. It's also a little hard to hear praise sung for these water agencies that had been lobbying Department of Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke to put pressure on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to rescind its flow recommendations in the FERC process, which it did in October. Thank you very much for your time. Tuolumne to all of you.
I can't believe I have never heard that. Where have I been? Ms. Moran.
Good afternoon. My name is Geraldine Moran, and I'm here before you today in support of a strong Bay Delta Water Plan, Phase 1, and I'm hoping that you'll vote today. I'm representing the Unitarian Universalist Church of Palo Alto, as well as myself as a resident of this amazing part of California. I grew up with family trips to the Tuolumne River for hiking and fishing and camping. And as an adult and with training in wildlife biology, I join many others today in recognizing the impending crisis we are witnessing in terms of the Bay Delta's ecosystem and its health. especially in the dark shadow of climate change and exploding human overpopulation. Current water conservation so far among residents and businesses in the area, as well as efficiency and technology, they're all continuing to improve. So this applies to both cities and agriculture. So if you add to this an increase in the price of water potentially and take away the subsidies, because water is a resource that's owned by all of us in California, put a price on the water that really matches its true value. So I really applaud efforts to improve habitat within this endangered ecosystem. I really do. But at the same time, it's clear that nature has to have enough fresh water to flow to do the repairs successfully. There's just no way around it. A strong vote for today for, at a minimum, option 3 in front of you. I prefer option 4. Is the right thing to do, and future generations are going to look back on you with appreciation if you go that route. So in closing, I feel this is a moral issue just as much as it's an economic or a human health issue. Now, the Unitarian Universalists' 7th principle states, quote, "We humans must respect the interdependent web of all existence of which we are a part." So we don't own this delta to consume it like the giving tree. We're a part of a complex system, and we need to respect that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Very thoughtful. So we'll now take a half-hour break and come back at 2:25. Hello, welcome back. Sorry to be starting late. Again, I'm going to start in groups of 5, and you each have 3 minutes because we actually still have quite a few people to hear from today. It's all very helpful, actually. And I'm taking the folks who have to leave early first. I think I may have missed a couple because of the delay. Patrick Capelli from the Tuolumne River Trust. Patrick, are you still here? Oh, good. Sorry. Followed by John McManus from Golden Gate Salmon. Followed by Jennifer Pierre from the State Water Contractors. Followed by Gloria Purcell from the Tuolumne River Trust and 350.org and other institutions. Followed by Jesse Rader from Salmon Aid. Thank you. Sorry about the timing.
Great. Thank you, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Thanks so much. You know, I was furiously taking notes during the director's presentation and had a lot of things popping into my mind that I maybe want to comment on. But then I sort of realized that the proposal isn't fully developed and my own comments would be premature on that proposal. But I did want to just remark, you know, Director Bonham remarked that the proposal was based on the district's recommended conditions in the FERC process. And so conservation groups also have some recommended conditions. Mm-hmm. I think you may hear a little bit later about our flow recommendations. But I wanted to highlight some of our non-flow measures and just kind of compare what is in the districts. Starting with floodplain habitat, and this is one that Director Bonham specifically called out, where actually this one wasn't in the FERC, their FERC proposal, but apparently it's now in this new proposal. They're talking about 80 acres of floodplain habitat. Conservation groups are looking at 810 acres of 100% suitable habitat. So what that means in reality, once you actually do something on the ground, it's probably closer to 2,500 acres or so of floodplain habitat. They The district's proposal to FERC had 57,650 cubic yards of gravel that they're recommending. And their own studies, McBain and Trush and another study that they produced, demonstrated that the reservoirs hold back about 20,000 cubic yards per year. So the 57,000 is just over 2.5 years of gravel. The conservation groups are recommending closer to the 20,000 cubic yards per year of coarse gravel. And we also want the fine stuff in there because we'd like to fill in the predator habitat. So once you do all of that, it's closer to 200,000 cubic yards of total sediment. Boulders. The district's proposal recommends 42 to 50 boulders to create habitat complexity. It recommends some boulders in a section of river, an 8-mile section of river. I don't know the total number, but the conservation groups are recommending 1,600 pieces of large woody material, logs and root wads and whatnot, along the entire length of the river. One last one, predator weir. They want to put in a predator weir. We'd like to reduce predator habitat, fill in the old holes, mining holes. So different approach, different scale. I don't think anything you heard today should stop you from voting. Please proceed. These conversations can continue. Thanks much.
Thank you very much. And thanks for all the restoration work you're engaged in on the ground. John McManus, followed by Jennifer Pierre. Hello.
Hi, I'm John McManus. I'm the president of the Golden Gate Salmon Association. We represent both sport and commercial salmon fishermen and related industries. We have about 3,500 members. I want to welcome new member Sean McGuire. Wondering how you're liking things so far. I'll ask you that offline. Above and beyond all else, as you go forward, both on phase 1 and hopefully on phase 2, I would just like to make the point that we desperately need spring flow to get juvenile salmon down these rivers and out to the ocean. If there was one wish I could get for Christmas above everything else, it'd be spring pulse flow. So as you go forward, if you just bear that in mind from the salmon perspective. And number 2, I'd put right behind it cold water storage. I saw the editorial in the Modesto Bee earlier this week saying no cold water storage. We're going to need it, especially with climate change coming up. This is what's going to save our bacon, I think, is having cold water storage so we have some cold water down at the bottom of those dams. I want to encourage you to adopt phase 1 today in all respect to our friends from the Sac Valley, and I heard them. But I also heard Chuck Bonham and Carla, and they bring in an agreement on the Tuolumne, but not on the Stanislaus, not on the Merced. I think the absence of those 2 other drainages alone speak very loudly for the need to adopt phase 1 today. We'd encourage you to carry on with your phase 2 planning that you currently have going. And one thing I'd like to note, and this goes to what some of our friends on the Sac Valley side said. If I recall correctly, in phase 2 planning, you'd envisioned incorporating the protections that are in the salmon biop of 2009. And that's going to be increasingly important going forward. We can see that right now with efforts of the Trump administration to greatly weaken those salmon protections. Right today, it's the WIN Act. Who knows what it'll be tomorrow? But we need those salmon protections rolled in there. I did hear Carla Nemeth talk about the need to get phase 1 water, at least I think it was Carla, at least as far as Chips Island, and we agree. It's imperative that these new flows have to get through the Delta and out to the ocean, or we might as well not do them. So we sympathize with those in both the San Joaquin and the Sac Valley who are concerned about what ultimately happens to these flows. We heard lots of exciting talk about discussions underway in the Sac Valley. We look forward to looking at the details. Really look forward to seeing what your staff has to say as you get an opportunity to go through it. Your staff has done a great job. I don't care what anybody says, and I've argued this repeatedly in front of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission and others. You guys have done great. I can actually leave there, and Thank you for taking the time.
No, thank you for coming. Ms. Pierre, followed by Ms. Purcell, followed by Ms. Rader.
Hi, Jennifer Pierre with the State Water Contractors, which are I'm representing 27 public water agencies who are all very supportive of what was presented this morning by Directors Bonham and Namath. In particular, I wanted to point out a comment that no others have made, and I'm in support of what you've already heard from many of our water user partners. But what the proposed settlement is beginning to shape up and frame is really a process that changes how we conduct ourselves. So much of what we are arguing about here today is based on the fact that we don't have trust in our collective science, our collective knowledge, and in each other. And what we're trying to do is create a platform in order to begin to use science in a way that really informs decision-making, allows a flexibility to learn over time and make those adjustments, and is putting resources on the table in order to implement that. I wanted to respond, though, to Mr. McManus's comment about spring flow. That is the focus of the proposed settlement in front of you. It's a substantial increase in spring flow, as well as additional blocks of water that can be moved around, testing hypotheses, and addressing other ecological needs. So we're in strong support of what was presented today, and we look forward to continuing to develop it with you.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work on it. Ms. Purcell?
Gloria
Oh, there you are. I
Purcell
keep forgetting that we have two. Sorry.
Oh,
Please go ahead.
From Belmont, longtime environmental activist and member of half the environmental groups here and elsewhere. And I would like to speak, first of all, to say thank you very much for your hard work. I know this is just an enormous thing to be encompassing, and your staff working hard too. And I'd like to say how impressed I was with what the Department of Fish and Wildlife and Ms. Carla, can't remember the last name, sorry, I'm 77, my brain is just leaking out, and say how impressed I was with their work, but not only are there not details, but of course also there are a lot of holes in what they're saying. And one of the biggest holes to me that's noticeable, even though I have not read their document, is that the environmental groups walked off because they were very unhappy with what was happening at those negotiations. And so I'd just like to echo the words of Mr. Robinson, who said that we should imagine the people who are not here, the people who can't come and speak. And I'm imagining all the environmental organizations. There are over 300 environmental organizations just in the Bay Area. And I know that they all care about this issue. And I know that they have a lot of expertise to offer as well. And besides the people who are not here, I'd just like to shout out a word for the salmon who are not here, the deer, the birds, whatever, all the wildlife and the plants for that matter that are not here. We are people and we speak for the people, and particularly the water organizations like the SFPUC are focused on people as customers, people as their constituents, if you will, that they are attuned to and responsible for. But we do not exist in a vacuum, none of us do. And all the civilizations that have died before us because they paid no attention to the needs of the earth around them are an example that we really, really need to be paying attention to. We're in the middle of the 6th extinction. And so many species have already gone, and mostly because of us, that we need to speak for the salmon. Each of us need to speak for the animals that are not here, that absolutely depend. The science says 60%. If somebody told you that you needed so much water to live, and then they offered you half of that, how good would that be as a compromise? You'd be dead. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rader, if you don't mind, I'm going to do the next 5 just so they can prepare.
Okay.
Cindy Charles from Golden West Women Fly Fishers, Darcy Luce from Friends of the San Francisco Estuary, Andy Dowdria from Northern California Guides and Sportsmen's Association and Delta Anglers Coalition, Glenn Chaderas from 400 Small Businesses, and then Chris Schutz from Sea Spa.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Marcus and members of board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jessie Rader. I'm a native Californian. I grew up on the banks of the Feather River. I've swum every summer of my life in the Yuba River, and now I live in San Francisco and drink the Tuolumne River every day. For many years, I worked as a river advocate with the Tuolumne River Trust, and I've also served as the president of Salmonade, the president of the board. Salmonade is a coalition of environmental groups, commercial fishermen, native tribes, and sustainable food advocates. I became obsessed with delta flows a decade ago in 2008 when the salmon fishery collapsed dramatically. I watched the fishermen that I worked with at Salmonade that year do the right thing and voluntarily close their season at great personal cost to themselves to protect the fish. While we argue for a decade now about harm to agribusiness, those fishermen are still struggling immensely due to inaction on the part of the board to protect that public benefit. In 2002, just before I had a baby and left my job at the Tuolumne River Trust, I organized an event called Paddle to the Sea. This was an event where hundreds of people from the Tuolumne River watershed went on a boating trip, participated in some piece of a trip from Yosemite National Park to San Francisco Bay. And along the way, they educated people about in-stream flows and collected and wrote hundreds of letters, personal handwritten letters from people in Sonora, Modesto, the San Francisco Bay Area, largely from Modesto. And I had the privilege of delivering those letters in binders full of them to you, to the members of the board. Although it was so long ago that only 2 of you are still here. So 3 of you didn't get that, which is why I mention it today. That baby that I had, where I had to leave my job and stay home with my baby, today she's 6, and I dropped her off at kindergarten this morning before driving here today. I encourage you not to delay any further. My daughter's now growing up in a California that grows and exports 90% of the world's almonds, but where sustainable local caught salmon is all but unavailable. This situation reminds me of climate change, another situation where we know what has to be done, we've known for decades even, and it's just a matter of mustering the political will to actually go ahead and do it already. On climate change, our society has dragged our feet so long that scientists now give us a little more than a decade to take the monumental action, the dramatic and decisive action that we're going to need. Well, I'm not sure the fish in California have even another decade. Because of climate change, we know everything is going to change, whether we like it or not. I know it's a monumental effort to change water in California, a monumental effort to change the way we do agriculture in this state. But that's going to happen, and we can either plan for it, and we can prepare, and we can learn to live within our means, and we can tighten our belts now, or we can be the generation that sits and watches it go by, and watches our resources and our rivers be destroyed so that a couple people can be a little bit richer for a little bit longer. Or is this going to be the board that takes action now, that starts doing the work of that monumental effort that it's going to take to fix this? And I encourage you to do so, not to delay. Please vote yes for rivers. And I'd say option 4.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Charles?
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Charles, Conservation Chair for the Golden West Women Fly Fishers and board member of the Tuolumne River Trust. I'm here as someone who has worked upon Tuolumne River restoration and its fisheries for over 20 years. I strongly urge the board to proceed with a vote to adopt the amendments to the Bay Delta Plan today. The board's credibility is at stake on several levels and for the following reasons. First, the board started this update 9 years ago, and I have been advocating for increased flows in the Tuolumne River for all of those 9 years. Second, the board cannot delay adopting the San Joaquin flow objectives after a promise in November that 1 more month was the last delay. Third, the board cannot allow politics to replace the board's scientific analysis. Next, the board cannot accept secret negotiations and selectively revealed parts of a secret deal to replace the board's public process. The secret deal making must end. Lastly, the proposed VSA, as of today, has zero support from the NGOs. Zero as of today. That can change, but I urge you to proceed with a vote today. I greatly appreciate all the work you and your staff have done on carefully updating the plan. No more delays. Let's get going on making the changes and moving forward to a new chapter that has true hope of success. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Luce, followed by Andy. You'll have to tell me how to pronounce it. Doudria or Dowdria, and probably both are wrong.
Hello.
Hello.
My name again is Darcy Luce. I'm with Friends of the San Francisco Estuary. And Chair Marcus, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and welcome new board member McGuire. The proposed voluntary settlement agreement package introduced earlier begs a lot of questions, particularly in terms of governance, in terms of connection to ecological outcomes, and in terms of assurances for delta outflows. I'm hearing a lot of praise for this collaborative, 11th hour collaborative proposal, and it certainly should be praised. But let's put a big caveat on that term collaborative, because it hardly looks like a broad-based group of stakeholders on board for that. As you might know, Friends of the San Francisco Estuary considers the SED to fall short of the flow improvements needed for the San Joaquin system. However, given the extraordinary delays and the attacks on our natural resources and our water quality at the national level, continued inaction would be unconscionable. Please vote today and vote yes for rivers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, board, good afternoon. My name is Andy Doudna. I'm here to represent the Delta Anglers Coalition. We represent over 1,000 members, including licensed guides, sportsmen, and women who are passionate about recreational fishing in California. We are here today to ask for a definitive action to move forward on a plan resulting in increased flows and habitat investment, to bring balance back to the river's ecosystems, and to support the ongoing process of restoring the Central Valley fisheries. The guide industry is dependent on a healthy and robust fishery. The salmon runs are at a historic low, if not near low. The industry has been reduction in recreational fishing bag limits and closure of the rivers of 50% over this year. The Department of Fish and Game is suffering from a structural budget deficit, in part which is selling less than 1.2 million fewer annual fishing licenses than in 1985. After all, we need to buy fishing licenses when we don't have fish, or do we? And who needs to hire a guide when there's no interest in fishing? Because we have no fish. Those who are opposed to this action claim it will impact jobs and cause economic harm. I'm here to represent to you that there is already people of the state and agencies suffering from economy tragic downfalls. And as of this result from the status quo. Finally, we also wish to remind you that the water is not water is not water. Increased flows must be coordinated with natural ecosystem lifestyles, including pulse flows and fish immigration, protection of the year of the natural spawning reds, the water quality at specific times of the year. Yes, those actions may conflict with seasonal integration and other diversion uses, but these are hard decisions that have to be made, and it's long past time to make these actions and decisions and these measures. Today is your opportunity to do the right thing. Please vote to take action to protect the natural heritage, our fishery, and our industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chajeras? Okay, sorry I missed that. Mr. Schutz, do you mind if I do the next five after you? All right. Teresa Hardy from Sierra Club, Michael Carlin from the SFPUC, Art Godwin from the Turlock Irrigation District, Bill Paris from the Modesto Irrigation District. And then one more, Gary Bobker from the Bay Institute. Mr. Schutz, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Chris Schutz for the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I'd like to talk about some general procedural things and a little bit about the Tuolumne proposal that was compared to the conservation group's proposal that I was in large part the author of. And so I'd like to point out a few things about that. Today, I'm going to use some baseball analogies. The first one is keep your eye on the ball. What you're here to do is to adopt or not adopt the SED and the objectives for the San Joaquin and South Delta Salinity portions of the Bay Delta Plan. We're not here to decide whether or not a comprehensive settlement for the entire Central Valley should get done or not done. That's not what we're here to do today. So first of all, you need to focus on what's before you, and I urge you to adopt the SED and the plan, despite all the shortcomings that I've outlined to you before. Second, I'd like to sort of say that you are the backstop, and if the backstop goes away, then the whole game changes considerably. In response to Mr. O'Brien's recommendation about somehow delaying and then rolling this portion of an SED into something bigger, that sounds to me like they're actually trying to substitute for your project a completely different project, namely the voluntary settlements. And that's not appropriate. The project before you is the project that you've been working on for the last 9 years. If there's an alternative that gets presented in a future document that is the voluntary settlements or some portions of those, that's fine and well, but don't let them substitute. The third analogy is you go to extra innings when the score is close or when it's tied. And so in regard to the proposal for the Tuolumne, which is the actual proposal that would affect your adoption today, I'd like to point out a few things. And if, while I'm talking, we could once again put up the chart from page 9 of the response to oral comments from October 24th. I think it would be help to illustrate how far the proposal that was presented to you this morning still has to go, and why I don't believe that it's actually within the 30 to 50% that you all have proposed, and that you're not in the framework. And so, although the details are unclear, and I did get some additional clarification from Mr. Carlin today, it doesn't even look like you're within the framework, and I don't think that this proposal, therefore, is adequate to justify further delay. There can be additional discussions. Many of the elements that they recommended were actually elements that I and my colleagues recommended, such as groundwater banking. They're not baked. They're not ready for prime time. You need to move forward now. And there will be litigation. We all know that. That doesn't mean that we have to stop talking. All of these folks are fully capable of doing more than one thing at a time, certainly with resources far greater than those that many of the conservation groups had. So in closing, please move to adopt today.
Got it. Is this the chart you just wanted to flash up? I let you go longer because they were taking
That's the one. Yes, it's not up on the board there. And if you look, there, as I understand it, there would be an augmentation from the orange bars, but you'd still be far short of the blue bars, which are where your proposal is. The augmentation could be as much as 100,000 acre feet, so you go up one line in the, on the charts and the bars, but you're still far, far short of where you all are proposing to be, and I do not believe you're going to be within the 30 to 50%. This was all presented to us. I mean, we saw this for the first time today. We haven't had an opportunity to do analysis, or for any of the stuff from the North State either. There's a tremendous number of questions. I doubt it that there's any new water, but we'll have to look at it to see. Thank you very much for the extra time.
Thanks. Ms. Hardy, followed by Mr. Carlin.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Hardy, and I'm here from the Sierra Club Bay Chapter Water Committee. I attended the last hearing, and at that hearing, we were really ever hopeful that you would vote, and then we had the delay. And now there are many of us here again asking for the same thing. Many great towns and cities are built on the riverside since fresh water is one of the basic human necessities. So it's little surprise that poets have often written about the life-giving properties of rivers and streams. And Native Americans, with their beliefs and actions, have strong spiritual connections to rivers. There's a woman, an author, and her name is June Greeley, and she writes of the Native Americans in an article about rivers as the life of the community. Water was rightfully accepted as both a source of life and an essential component of all creation, an element without which all organic life cannot safely and spiritually survive. And the Native Americans also felt that water exists as an autonomous and primeval element to be encountered with humility, respect, joy, and caution. I recently heard a news commentator talk about decisions around the environment and how decisions now require mind and heart. And so I'm going to share with you a couple of poems, one by Alfred Lloyd Tennyson, a poet laureate from Britain, and he lived during the 1800s, and he wrote a poem called The Brook, and I'm just going to share a short excerpt. And he said, "And out again," he's talking about the brook, "and out again I curve and flow to join the brimming river, for men may come and men may go, but I go on forever." And in Tennyson's time, he seemed to see rivers as remaining strong and vibrant. But our poets today, as we had a poet laureate come and share, which we didn't actually get to hear the poems of our youth, but to share where they're coming from. And modern poets are coming from a reflection of fragileness of our rivers. Now I'm going to read to you a poem that I think really explains this. And this is The River by Judith Curtula. "It matters that despite the foolishness of some men's ways, your waters still abound with fish and waterfowl. And it matters too that your shores are filled with life of birds and trees and small animals that run abound. As I sit and watch all that the river has to give, I am so thankful that the river has the healthy ability to overcome the foolishness of some men's ways." And to bring us to the spirituality and the spirit of the river, Laura Gilpin wrote, "A river seems a magic thing." Can I just go on one?
Go ahead and wrap up.
Okay. There were a couple more poems, but I really want to reiterate this. Barbara spoke about heart and courage. Anthony came to speak about the impact on future generations, and especially our youth of color. Peter spoke about human exploitation in the book, The Giving. Heinrich supported the collaboration with environmental groups at the table after a yes vote today. And Sonia said, we have to draw the line. We have heard from a lot of people coming from heart. Not only is this mind, not only is this the facts, but in today's environment, we cannot live from fear. We cannot live from intimidation. You need to stand up, you the board, because you are independent of all of that, and you need to come from courage. A yes today.
Thank you. Mr. Carlin, followed by Mr. Godwin, followed by Mr. Paris.
Chairman Marcus, board members. I'm Michael Carlin with the City and County of San Francisco's Public Utilities Commission. I want to congratulate you and your staff for the good work that you've done in bringing us here today for this decision. I also want to thank Director Bonham and Nemeth for their presentation today. As you can imagine, I have been diligently working on those voluntary settlements, not just on the Tuolumne, but all tributaries that are actually party to it. I think that we have a unique opportunity here. We believe in the settlement process that it provides us with more flexibility, more tools to address the issues that are facing you. Specifically, the fishery and the fishery and wildlife habitat that you're trying to restore. We have actively participated in those voluntary settlements because we thought it was in our best interest to put forward to you the best plan possible. We would like our settlement agreement on the Tuolumne River to be considered as part of the package that was presented by Director Bonham and Director Nemeth. I think it's appropriate that we look at it as a package because then you get the totality of what it looks like across the Bay Delta system. Now, I know there are some river systems that are not part of the voluntary settlement agreements right now or don't have an outline for agreement, but we can continue to work on those and perhaps bring those to fruition as well. So I guess my ask is we would like you to consider whatever decision you make today, the voluntary settlement agreement on the Tuolumne is somehow included into what you would call phase 2, what we're calling a comprehensive phase 1 and 2, as you kind of evaluate that voluntary settlement as a package, not as a standalone. So that's our request, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Great.
That's it.
We may have, I know you're not going anywhere, so we may have them later.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'd like to first recognize the efforts of Director Bonham and his staff. I think they did a tremendous effort trying to put all these voluntary agreements together. And just to let you know, this wasn't something that was cobbled together in the last 30 days. These projects and this whole approach has been looked at for the last 5 years or more on different tributaries. So it's not just something that just came together real quick and said, let's do this. You have a tough decision before you. I think Water Resources and Fish and Wildlife have laid out a path for you. It's a comprehensive package that includes flow, habitat, funding, and cooperation and collaboration. Your plan includes a lot of flow and nothing else. You have in your plan the hope that everyone will get together and implement it. You really have no hope of success. We have a lot of faith in the science that we developed on the Tuolumne River. We have a lot of faith in the Tuolumne River Management Plan that we put together. And we're so confident in that plan that we're willing to do an early implementation if you go along with our recommendations. But adopting the plan today leaves us really no choice. So I'll follow with what Michael said. We're recommending that the Tuolumne be folded into this comprehensive substitute environmental document and combined with phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Paris.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm Bill Paris here on behalf of the Modesto Irrigation District, one of the diverters with our partners, San Francisco and TID from the Tuolumne River. Certainly want to associate myself, and MID wants to associate itself with the comments by Mr. Carlin and Mr. Godwin. But one of the things that MID wants to focus on today is this question that's come up repeatedly of delay, and that somehow if action is not taken today, that somehow that causes a rift or some sort of problem in terms of implementing these things and getting things done on the ground. Actually, the exact opposite is true. As Mr. Godwin just pointed out, what we have committed to as part of the request to extend this thing out through the time schedule of December 2019 to wrap the phase 1 and phase 2 together in the comprehensive SED, as Mr. O'Brien mentioned earlier, that's going to take some time. But that's not a delay. During that time, during that year period, I think what you've heard both from the Sacramento Valley interest and from the Tuolumne interest is we will do flow and non-flow measures in 2019. And that's significant, okay? We've identified several on-the-ground projects, tons and tons of gravel, lots of work with the habitat and restructuring the floodplains. On the Tuolumne side, we are prepared to do the entire flow package that we've set forth in the VA, okay? So average annual right now, under our current FERC license, is 216,000 acre feet a year. The average annual, because we don't know what kind of year type it'll be next year, the average annual under the VA is 313,000 acre feet. We are committed to do that in 2019 in exchange for, in understanding and recognition of the fact that we don't want simply to have delay. We want good things to happen. We are motivated to succeed and be successful. But if the state board takes action today, nothing happens in 2019 except litigation. There will be no on-the-ground projects. There will be no additional flows. Everybody will go into their bunker mentality, and we won't achieve the progress that we need and that you heard the commitment to today. So MID is strongly in support of the voluntary agreement. We greatly appreciate the leadership that Director Nemeth and Director Bonham have shown today and throughout this process. We appreciate the assistance that Governor Brown and Governor-elect Newsom have provided. And we look hopefully to you guys to understand that what we're talking about is not a delay. This is not status quo ad infinitum. We are putting a real package that we are prepared to implement in 2019 in front of you in the hopes that that shows our good faith while we continue to study and get the information I think everybody here recommends or recognizes, that we need to have to evaluate these VAs that nobody has seen, that we've just dumped on you, that we don't have an administrative record that supports, we don't have a CEQA document that supports. We want to bring all of those things to you. That takes time. So what we are advocating for, what we are asking for, is to give us that time. And while we get that time, we will work with your staff, with the Sacramento Valley interest, to do the flow and non-flow measures that we have committed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bobker, let me read the next 5 before you start. Kristen White from the Bureau of Reclamation, Deputy Operations Manager. Maurice Hall from the Environmental Defense Fund. Rachel Zwillinger from Defenders of Wildlife. Brian Johnson from Trout Unlimited. And Brian Stranko from the Nature Conservancy. Do you all put your cards in at the same time? It's like the whole band's back together. Yes.
Since poetry seems to be de rigueur, I'll start.
Oh yeah, more. That'd be good.
I'll start
Please.
with. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by voluntary settlement agreements. Gary Bobker, I'm the program director at the Bay Institute. There's 3 main points I want to make. The first is that nothing that you've heard here today about VSAs gives you any reason to delay. This is the culmination of 9 years of process, public review, technical analysis. The Bay Institute and many other environmental groups have expressed grave concerns about the adequacy of your amendment, but it's time to act. The proposed Tuolumne VSA is not ripe. It hasn't been vetted. You have made it very clear, as the staff did in its presentation earlier, that an acceptable settlement can be incorporated through adaptive management or plan amendment. So let them put their money where their mouth is. Bring you an acceptable settlement, and then we'll all be interested in pursuing it. But we are not there. And threats of walking away or litigation, frankly, successful settlements usually happen once there's a regulation, once there's litigation, and once people have real motivation. So I look forward to that motivation. The second point I want to make is that there's no reason to think that any of the proposed VSAs that Directors Bonham and Nemeth described to you are adequate. On the Tuolumne River, it really does not represent that significant an improvement over existing conditions in many ways. Analysis, we haven't analyzed the exact proposal before you, but analysis of similar proposals shows that habitat and temperature conditions would not be adequate in most conditions, most years, most months. The Delta proposal, not only on the face of it falls far short of what the scientific evidence suggests are any kind of credible thresholds for restoration, but it actually may represent no change or even degradation from the existing baseline, because you have to understand what is being proposed in the context of associated changes in Endangered Species Act implementation, in the Coordinated Operations Agreement and project operations, and changes in system storage and conveyance capacity. That actually could mean that the proposal before you is only really a transfer of water from upstream water users to export water users. So I don't mean any disrespect to people who have been, put hard work, into these proposals, but that doesn't, good faith is not adequate, isn't adequacy in and of itself. I also note that the VSA negotiations themselves have been inherently flawed. The environmental groups that were involved in that process, some were deliberately excluded, and even those that were invited into the process actually were provided with no information and no opportunity to shape those proposals. That doesn't strike me as a very sound process. A final point that I want to make is just on the approach. The idea of doing a comprehensive and integrated approach that marries habitat and restoration and regards the whole system, that's a great one. We have been advocating that for years. I'm on the home stretch here. But you know what? A comprehensive and integrated approach to implementing insufficient flow and insufficient habitat is only a more efficient and effective way of failing. Well, if you want to do testable hypotheses, we've tested the hypothesis that insufficient flow, despite the evidence, will work. It hasn't. We've tested the hypothesis that doing more habitat without sufficient flow regimes will work. It hasn't. Why don't we try testing the hypothesis that the amount of flow that the scientific evidence and your record suggests will work? Thank you.
Ms. White, good to see you.
Good afternoon. Chairman Marcus, members of the board, my name is Kristen White, and I'm about to read my title, which is very long. I am the Deputy Operations Manager for the Central Valley Operations Office for the Bureau of Reclamation under the Department of Interior. Earlier this year, Reclamation submitted comments in opposition to the board's proposed final San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta water quality amendments. Reclamation remains opposed to any adoption of proposed plan amendments to the Stanislaus River, including adoption of the proposed South Delta Salinity Program of Implementation. As outlined in Reclamation's July 2018 comment letter, these restrictions interfere with Reclamation's federal water storage obligations and appear to represent an unlawful attempt to elevate the Central Valley Project's fish and wildlife purposes over the project's irrigation and domestic purposes. These restrictions also fail to sufficiently consider other factors affecting fish species and recovery. For these reasons, Reclamation urges the board to refrain from approving the Stanislaus flow standards and the South Delta Salinity Program of Implementation. The board's approval of these restrictions and its decision to be unresponsive to concerns from its federal partner and other stakeholders would mark an unfortunate development in California water policy. In the event restrictions are approved, Reclamation intends to review its legal options in close coordination with the United States Department of Justice. At the same time, Reclamation appreciates the board's decisions to postpone its vote this past November to allow additional time for discussions with water managers and water users. This extra time provided fruitful, especially for the Phase 2 water sources in the Sacramento River Basin and the Delta. Reclamation commends the successes made in the Delta and the Sacramento River Basin, as well as the stakeholders in the Tuolumne and the Friant water users for agreeing to make meaningful contributions to a comprehensive effort. Reclamation supports the board's consideration of the agreement framework that was presented today. This framework lays the groundwork for an implementable, improved water management system in California for the next generation and was developed through collaboration with both Reclamation and California leaders. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address the board today and share Reclamation's position.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, followed by Ms. Willinger.
Good afternoon. Chair Marcus, distinguished board members. My name is Maurice Hall, and I lead Environmental Defense Fund's Western Water Program. EDF works to provide resilience of water systems to better meet the needs of people and of nature in changing times and among changing needs. And we've been deeply engaged in this voluntary settlement negotiations now for over 2 years because we think a solution that includes both flows and habitats along with other measures like good science and or really a better way to build resilience than simply providing flows alone. Now, another reason that I think voluntary settlements offer a better way to go is that in my now 18 years of working on California water, I've found water agencies, their board members, their staffs, and the irrigators they serve to be really inventive. And they're creative and very effective at getting things done when they're working toward a common goal. I'm actually building a whole program in EDF that is it's focused on working with agriculture to solve our water needs, and that's what I think we need to do. Also want to note that we acknowledge both the economic and the community impacts that changes in water management require. It's real, and frankly, another reason for thinking about voluntary settlements is that I think there are ways to minimize those impacts. Now, in recent weeks, there's been a lot of increased interest and a lot of notable effort, as evidenced by the presentations by Director Namath and Director Bonham earlier today, on developing these voluntary agreements. And we've seen some really promising concepts and ideas presented there. Ideas on funding, ideas on science programs, ideas on restoration that we as an organization and many of our colleagues have been advocating for many years. It's really encouraging to see that. The numbers, how much of things there are, like dollars and habitat, make a big difference. I don't think the numbers are right there yet, but it's an incredible start, and we're hopeful that can move forward. That said, most of the most promising things that we saw today deal with the Phase 2 geography as compared to the Phase 1 geography. I do want to acknowledge that the Tuolumne River interests are still trying to push toward a voluntary settlement. It's difficult to stand when there's a lot of sweeping velocity going past you. But we urge you to adopt this document, this Phase 1 proposal, and then move forward energetically with all of the levers of encouragement that you have to see that voluntary settlements, the right voluntary settlements, are accomplished in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Willinger, followed by Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm Rachel Zwillinger with Defenders of Wildlife. First, I'd like to address Phase 1 of the plan update, which is what's actually before you today. And on that note, I fully support the board adopting the Phase 1 plan. And I also support a subsequent process for determining whether the Tuolumne proposal achieves the board's objectives, including the very important salmon doubling objective. From the pieces that I have seen, it doesn't look like it meets those standards. But I welcome the conversation and the transparent analysis and an opportunity to try to make it better. I also want to weigh in on the broader proposal, though it's not actually before you today. I've participated in these negotiations for the last 2 years in good faith, trying to come to solutions that will make sense for the water user community and for the environment. First, with respect to the substance of what you heard today, I think what has not been said is as important as what has been said. From my vantage point, when you can combine the proposed deal that appears to be on the table with the Trump administration's well-known efforts to undermine Endangered Species Act protections in the Delta, it looks like the package would actually decrease Delta outflows and increase exports, cementing the decline of salmon and other species. Clearly, Delta outflow is just one component of what the ecosystem needs. We need habitat, we need cold water, and many other things, but it is an important component that has to be considered. So understanding what's being presented in real terms compared to what's actually happening in the watershed is critical as this process goes forward. I'm also deeply concerned that this package is presented, or seems to be presented, as though it's a done deal. And I really hope, for the sake of California's environment, that that's not the case. Second, a quick note on process. Directors Namath and Bonham talked about the importance of partnership, collaboration, and transparent governance. Yet the NGOs that were presumably participating in these negotiations have not heard many of the details that were presented this morning ever, and had not seen the document that was posted online until it was posted online publicly. We have been marginalized and excluded from this process. And so I'm not sure how to rebuild trust going forward, but I believe that having people at the table who are advocating for fish and wildlife is critically important, and that this process will have to change substantially to make that happen in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, followed by Mr. Stranko. Let me say who the next 5 are, just so they can be ready. Justin Frederickson from the California Farm Bureau Federation, Marie Logan from the SF Baykeeper, Barry Nelson from Western Water Strategies, John Rosenfield from TBI, and Doug Obigi from NRDC.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Johnson, and I'm the California Director for Trout Unlimited. And I'm here also to urge adoption of the proposal before you. You've been working on it for close to a decade, as people have noted. Some of us have been working on potential settlements for it feels like almost as long. Probably not quite as long, but it feels like it. And we urge you to move forward. If the Tuolumne proposal is finalized and brought to you in a form that it can be analyzed, there is space for you to do that. The proposal and the water quality control plan are not self-implementing, for better or for worse. There will be a great deal of time before they're implemented, and there will be space for you to evaluate whether the proposal meets your objectives and can serve as implementation of the water quality control plan. And we, as I think you all know, reluctantly concluded that the proposal doesn't meet the objectives of the plan. But you'll have a chance to see that for yourself and go through a process to evaluate that. And if it can be shown that it does, if it can be improved so that it does, there'll be an opportunity to do that. And for folks on the other 2 rivers, I would say the same thing. If people can come forward with a plan that can be demonstrated to meet the objectives, it could fit into implementation. On the broader context, it's challenging, honestly, to know what to say. We, as Rachel noted, have seen some of this for the first time today. Although we were, signed up for the discussion. From what and I'll associate myself with Rachel's comments and Brian's. I know what he's going to say, and others who are here, Maurice and Chris Schutz, and not repeat that. There are interesting ideas, and there are concepts for financing and contributions from some people that are very real to them, it seems. And then, as far as we can tell, a lot of the water is then used to meet compliance objectives that exist, or to backfill for objectives that might be lost. And the sum total of it does not appear in any way to be on track to meet your objectives. But again, there's a lot that we don't know. And so I take some comfort in knowing that even though this may seem to folks as the end of a process and a settlement that's been reached, for those of us who are seeing it for the first time, it can be the beginning of a process where we can daylight these things and evaluate it, and hopefully get it into a situation where it could be used. But if we're going to be a part of that, we really hope to have a different way of engaging with the people who are there. And many of whom are our friends and water districts that we like and would like to work with, and would like to think that there's a way to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Stranko, followed by Mr. Frederickson.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Stranko with the Nature Conservancy. I should probably just say ditto the last three and leave it at that, but I'm actually going to just say a few words. Sure. So definitely we thank the two departments for all the work, obviously the State Water Board, the folks along the Tuolumne and in the Sacramento region. Definitely everybody's done a lot of work, and we appreciate that. We were one of the NGOs involved over the past year, 2 years actually, in the settlement agreement discussions, but I have to say the engagement was too intermittent. It was often lacking transparency, and overall it was just not really meaningful. Most recently, too, as was mentioned by a previous speaker, NGO colleagues have been shut out of the process, and we don't feel that's appropriate. Regarding the proposals, clearly not having proposals for the Stanislaus and the Merced is inadequate, and while we appreciate definitely the good faith effort of the parties on the Tuolumne and the Sacramento, what we see in our estimation is just not at all going far enough, and it will lead to continued decline and possible extinction, and I don't think any of us want that. So we therefore urge you to adopt today phase 1. And while, as you've pointed out, there would be room for continued settlement dialogue if you do indeed vote in the affirmative, our organization's decision to engage on voluntary settlements in the future will be based on a few things. First of all, to be whether NGOs get to choose who is represented in the room. Second, that we are engaged as a full partner, not as an aside or an afterthought. That there is transparency, real transparency in sharing information, and not just verbally, by the way. We need to see stuff in writing so that we can evaluate it. We're also looking to be sure that we integrate all the parts, as others have stated, but in a way that leads to recovery, not continued decline. And then finally, we will, we as a group would set out and analyze any proposal against a comprehensive suite of biological objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for being so specific.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Hi. I'm Justin Frederickson. I'm an environmental policy analyst with the California Farm Bureau. Thank you for the time. What I heard in the presentation from directors Namath and Bonham is a very comprehensive and impressive and really an unprecedented package covering essentially the whole of the Bay Delta watershed from Shasta to Millerton. I heard close to $2 billion. I heard hundreds of thousands of acre feet across different water years types. I heard thousands of acres of floodplain and other habitat types. I heard both flow and non-flow measures. I heard robust science and milestones and hard funding commitments. If our objective is to help fish, I hope this was not lost on the board or anyone else in the room. In these significant and remarkable proposals, the resources team and the water users have, in a sense, done the balancing that the board is ultimately required to do under the Porter Cologne Act and other laws, but balancing it has not yet done or cannot yet do before implementation or perhaps in future legal settlements, which may come in 6 or 7 or 10 years. With adopted standards, we could, in theory, have a paper mandate for lots of water coming down, lots of lawsuits, and no doubt some increased barriers to agreement on what parties are now proposing voluntarily. If your standards are adopted today in some form, it must be done in a way that leaves the door open to avoid a meltdown, and also that avoids time or that allows time and space for collaboration and trust to work. As Director Bonham said, we need to move from conflict and impasse to collaboration. In public comments I heard today, there are emotions and strong feelings, but they're also facts and realities. But these are complex issues, and so it is sometimes difficult to understand that it is not just an emotional call. What our state needs is a rational, effective approach that can reasonably balance all needs. Several people have said, act now because the fish cannot wait. I agree. The fish and our rivers and our communities cannot wait for us to waste time on an ineffective approach or a piecemealed, endlessly litigated approach. Board, when the time comes to consider a completed VA package, let the perfect not be the enemy of the good, and certainly do not let a far worse, very unbalanced and unassured option be the enemy of what can actually work. California Agriculture calls on the board and on both the outgoing and incoming administrations to provide the leadership to achieve a balanced and responsible path for our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Logan, followed by Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is Marie Logan. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice, here today on behalf of the San Francisco Baykeeper. The program of implementation and the composition of the STEM working group are both critical to ensuring that the Bay Delta Plan actually achieves its stated water quality objectives. In change sheet number 3, which the board circulated on October 25th, the board introduced changes to certain STEM working group provisions, and I have 3 comments to offer as to those changes. First, for item number 1 on the October change sheet, we appreciate the language that clarifies that non-governmental organizations have appropriate expertise for inclusion in their working group. Their involvement is in fact critical to ensuring that their viewpoints and the viewpoints of the members of the public who they represent are part of the working group process. Unfortunately, the language in change sheet number 3 only makes their involvement an aspirational goal. It currently states that the executive director will strive, that's a quote, to achieve a balance of interests, and this is not sufficient. We request that the board make this balance mandatory, such that civil society groups that seek to protect river flows and the health of the Bay Delta ecosystem are at the table, and so that no single interest group constitutes a majority of the working group. Second, for item number 3 on the change sheet, we note that the State Water Board is directed to, quote, assign responsibility, end quote, for submitting and implementing approved annual plans. As written, it's not clear who this responsibility is being assigned to. We request clarification of this provision, specifically as to who this requirement is assigned to, and we would urge the board to include concrete accountability provisions to ensure that that responsibility is being adequately met. Third and finally, the board must ensure that the STEM working group will have sufficient time to review and make recommendations on the proposed annual plans before their recommendations are due to the board. The revised language in item number 3 does not set any deadlines, nor does it build in enough time for a thorough working group review of the plans. Thank you for taking the time to consider these comments.
Thank you. Thank you for reading the last set of documents we've put out. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Marcus and board members. Barry Nelson with Western Water Strategies. It's already been observed today that the devil's in the details in water policy, but I'd like to make 2 comments about important lessons that the big picture can provide and need to provide, I think, at this point. First, Chair Marcus, you said earlier today that this is a hard decision. This is a hard decision. And
I was hoping you weren't going to argue.
The context there is important. The last time the board did what you are scheduled to do today, the last time you adopted standards on your own was 1986, 32 years ago. That happens to be the year I first got involved in California water policy. I had more hair. There was a lot has happened since then. Most of that on the Bay Delta, in the Bay Delta system has not been encouraging. We've seen a wave of listings, and we're now at risk of multiple extinctions. We've seen salmon closure for the first time in state history and the risk of another closure. We've seen your own doubling policy not only not achieved, but turned into salmon disaster declarations because the fisheries have been closed. We've seen the growth of toxic blue-green algae, as another witness said today. All of those problems have been exacerbated by inadequate flow standards. And in the last 24 years, since 1994, the board has not updated those clearly inadequate flow standards. There have been requests for you to delay right now, today. If that happens, we're at risk of potentially years of additional delay and continued decline, continued impacts, continued, well, potentially extinction in the next several years. That context of board inaction during a period of extended environmental collapse is absolutely critical. Second issue, voluntary settlement agreements. Voluntary settlement agreements can provide important benefits. I've been part of many of those. But it's important that they achieve the outcomes that you have required. Right now, we have more questions than answers with regard to the document that you saw today and we've seen for the first time. And the lack of any NGO support for that is absolutely telling. The water users have had 9 years for that VSA process to produce results. And I'd like to reinforce what Board Member Esquivel said, and that is that your action today can reinforce those voluntary settlement agreement discussions. It doesn't have to end them. But what hasn't been said is that what you're doing today is exactly what the law directs you to do. To protect beneficial uses, to look at the science, to run an inclusive open process, prepare drafts, allow comments, and act. You haven't done that in 32 years. And that's long enough to wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenfield, followed by Mr. OBG, and then I'll give you the last set of names.
Good afternoon, Chairman Marcus. And
sorry, Dr. Rosenfield, I apologize.
My wife will be very happy that you remembered that. Welcome, Mr. McGuire, to the board. Congratulations. I'm John Rosenfield. I'm the lead scientist for the Bay Institute. I've been involved in your process and parts of the VSA process for 10 years, and my job is primarily to interpret proposals in terms of the ground effects to fish and wildlife. As a result of this experience, I can tell you that from the perspective of scientists, the proposals from directors, Bonham and Nemeth, that you heard this morning is stunning in its cynicism. I say that because it is already clear to me that their proposal will not produce benefits comparable to what the board and fish and wildlife agencies have described as necessary. In addition, many elements of their proposals have already been tried and failed and/or represent no change from the status quo or worse. Let me provide you with a few specifics. The Tuolumne River proposal. Summer base flows are proposed to increase, according to the documents we saw only this morning, by 50 CFS to 125 CFS in critical and dry years. But these flows decrease in wet and above normal years by the same 50 CFS. The proposal appears to maintain current winter-spring base flows during February and June of between 150 and 300 CFS. The board's SED proposal, the staff report, for vernalis flows calls for flows of between 800 and 1200 CFS. Where will these flows come from if the Tuolumne contributes only 150 to 300 CFS? It's the largest tributary of the three. Thus, the current proposal will not satisfy the needs of fish migrating in the Delta or through the Delta into the San Joaquin River, to say nothing of the needs of the Bay and Delta, which is the focus of your plan. There's pulse flows in the proposal you saw this morning. We've analyzed the pulse flow element that was presented to us, very similar proposal that was presented to us a few months ago. This morning's proposal is actually weaker. Combined, the pulse and base flows represented in this plan is less than currently required in some months under the baseline, and is less than 20% of unimpaired flow in almost all of years outside of your analysis zone. I'll just remind you that Director Bonham's agency in 2013 stated, and I quote, 35% of unimpaired flow is not sufficient to contribute to salmon doubling or to enhance conditions of aquatic resources. Now we're talking about less than 20%. I don't know how they square that. Also, as described to us in a previous description of the proposal, we estimate that this pulse flow will only benefit a small fraction of the fish it is intended to benefit. And that's because of fundamental flaws in the base flow, pulse flow approach. It's not a specific of what they propose today. It's because this base flow, pulse flow idea is outdated. It does not work. The evidence is in the declining salmon that we see with our base and pulse flow proposals that we have in place already. I'm going to keep going because there's a lot, and I'll get through it quickly.
Yeah,
Even assuming liberal estimates of benefit to the fish, the proposed flow regime will not attain a positive growth rate for the population. The population will continue to decline. Doubling and other targets for Chinook salmon will be in the rearview mirror. The exclusion weir on the Tuolumne denies the best available science and represents a potentially huge impact to other native fishes. You can't selectively exclude the fish you don't like from those that you want to keep there. The delta outflow proposal, the language of addendum H is opaque, and it's not clear if any actual additional outflow will occur. But at most, the proposal is less than half of what this board has previously identified as necessary. The Sacramento talks about loads of spawning habitat. What's the evidence that spawning habitat is limiting at all? And what are the specific targets for Chinook salmon that were used to develop a very specific proposal in terms of tons of gravel? How did we get to tons of gravel when we don't know how many salmon we're trying to put back, or that that's the limiting factor? Also, I should just note that the CVPIA has a long-standing understanding that it will add gravel to side channels on the Sacramento as fast as they can. So this is an example of things that are going to happen anyway. I could go on. I won't, because it's been a long day and you all haven't had time to digest this proposal, but I can tell you that scanning through it in the few hours I've been sitting here, it doesn't add up. It doesn't satisfy the obligations of this board or the obligations of the agencies that presented it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Obigi, let me tell the remaining speakers who they are. They should probably have figured that out by now. Ben Eichenberg, also on behalf of San Francisco Baykeeper, Steve Rothert from American Rivers, Debbie Webster from Civiqua, and Deirdre J. Desjardins from California Water Research. Mr. Obigi, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Congratulations, Mr. McGuire, on your appointment. I'm Doug Obigi with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I've struggled with what to tell you today. For 10 years, our organization has been calling for significantly higher flows in the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced Rivers. And working with the Bay Institute and others, we've laid a compelling case that 50% or more of the flow is needed to achieve the salmon doubling objective. Indeed, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife agreed with that assessment in 2013. I strongly urge the board to act today. It is time to vote on phase 1 on the San Joaquin standards. While we believe that negotiations are possible and should continue, what has been presented today is not adequate. Chuck and Director Bonham and Director Nemeth had said that they would present to you both a settlement proposal as well as an analysis showing that it met or was better than what the board had proposed. You haven't received that yet, and there is no settlement on 2 of the 3 rivers. And indeed, the Trump administration is working right now feverishly to require reduced flows on the Stanislaus River as part of a revised plan of operations for New Melones. And so I urge you to act today. It does not prevent continued negotiations. What it does is it allows the space for negotiations to implement standards rather than negotiations that substitute for standards. And that distinction is critically important for all of us who care about fish and wildlife, and for the board members who come after you, who will be left with a mess in 15 years once a settlement reaches its end point. You have a very difficult decision, and I can't say that I know what it's like to be on the other side of the dais. And there are no simple silver bullets here. There are no magic solutions that you can wave a wand and say, everyone gets what they want. And I wish there were. And that's why this is so hard. But it's also why we need to do it right. Because the next time that you do this board updates the plan, whether that's 5 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, it's only going to be harder to protect our rivers and fish and wildlife. If you think it's hard now, imagine a world 15, 20 years from now with greater reliance on diverting more water from our rivers, with climate change making it harder and harder to satisfy all of our needs. We have not participated in those voluntary settlement negotiations for two reasons. One, we felt it was inappropriate and potentially unlawful to require parties to sign a confidentiality agreement. And two, we fundamentally believe that negotiations are best achieved after boards act to implement new standards rather than to substitute for them. What was presented today, while it's still very early, and we will spend a lot of time over the coming months analyzing it, certainly appears as though the state has just been asking for less to get to yes. And while there was a lot of lipstick that was presented today, underlying that certainly appears to be a pig in the poke. Thank you.
Mr. Eichenberg.
Hello. Hello, Chair Marcus, board members. I'm Ben Eichenberg with San Francisco Baykeeper, and I'd like to thank you for your continued commitment to achieving a final water quality control plan for the Bay Delta. Chair Marcus, you used the word crisis to describe the current state of the Bay and Delta. A crisis demands a fast, effective response. Delay, as with most crises, is the worst possible choice. You see here today the reason why delay cripples public participation. Director Bonham prepared documents for you regarding your decision today, but did not make those documents available to the public until you prompted him. These last-minute tactics and this clear disregard for public participation have become standard operating procedure for a process that threatens to move ever more behind closed doors. Secret settlement agreements have come to dominate this process, demanding delays and using power politics to shape a process that increasingly ignores the years of science and public process that went into the SED. You have stated that you are no longer accepting written comments. The record before this body is set. Yet you have been asked over and over to delay so that special interests can give you can get them for themselves yet another bite at the apple. The public does not get to review, comment, or participate in this process. It is wholly conducted in the shadows. After years of effort, your staff deserves better than to be overridden by junk science and power politics. Director Nemeth acknowledged that good peer review is needed. I submit that good peer review is the lowest bar for what is needed before these VSAs can be the basis for rational decision-making. That is why the VSAs described by Director Bonham cannot be part of the board's decision today. VSAs should implement the board standards, not replace them. By all means, evaluate these proposals under the guidelines provided by the SED, but further delay is untenable. I love Director Bonham, in part because every time I hear him speak, I feel like I'm holding hands with everybody in the room in a big circle. But these VSAs must be made available to the public in their entirety and evaluated through a rigorous science-based process that includes peer review and assures achievement of the planned salmon doubling objective. No amount of hand-holding can make up for that. This board should challenge water users to make good on their promises, and in return, consider their proposals under the framework of the SED. You've been given a good faith promise to implement measures without delay, but that was followed by a threat that no more progress will be made if you take action. I don't consider that good faith. For instance, an initial analysis just passed to me of the VSA proposal for the Tuolumne is that it accounts for about 313 total acre feet per year, or 15% of the average annual unimpaired flow. Dropping 15% in our laps at the last minute and then threatening to walk away if we don't take these driblets is not what I call good faith. CDFW's final 2 fall trawls surveys for 2018 collected no delta smelt. This is not a species on life support. This is a species that is already dead. We are not facing extinction risk, as stated by Director Bonham. We have already lost. How many more species will we kill? The current proposal is already a compromise position. Finally, Mr. Dreckmeyer referenced the giving tree, and I wanted to follow up with that. With Californians deserve more than just a stump to sit on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rothert, followed by Ms. Webster. Well, that looked fun.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Welcome, Mr. McGuire. My name's Steve Rothert. I'm the California Director of American Rivers. I have been involved in the process to update this plan, and specifically in the voluntary settlement agreement process, for over 5 years. My original hope had been that we could have, on this day, a comprehensive settlement agreement that involved all the parties. So today is a bit of a disappointment, but hope springs eternal, and I think that it's possible that someday we could actually achieve that goal. Regarding the phase one process and the recent negotiations, you heard quite a lot of frustration from my NGO colleagues, and I think that frustration is real and shared by all of us. But regardless of that, I really appreciate the efforts that Director Bonham and Namath put into it, and the other parties in the San Joaquin Basin into the negotiations. They made some progress, they made important progress, but I think as we come to understand the proposal better and evaluate it against the board's objectives, I think we will find it wanting, and we will need to do more for that proposal, that program, to be successful and adoptable by the board. And I think we should be able to continue negotiating, even if there are lawsuits that begin as a function of this action that you take today. So I urge you to vote yes on phase one and move this process forward. Regarding phase two and the comprehensive approach that the directors laid out this morning, I think there has been a lot of effort and good progress made in that phase two area as well. And in fact, there might even be some historic elements to it, things that we, or I'll say the American Rivers, has been working towards for quite a long time, including a reliable funding mechanism and water fees, senior water rights holders contributing to a solution, voluntary fallowing as a part of the solution, integrated flow and habitat measures, commitment to science and adaptive management and decision-making. Mm-hmm. And I recognize that some of these are big deals for the parties involved and represent a significant change in the way they have viewed how they manage and should be able to manage their resources, and I appreciate that. I think as we begin to understand this part of the program as well, we will have to answer questions about what isn't part of the proposal. Folks have mentioned the coordinated operating agreement, the reconsultation on the projects and the eventual buy-up, and I have real concerns and real questions about what the net effect of those actions in combination with the voluntary settlement agreements will mean for delta conditions and delta outflow. This effort has made progress. I support you, the board, taking a yes vote today on phase one and encouraging parties to continue settling, to continue negotiating for a better settlement. And I support you also encouraging the phase two parties to try to do the same and integrate with the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for all the time you spent. Ms. Webster.
Thank you, Chair Marcus and board members. Debbie Webster, Executive Officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And first I want to start by thanking staff for working with us to address many of our issues surrounding POTWs and their sources of salinities, and the recognition that they are very small sources but can have very big permit issues with that. And so to that effect, I just have a couple of suggested language changes. And with that, the reason why I'm doing that is because these language changes matter, and they have costs associated to it. And one of our charges is that our costs commensurate with the environmental benefits, since we ask our public to pay for that. So with that, in Appendix K, which is the proposed language, on page 46, there's two lists of actions that we start seeing. One has to do with what happens when you can't meet it, what types of limitations should belong into permits. And we agree that there are management practices, we agree with staff. There are management practices that should go in order for you to do the best job you can, why you would have a variance or the like. The problem that we have with the language is it currently reads best management practices, including but not limited to, and then it starts listing what they are, and the first one being an industrial pretreatment program. Implemented through local ordinance that minimizes salt inputs from all industrial sources of salinity. One of the things that's really important is that we tailor our programs and our best management practices to that which is appropriate for the POTW. So for example, on that example that I gave you, one of our POTWs is a small one. It does not require an industrial pretreatment program. It does control its industrial discharges, but it does it through source control measures rather than through a pretreatment program. The administration of that program is very expensive. So we've suggested that you would add best management practices applicable to the specific discharger, including those couple words. And then get rid of the word all in that sentence because you would only put those requirements on industrial discharges with high sources of salinities. Those that are diluting it out, you don't want to have to necessarily control them more, and that might not be the best use of funds. The second area where we do that is as we go down, there's a section that says when it becomes reasonable for POTWs to comply with the narrative objectives. The wording that's currently in there says that POTW compliance actions include, without limitation, source control, such as reducing, and it keeps on going on. That wording makes it sound like everything that's then follows has to be done when you can eventually comply. And our concern is that it would be read that way. We feel like it would be better put that it could include these types of things, but again, within CV salts, we're talking about other options that are out there. So our compliance actions could vary, and I think that the document should recognize that. And so anyways, I know I'm up on time. Those were my two most important issues that we'd like corrected.
Okay. Maybe something we come back to. Ms. Desjardins. There you are.
Good afternoon. The first of my comments is with respect to the request by DWR to take over writing the SED for the board's Bay Delta Water Quality Plan update. The board's regulations require the board to be the lead agency on the SED for the Water Quality Control Plan update, period. The Delta Reform Act also mandates that the board, not DWR, determine appropriate Delta flow criteria. The board must categorically deny DWR's request and should approve the update drafted by the board staff, who are independent and do not align with any one interest in this proceeding. The second is with respect to the comments by Reclamation, that Reclamation's contracts prevent Reclamation from meeting the Phase 1 update flow criteria. The board needs to consider that Decision 1641 assigned interim responsibility for meeting the Vernalis flow standards in the current water quality control plan to Reclamation. As you are no doubt aware, Reclamation sent a letter to Tom Howard in 2017 stating that Reclamation would no longer comply with the Decision 1641 Vernalis flow standards. If the board no longer wishes to enforce the interim responsibility against Reclamation, the board needs to take immediate action to ensure that the 2006 Water Quality Control Plan standards are met until new equivalent standards in the Phase 1 update are implemented. To do otherwise is to allow Reclamation's refusal to comply with the Water Quality Control Plan to result in very real degradation of the current water quality control plan standards. To avoid degradation, any voluntary settlement agreements must be compared with the current standards, not the current flows resulting from Reclamation's refusal to comply with the board's decision 1641 order. If Reclamation does continue to refuse to recognize the authority of the board to condition Reclamation's permits, the board needs to recall that this situation first arose in decision 990, and the board did reserve jurisdiction to reduce Reclamation's permitted diversions for the Central Valley project if absolutely necessary. I'm sure it's not something that the board desires, but it may be unavoidable. There are 2 current proceedings before the board for determination of appropriate delta flow criteria. One is the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. The second is the board's adjudicatory hearing on the water fix water right change petition. The board has announced that the determination in the adjudicatory hearing is only interim, and that the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update will determine the long-term appropriate delta flow criteria. The board should consider the administrative record for the water fix hearing as before the board in this proceeding, including the assertion by Reclamation and DWR that the projects can and will meet the decision 1641 water quality control plan standards, including the standards at Vernalis. The 2 assertions are clearly inconsistent and show bad faith by both Reclamation and DWR in their representations to the board. This makes the board's determination of appropriate delta flow criteria essential as a public trust exercise. The board needs to ensure that the appropriate delta flow criteria the board determines meet the requirements in Water Code 85086, including determination of the volume, quality, and timing of water necessary for the delta ecosystem, and assignment of responsibilities to the State Water Project and Central Valley Project.
Ms. Desjardins, I'm going to take that as a comment on the water quality control plan and then just ask council to notice whatever in the administrative record they need to about water fixes.
Thank you. And finally, with respect to habitat restoration, I wanted to note there is a commitment in the CalFed ecosystem restoration to restore 100,000 acres of habitat. The board did consider that. It was part of their decision in decision 1641 approving the previous change, the joy pod. And Prop 68 currently has $200 million. It's no longer earmarked for voluntary settlements. It is available to natural resources to use for these kinds of restoration projects. It is at their discretion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all very much. I know a lot of you have spent a lot of time and could say even more, so I appreciate the choices that you made with the 3 minutes. Fair amount to think about, fair amount for us to discuss, but I think we should take a short break. So we'll come back in 15 minutes at 4:25. All right. Thank you all for your time. I want to turn to my colleagues and see how you want to proceed. I have a few questions that are just questions based on things folks said, quite separately from any discussion about what we might do. At our, I don't know if it was our last meeting or the meeting before, when I tried to do questions first and then talk about what we wanted to do, it got sort of, it didn't work doing it separately. So why don't I just ask my questions first? And then if other people have questions, they can go ahead and ask, and that way I know I'll get my questions answered. Chair's prerogative. Well, yeah, chair's prerogative, right. I try not to exercise it too much, and there are a number of things to talk about, but I want to take the temperature in here from the board. But I have a couple of questions that may seem specific to people who've been talking in grand sweeps today, but the specifics are actually important in what we do here. And so I gave one question, I gave the staff a heads up is I'd love to hear a response to the South Delta salinity points that were made by a few of the speakers. We've talked about them. I read your response to comments on the issue of the tile drains and the like, and the use of and we talked about the use of the San Joaquin data, but I want to give you a chance to respond specifically to the specific things that you heard today to help give me some context in it, because it is, I've had some heartburn about this one, as you know.
And I will take a stab at that and give you some responses to what I heard. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, board members. My name is Les Grober. I'm an environmental program manager. The first thing I heard is concern with how the Hoffman report determined leaching fractions. And then going from there, if the leaching fractions are wrong, then the whole thing falls apart in terms of how crops would be protected. And of course, leaching fractions are important because if you have a low leaching fraction and therefore high soil salinity, it could adversely affect yields of crops. The Hoffman report used two methods to determine leaching fractions. One was using tile drainage, which is a good way of doing it because you can make an assessment of what you're putting in on the top and then also collecting down at the bottom. But just as the comments said, it's conditioned on you have to make sure that you're not getting the interference of shallow groundwater, which would change the findings, or getting mixed with tailwater. This issue came up during the preparation of the Hoffman report, and the data was then selected to exclude areas where it was influenced both by shallow groundwater or tailwater. I heard the concerns here. They're saying entire areas are only shallow groundwater. That's not what we found in the data set that was widely spread over the entire southern Delta area. But perhaps even more important than that, I said there were two methods. And the second method was relying on a report and was referred to, this was a report from 1976. But I see no reason why, just because it's a 1976 report, because it's actually using the same method that Dr. Leinfelder-Miles used, in that it looked at soil extracts for 9 different sites and 9 different types of soils throughout the southern Delta, and it came up with leaching fractions for those soils, and 5 of the 9 were leaching fractions greater than 0.25, 25%, 3 more greater than 15%, and 1 just under 10%. So that was looking broadly at the southern Delta and really using a refined method of determining leaching fractions. So then we move into the Leinfelder report, where it is an interesting data set, and we're certainly not discounting any data set. All data is useful, but it has to be looked at in the context of what it was collected, how it was collected. And even by Dr. Leinfelder-Miles' own analysis, and I'll read you just from the report, some of the study sites likely accumulated salts because shallow groundwater impeded salts from leaching out of the root zone. That's terribly important. We're not talking about salts that can happen. She said, well, Hoffman said this can't happen. When you have salty water at depth, you can have capillary rise bringing salts into the root zone. That's not what was going on in these soils. There was actually, the data showed that during the time the study was conducted, the water itself was moving into the root zone. So it was taking that salty groundwater and depositing those salts in the soils. So the data has to be affected. Even she acknowledges at 2 sites, we actually found at all the locations that had the higher soil salinities at the base of the root zone, they were all being affected by that salty, shallow groundwater. And then just by the way, at 1 or 2 of the sites which didn't have the high salty conditions in the soil profile, there was greater separation between the base of the root zone and the shallow groundwater. So this data set seemed to be very much interfered with by the shallow groundwater, which is an acknowledged problem in many parts of the Delta, given its proximity to sea level. So another interesting thing, and this is some of what was referred to also in the comments, we took another look at yield, because in the Leinfelder-Miles report, some of the data reported just happened to show that the yields of alfalfa were actually surprisingly high. And we compared that early on initially with the statewide averages, but based on response to some of the oral comments back in August, we took another look and we said, well, let's look in more detail to make sure what's going on overall in the southern Delta and San Joaquin County. So we mined data from the crop reports for the county, not just for San Joaquin County, but 3 adjacent counties. And what we found is that and there's very large acreages of alfalfa in all those counties, is that all of the yields were kind of all in the same ballpark in all the counties. But not only that, in 1 year when San Joaquin County carved out and had data for the Delta portion of the county, they were the same yields in the Delta portion as the rest of the county. So we saw no effects, differences in yields. The points that were made are well taken. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's not harder to do. But the final thing to keep in mind with this is that we don't see any overarching problem, and we're trying to determine a water quality objective that reasonably protects the use. It's not absolute protection, just as we're doing for the flow. It's not absolute protection in all cases where you might have extreme conditions of shallow groundwater and such. So that's my initial response to what I heard this morning. I'm not sure if you had other points that you wanted me to touch on.
No, those were the main ones, because I know we talked about it, and I wanted you to remind me, because I knew you went beyond what I could remember sitting here in our conversations. So that's helpful. The second one is whether the 2 points that Ms. Webster raised, 'cause I know some of you spent a lot of time on this, are things that you're interested in changing. I didn't hear, maybe this is just me being a lawyer, I didn't hear what she worried about in the second one, but the first one I didn't.
I can try to address those
Just take a
points
stab
that
at it.
Ms. Webster made. So she was saying that not every member agency has a pre-treatment program, and therefore the requirements on page 47, the list of BMPs should be softened. But we don't think that's appropriate because these are requirements that are necessary to control salinity. And if you step back, the numeric so these BMPs are being imposed instead of numeric limits. So we think that the BMPs should be rigorous and push the POTWs to really reduce salinity. So it's the first change that she recommended is not something that we recommend that you make. As for the second change, it's a small change, and we could make it if the board is so inclined.
So in the first issue is the issue of when you're saying BMPs, and she's saying a whole pretreatment program, if you're dealing with a smaller discharger, what are we remind me what we're exactly asking for there. I know you've all worked on resolving this with the POTWs.
Yeah, so the requirement is that for dischargers to implement BMPs, including an industrial pretreatment program implemented through local ordinances that minimizes salinity inputs from industrial sources.
So do we define a pretreatment program differently than EPA does?
No, we don't.
So it means we have to do it, but does it mean a mass of paperwork, or does it mean, what does it mean?
It means that they have to have a program that basically does source control. Mm-hmm. So I think she mentioned industrial sources, and I think in my conversations with her, if I remember correctly, she was saying that maybe not all entities or member entities have industrial sources, but we think that doesn't matter because we want the issue to be handled prophylactically and for the member entities to have something in place so that if an industrial source does connect to a POTW, then they can comply with the pretreatment requirements.
All right, I have to think about that. That may be something I want to come back to and look at it specifically.
Sorry,
I think the intention here was to figure out, because I also want to make sure that we are having the entities, because we have been mindful of things, that they do have an adequate program. In my mind, I want to make sure that we're very clear on what it is we're asking them to do, as opposed to making it bigger than it needs to be.
Well, I think we're just simply saying you have to have a pretreatment program, and it's going to be up to the Central Valley Regional Water Board.
It'll be up to the water board to decide what it should be. So there's discretion in there as to what it ought to be.
Yes.
Right. Maybe this is one of those things where I'm going to want us to follow up and see how it goes. So we should think about that. I don't know that I need it in resolution language, but and we had this conversation obviously yesterday on a different item that you all weren't involved in, but sometimes folks are having concerns about things that might not have a positive impact but would have huge cost, and they just want to make sure that somebody's paying attention to it and they have a little bit of recourse. Again, this comes from, and this is true of everything here, having been on every side of this, I can see what someone's afraid of. We can't resolve all of that, so I don't necessarily want to put in language to resolve something that would be way beyond what's necessary, but I actually want us to monitor for the issues that she's worried about. But I can probably just do that in direction to you guys, because we've had that conversation about, I'm looking at John, because this will be on John's plate, to set up something to just watch for this with Civicwood and make sure that unintended consequences don't arise.
I knew I was here for a reason.
I knew you were here for a reason too. Again, we can't write something to guard against everything that might happen somewhere, but we should still be mindful of it and keep our eyes open on it. And we've been pretty good at following up on the things that we've mentioned, other things. So I want to take the concerns or fears seriously, but I also don't want to undercut the desire to have adequate and robust program. So if it's not an off-the-shelf thing and it is something that the regional board can tailor to the circumstance, fine, but we need to watch and monitor how that's implemented for both for good and for bad. So John knows what I'm talking about. You're looking at me like you're not sure what I'm saying, and
no, I understand.
John knows exactly what I'm saying. So
on the other piece, I just termed it flexibility. You had indicated that you thought that there could be a change. Could you point us in the direction of the page and what you would recommend?
It's on page 47, I believe. Let me just open it myself. Actually, it's on page 48, and this is not the latest language because it's been subsequently amended by the change sheets, but the concept basically is that the operable language is on the first full paragraph where the sentence starts, in such cases, POTW compliance actions include without limitation. So she wants to change include without limitation to say could include among others. Source control, reducing salinity concentrations in source water supplies, pretreatment programs, such as reducing water softener use among water users and desalination.
Right,
So
that's how I read without limitation, but if those words are comforting,
yes,
why not change it?
Yes, exactly.
Does that sound right to you? Okay. All right, those were the main questions. I just think there's a lot of drama frequently on the other parts of the water quality control plan, and I wanted to make sure that I followed up. So,
actually, thank you,
questions,
because
comments?
you hit the two items that I was going to follow up on.
Bingo. All right. Well, Joaquin, go ahead. Board Member Esquivel.
Thank you, Chair Marcus.
We can go wherever the board wants to go.
We've certainly heard a lot today. And so, I would like to maybe propose just refocusing for a moment on the framework proposal that was brought to us this morning. And before we continue to have a discussion around Phase 1 and the lower San Joaquin River and its tributaries, I'd like to entertain a motion, perhaps. So we heard, again, a lot from Director Namath and Director Bonham. And as others have indicated, there's a lot to be excited about insofar as some of the historic components that have at least been previewed today. But there's still a lot of work that the settling parties and the voluntary settlements themselves will need to continue to develop in order for it to be in a place where this board can fully evaluate it, fully be able to weigh it. There has been criticism about process, and I can understand that sometimes you need a small group in order to get some consensus and to be able to build out. It's incredibly true, I think, sometimes around collaboration. So I think for me, my mind goes to how best to preserve what is a tremendous amount of collaboration that's been demonstrated, to build in the process necessary to further evaluate in a public way, in a public setting, which this board affords. I think as the settling parties rightfully themselves have identified, our board process actually is in a point where we can develop and merge these two things insofar as being able to have a clear-eyed analysis and evaluation as to the merits and complexities of what is being proposed. Again, understanding that we still need a good amount of detail to even be able to conduct that. But I think it can be there. And so again, setting aside for a moment, I think what we do on the lower San Joaquin, because it is unique insofar as 2 of the 3 tributaries don't have a voluntary settlement or have been able to bring something together through the efforts of the Resources Agency. And I think, but I think we need to acknowledge that work. And I'm not in this moment making a call because I can't. That would be unwise because it's less about sort of what I think about this, but what do we collectively as Californians, as a people, evaluate and try to make a choice here. So I would have worked with the Office of Counsel, Chief Counsel, to draft a proposed amendment to the adopting resolution.
To the resolution.
Yes, to the resolution and that would do just this, would better align us, would direct staff to take what is a work product still yet to be completed insofar as the voluntary settlement agreements, but then work toward what is proposed being a comprehensive set that looks at the entire watershed, weighs and balances out what's on the table and has been proposed by the districts and the Resources Agency through the Governor's Office coordination, and compare it. You know, have a discussion around it. So, Ms. Townsend, I believe you have a copy of what that language would be, and I want to share. I have printed copies for fellow board members. And again, to be clear, what I'm proposing is not in this motion that we take action on phase 1, but instead adopt an amendment to the resolution that would align and direct staff to consider the framework proposal or the voluntary settlements as further developed and fit in the framework proposal to what we're doing here.
So just so I'm clear and people are clear listening, you're suggesting we consider doing this before we consider, as a separate thing, before we
As
consider?
a separate, yes.
Okay, so this isn't instead of, this is.
This isn't instead of, this is
something,
this is
how to respond to
the framework.
to the thing that we just saw for the first time this morning. Okay.
There may be printed copies down for the audience as well, somewhere down amongst you. I think there's about 30 if folks want to see that as well.
So it's a revision to the resolution. Let me see. That's not the motion.
No.
Those are your notes.
Those are my notes.
Those are his notes to himself. Avert your eyes.
Never give staff too many documents.
Yeah, never give them too many documents.
Yeah, I hope you don't have any jokes in there.
No.
That'd be really a problem.
Everyone at home can pause and see how well
Yeah.
I did with keeping to my own talking points.
So I have some questions. Maybe give it more time, though.
Can I just finish reading and then?
I guess I'm directing my question at Board Member Esquivel, since this is your proposed amendment. Perhaps you could walk us through this language and what your intentions are with respect to these proposal.
With the bolded being the new language.
Yeah, the bolded here is the new language. And again, writ large, the attempts here are to marry a process that's been identified within the framework proposal with what is ongoing work for staff in a way that allows us to come to some greater analysis of the whole here. So if you want, I can simply read through the.
I'm looking at new Resolve 7.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the desire to provide assistance to the resources agency on this process. I do have two questions, and maybe they're not for you to answer, and maybe they're not answerable at the moment. But my concerns with that would be, one, do we have the staff resources to do so? And in doing so, how might that impact our ongoing work on the water quality control plan update for the Sacramento side? And my second concern would be, given what we've heard today from some of the NGOs about what they perceive to be lack of inclusion and transparency, and the fact that we pride ourselves on a very transparent process throughout this entire water quality control plan update, what limitations might be imposed on any staff we assign to assist the resources agency in these discussions. So looking at just the very first part of Resolve 7, those are my two initial questions.
Do you want us to toss out our questions on it, and then you can?
Yeah, I would just remark, my intention with this language is that the staff's current work and on phase 2 on the Sacramento side and in Delta, go away, but again, it is the alternatives that are already being developed, the work that staff has already been done remains, and what this allows is for the voluntary settlement to be an alternative that's analyzed within the scope of that set. So it doesn't answer your public process question, but certainly when it comes to then what it means for the work product that staff have been developing, where we are, it actually allows those things to, in my mind, continue to exist and move forward, because then what we are able to do is that staff work and analysis is then one of the alternatives within the SED that is also compared to against the voluntary settlement agreements, which is something that we've always been very clear, I think, as a board, that we need to have comparative analysis. We need to have apples to apples, analysis in order to have a vote to determine to say, yes, despite there perhaps being less flow in the ranges determined in the analysis by staff that the habitat restoration, the connectivity, the whole suite of sort of a comprehensive approach is able to be analyzed against that, and that is the determination ultimately I think that is before us, that can be before us, and would be a very affirmative and I think powerful moment insofar as being able to take what, again, we just heard this morning and still needs further development and further specifics, but that certainly in concept is something this board has been asking for and can accomplish. But again, I want to see a process for under which that can materialize, and I feel at least in concept that the resolution language can do that for us.
So do you, when you say, I think, and maybe I'm jumping, maybe you're asking a different question, appropriate technical and regulatory information, you mean help describe what we need in order to be able to put something in as an alternative, not work on developing the alternative for them, but be engaged in the conversation with that?
Yeah, Chair Marcus and Board Member Esquivel, if I may step in just to provide some historical context about some similar language that we've seen in other letters regarding voluntary settlement agreements. As you know, for obvious reasons, the board has not been willing to enter into confidential agreements to assist with settlement negotiations, but it has consistently offered, and it has done so in writing, as I recall, perhaps most recently in the February 2016 letter from Tom Howard to the Resources Agency. It has offered appropriate technical and regulatory assistance by staff to, for example, provide information about the board's needs in meeting requirements under Port of Cologne, how the water right process may work, and other areas of expertise within the Division of Water Rights and the board.
So I think this is absolutely appropriate, and I agree with where you're headed here on integration between 1 and 2. I think we have some weaknesses in having them separated, some legal vulnerability, but then in addition, just the challenge that it's presented over the last several years in trying to get the parties together. So I think a little bit about what happened was maybe folks were envisioning as the discussions ensued over the last several months. I think that some of the parties were envisioning doing just this, integrating 1 and 2. And so I think it's absolutely appropriate. I would probably take a bit of a different approach. And that is that I think the analysis needs to be done, the comparison needs to be done, but rather than putting the cart before the horse I'm assuming you're talking about adoption of the SCD and that this would be resolution language as part of the adoption. So I would take a different approach, and that is to actually table it and refer it back to staff so that we could have the analysis before us. Because one of the things that I absolutely agree is that there were a number of commenters that said that in their initial review, and we can't take any action today on the voluntary agreements. We're all seeing this for the first time. But in their initial review, and I'd have to say in my initial review as well, what is being proposed is outside the SED. I don't see February flows. I don't see June flows. I see critically dry year relief. These are all things that I've been pushing for. And so I think that rather than us adopting the SED today, I'm not saying we shouldn't adopt it, but I think that it would be best for us to actually line things up and see what we're getting. I think we know what's in the SED. We don't know what these voluntary agreements would necessarily produce, but it does seem that it would be outside the SED. And so I'm just worried about this board taking an action and then soon thereafter us having to roll back some of the things that we have just adopted in terms of flow. course, we'd be getting other things, in exchange. And I'm looking at the PowerPoint, and I was really persuaded by the overview. Voluntary settlement agreements are a comprehensive plan. So in what you're proposing, Board Member Esquivel, it would be a comprehensive plan, but not yet. We'd be adopting the SED, and it would not yet be a comprehensive plan. I'm really persuaded by improvements can happen immediately. That's really big for me. I think it is for all of us, but that is something that I'm very motivated to see what can we do to get those improvements on the ground immediately. Collaboration over conflict, integration of flow and non-flow, bringing in the science, and then that funding piece. But adoption now, adoption today, rather than checking the boxes on all those things, I fear that we would be, at least initially, drawing a line through, Xing those things out. And so that's what I'm concerned about. I think we all just have different approaches on how to get to the same result. And for me, I really do take the districts at their word. They were negotiating, we never told them, go ahead and negotiate and we won't adopt the SCD. We didn't tell them that. But that was their request going in. And so what they were able to negotiate was premised upon us not adopting this document. I don't think that we should necessarily do everything that the irrigation districts are asking us, but I think that we should seriously consider them and their word that this, if we adopt today, it will result in litigation. And hey, the elephant in the room is Donald Trump. I mean, we just got to say it. They have options before them because of Trump, like it or not, that they may not be able to take advantage of at a later time. So I'm really concerned that once we adopt, they go to the courthouse, they do whatever they need to do with, whether it's EPA or federal preemption or whatever it is. And I fear it'll be a big distraction and take up a lot of resources and time and get us one step further away rather than building on that momentum. So I would, at the appropriate time, make a motion to, I guess, your motion, which would be that we table it and send it back to staff so that we could integrate the process as a whole, just not adopt the SED.
All right. We can come back to that. I want to make sure we understand, though, what Board Member Esquivel has in mind here, because there's still, help me understand, because I think I don't mind the concept of us providing the technical assistance. We've said, we just got this thing today. If we'd gotten it 6 months ago, it'd be one thing, but we're not even at proposal on the Sacramento. There's a request to consider the Tuolumne, but we can always reopen, which is what I think it says, if it pans out. Because as we heard, we don't have the transparency or buy-in or even the details to know, although there are a lot of concepts and things in there that are, as I said, intriguing and interesting and potentially quite good. But again, the devil's in the details, and for us, we have to do it in a transparent way. And I, as I said at the beginning, I do appreciate that folks have put in the effort. It needs to be put in, more people need to be brought in, including us, and some sunshine to see what it is, and we need to compare it, as I think you're suggesting, against what our work shows, and if it pans out as it is now, or as it might be by March or through the course of the year, that could be good, because we've been wanting them. I just want to make sure, get some more from staff on this language in terms of what you think this has us do.
Ms. Marcus?
Yeah, help me.
If I'm reading this right, and going to what Board Member Doduk asked about staff resources and how would this fit into our work on the next phase of the Sacramento Bay Delta portion
of this action is that we've spent, as you all know, a lot of time and staff resources on working on evolving from where we were on the scientific basis report and the framework that came out last summer or last spring, I can't remember when, July. And so we're quite far along in the analysis of the staff, what would have been the staff proposal and various alternatives. And so I think that we would be well positioned and it would be efficient, and there would be, with some assistance from our partners at Resources, it would be a deviation from what our plans were before, but that we are well positioned now to turn to analysis of a VSA proposal, if it were fleshed out by March, to then include that as an alternative in what was going to be the next version of the draft SED and CEQA document. And so we would be able to spend most of our time and energy analyzing the VSA, going through the board process, and comparing it to the alternatives that we've already developed and looked at.
So everybody could see it. Everybody, we wouldn't, because this is, I'm getting back to my conversation with Mr. O'Brien, they would be putting in the, it's not like we have to put in a ton of resource. They would help frame it if it becomes an it. I mean, that's again the question, because there are people who've just seen it this morning. I'm hoping it becomes an it.
That it would be, that there would be something that would be something for us to analyze, provided this language anticipates by March.
Okay.
And that's, that we, as appropriate, would have some additional back and forth, but then we would then go into our full-fledged, transparent, then there would be an it for us to all fully vet and go through what we always anticipated was going to be the board's public process.
So just to put a pin on it, because I think it's not really a pin. I forget me coming up with the right metaphor. That if it's, and this gives folks time to flesh it out, hopefully talk to more people and get the level of detail we need, like that crosswalk, like the real numbers, like what's the baseline, like what are we really talking about, what's the magnitude, all the things that we've heard a summary of today or even in the framework. And then we would take that and put it as an alternative in our formal proposal of phase 2, as opposed to any administrative draft or anything we might do sooner. Is that what we're saying? That's
my understanding. I want to make sure that I'm understanding what board member Escobar has.
I would think so, yes. I think that doing so would acknowledge the scope and magnitude of again, the resources and the resources that are brought to be bared on these voluntary settlements, and not, again, the staff work doesn't disappear then, right? It's not a replacement. It becomes, again, a merging of these two processes that are stronger for the whole because of it. Insofar as our ability to affirmatively, give a thumbs up, ultimately, if the analysis pans out around the effectiveness of the proposal.
So if it panned out, we could decide what to do in an update to the plan, even if we act today.
Specifically, especially when it comes to Tuolumne, because the Tuolumne, again, I mean, it does, insofar as I know there's cynicism that folks feel it's just a little bit above what was their FERC proposal anyway, but again, not having enough specifics on it to do that analysis, they should be acknowledged and, if you will, protected in some way in this, and that's what the language seeks to accomplish as well by specifically referring to the Tuolumne and the voluntary settlement that's been developed on that river system. So,
but how would they be protected if we adopt the SED?
Well, as you know, board member, nothing happens the week after adoption or the month, or insofar as for all practical purposes, they're protected in the commitment that we have here to make them part of that analysis, which allows them, to make the case that yes, this is more effective, and that's what we're looking for here, and then puts them into, again, this larger process that is going to be had, and this discussion that we then get to make around what the benefit and trade-off is than on the Tuolumne specifically. But they're, I mean, again, they're protected insofar as the acknowledgement of their voluntary settlement agreement and the same analysis and treatment that they'll get as part of this framework and package that's been brought to before us.
Well, but once we adopt the SED, they have to come within that range. And so we would have to, we'd have to change our plan. We'd adopt.
We could,
We
well.
could if it's all studied and
Yeah,
it pans
and that's
out.
why, you know, we direct,
it has
we
to
have
pan out.
here to direct staff to tell us then what is needed. If we need plan amendments, then we can make a surgical amendment and go in. You never know, the Stanislaus may end up joining in the next months, or the Merced, and so it can then become a very different analysis and discussion at that point. But yeah,
I think it's cleaner for us not to adopt, but I'll bring that up at the appropriate time. But I agree with everything else that you're saying on integration and the analysis.
I'm open to it. There are a lot of ifs in it, because again, I don't know what it is, because we just got it. And it's like I've said to others, I want to believe and I want something to happen, but I also want it to be vetted and clear and all of that. And an alternative that's analyzed obviously would give us all of the detail. But I would encourage, if that's the case, that the process become more open and more players be involved and we get all the data sooner than later. I realize if on March 1st we get something that's the same players without any engagement with the folks who have not been engaged, including our folks in a public way, I'm going to feel very differently about it. I'm trusting that folks, that your intent here is to make clear that we're open to being creative depending on what we get, which I think is fair. Folks have thought we're not interested, but we are very interested and have consistently mischaracterized what our intent is. On the other hand, and this gives a thing for folks to hang on to, on the other hand, it is going to have to, again, the devil's in the details, and it's going to need to be transparent, crosswalk, compared, and all of that in a very open process, which is the only way we can act. That's not chiding anybody. It's just that I see this as an extra olive branch to encourage people to keep going and to say we absolutely will study it if you have an it, which is a little premature generally, but I could live with as long as we're very clear that everything is going to have to be very transparent. And depends on, again, the devil's in the details.
Another question for Board Member Escobar. In reading the last portion of Resolve 7, is it your intention then that board consideration of the water quality control plan update for the Sacramento will take place after December 1st, 2019? My understanding, Ms. Sobek, was that we were on a much faster timeline than that.
Well, it wouldn't just be the Sacramento side at that point. It would become the whole analysis, I believe, but I'll let.
Before Ms. Sobek answer is, my concern is that while I appreciate the progress that was reported by the two directors today, that's been very slow progress, and I would be very concerned about making any commitments, though I wish them much success, and I would love to see a viable VSA come together in time for our consideration. I'm hesitating at the idea of committing ourselves to wait for the outcome of that process before completing a water quality control plan update. And I just want to understand if that was your intention.
If the question is if my intention were to slow down or yeah, it negatively impact, say, our process on phase 2? No.
If I might,
Yeah.
I think that the page 2 document that we received that has the timeframe,
yeah.
I think it's pretty thoughtful. I mean, our process, we're looking at an administrative draft for phase 2 this month sometime. And I mean, I don't know if we're necessarily going to hit that target, but let's say roughly. Then our process is kicked off, a full-blown process. And looking at the timeline that's laid out here in integration of 1 and 2, there are a number of target dates throughout next year. And I mean, perhaps, you know, it could, there would be some tweaking, but it seems that it's going to take achieving these targeted milestones in order to get to that December date. I understand your concern, Board Member Dodick, that, you know, moving quickly, but at the same time, I think our process is going to take a bit as well, especially once the process is underway with workshops and all of the, you know, additional process and oftentimes requests for additional time that would take place anyway.
I don't think we've ever been accused of moving too quickly, especially on Bay Delta. And I appreciate that as much as I would like things done quicker, there is a great deal of value in the transparent process that we've undertaken. What I am hesitating at is to, again, as much as I applaud the directors and as much as I hope for a successful outcome, the board's process and timeline in updating the water quality control plan, the complete plan, we're just on one part of it now, and predicating that on a successful outcome of the VSA discussion is what is giving me pause. Because I remember a day more than 5 years ago when certain parties sat in my office and told me they would have an agreement within 6 months.
Right.
So
we went to meetings.
Yes.
We did, when we were allowed to go to meetings.
So I really, you know, I appreciate what you're trying to do. And I as an engineer who's, you know, focused on efficiency, I appreciate this integration approach. And I want to support it, especially if it means that we can adopt what is before us today and keep the door open for consideration of future agreements. But I also want to be very careful in managing expectations in terms of how long we are willing to wait. I think it is important, as you spoke earlier, that our action be an incentive to help further the momentum. And my opinion is the best way to do that is to indicate our very strong commitment to moving forward and using our process to hopefully bring others along in facilitating you know, a faster engagement and a more transparent process in bringing these VSAs together. So I don't want to give the impression that we would somehow slow down or halt our progress predicating on the successful outcome of these discussions. I hope that by indicating our commitment to proceed, that we will help move these discussions along, and obviously also, you know, as you intend, indicate a willingness and an openness and a welcomeness to considering appropriate agreements that could be reached.
In my opinion, this is one way to show support for the momentum that's been gathered over the last several months and years, and especially these past 30 days. And this is one way through a transparent process to evaluate what could be a viable alternative that we don't know that much about yet. Obviously, we, you know, having just received it today, but there were a lot of good things there. And comparing the benefits, because it is so different from what's been proposed in the phase 1 SED, will take some time. I think it's worthwhile. What we're talking about here, don't see as an extensive delay in the process as it would take anyway. And so to help support the good discussions and negotiations that have been going on, and hopefully others will be able to join as well, my feeling is that this is a good motion.
I have to say, I like the intent of the motion. There's just a lot of ifs in there, including transparency, information, whether it is really, it becomes an it. And I hope, I don't know, I gotta come up with a better way to say that. I hope it does. I think that, but it needs more engagement and all of that. So this could be an envelope. I'm trying to understand the idea of somehow, I don't, there are certain things I think in this page 2, and I really am resisting trying to make a decision based on a document that came to our desks today in the context of this and the confusion. It's that we have to do the SED, but folks will do the work to give us an alternative that we can look at and include in the public process. That I'm fine with, as long as it, A, doesn't necessarily hold up our process so that we don't end up with losing that. If we would have gone sort of faster otherwise, I mean, there's some, it may be fine in this language, but we need to see the further progress.
I think there's definitely further discussion we have to have about what that looks like, what staff engagement looks like, because there are resources obviously from, as contemplated here, from both the resources agency and the water districts to develop this document. Because these documents, as our staff are well aware, don't happen overnight. And so I think there's going to have to be some further discussion about how we accomplish that, what the share of work looks like, how we structure and organize, I guess, this building of this.
And how transparent it is.
Well,
ours all has to be transparent.
It completely has to be. I mean, we're not going to be involved in a non-disclosure agreement and all this, and nor will it when we're talking about this point of integrating, if you will, our processes with what's been these developments, because we're still looking at that March 1st deadline, which I see as really that's the moment where you're no longer bound by these non-disclosure agreements. You have term sheets, you have details on all these tributaries, and it becomes a work product under which staff can take, or again, I think we're gonna have to talk about what that looks like and how you do it. But the outcome and goal that we're driving toward is, alignment with our process here and with the development of these, and then a full, honest public accounting. And that's what, our votes are arbitrary if we don't have that. And we're not an arbitrary board insofar as it has to be based on analysis, it has to be based on the science. And I think that, that's in the offing, certainly. And again, I can't, it is hard. It is a pretty historic moment that we find with the willingness and cooperation there. And so it's how do we kind of cement that and then carry it forward, knowing that, we all know well that we're in the last month of this administration. So it's going to be a matter of really trying to create process around all of this. And I think that's what will ultimately help actually get us to a successful moment.
So I'm just wondering, maybe if we could hear from council, but I'm just finding several areas here where there's a public process implied. And so maybe if staff could
actually say it.
Well, in 7 here, associated analysis, the State Water Board shall incorporate the agreement, let's see, including potential amendments to implement the agreements as an alternative for a future comprehensive Bay Delta Plan update. Well, there's a regulatory process for that. And in Section 8 there also references subsequent regulatory actions. So maybe if staff could help by calling out where the, process is already implied, so that if there are if there's a desire for to further clarify, we could build on that, as opposed to talking about it in concept.
Sure, let's walk
Go
through
away
a few
opportunity
things.
for transparency. That, I would feel better with a little more of that in there.
Let's just walk through the existing language very briefly, and just, may I point out one typo first to get that out of the way. On the first page, whereas 21B, the last sentence refers to resolved paragraph. That should be resolved paragraph 7. So what the whereas initially contemplates is it acknowledges and provides space for the Delta watershed-wide voluntary agreements that were discussed today. It acknowledges, though, that if the board adopts the plan amendment today, that any future proceeding would require additional public process, including the requirements and the public participation requirements under Porter-Cologne and the Clean Water Act, as well as CEQA. So those existing requirements would apply to any of those future proceedings. And then as Board Member D'Adamo pointed out, regulatory actions inherently include notice and opportunity depending on the type of regulatory action, but all of the board's regulatory actions require some sort of notice and public opportunity for engagement. So it doesn't expressly mention transparency, but it does repeatedly refer to existing regulatory practices and compliance with public participation requirements.
Part of what in reading this quickly, part of what I see, I think intended is what we've said for a long time, was that if an agreement is put together before we're doing the formal review, we would review it alongside, right, as part of the document, because then everybody gets the alternative comparison, et cetera, in one place. This is trying to implement that maybe a little prematurely, because we're not saying we're going to evaluate in any way whether we think it's okay or not. At some point, we might want to have I'm not trying to create more process, but we might want to indicate that we'll have some sort of a meeting after, a public meeting after March 1st, so folks can give us feedback before we jump into a process. But we still, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with evaluating something. I just prefer to have something that's a little broader. Agreement and engagement.
One point of clarification, just so, and I'm sure the board understands this, but the discussion of voluntary settlement agreements today and the documents produced are not part of the information that's being considered as part of the administrative record supporting the plan amendments and the SED adoption that the board's considering today.
No, of course not.
So the board is not deciding whether to act on the Tuolumne River settlement agreement, but whether to provide space in a future process to even consider the proposal as it may be by March 2019.
Adding to Ms. Mayani's comments, I'd like to invite your attention to the resolved language just after the paragraph number, because that makes clear that there will be a public participation process. It's on the board at the bottom of paragraph 21B.
If I could just make a comment about potential timing and efficiencies without, any position on which are better or worse. Again, Board Member Dodek, going a little bit to your question, if the directors had not brought forward a VSA today, then maybe we would have been in a position within a few weeks to go forward with the next. With the next board action that we previewed in the framework document for the Sacramento side and the Delta, we would have then gone through all of these processes with respect to that phase 2 document, and we wouldn't have gotten, we probably wouldn't have been too much farther along. We optimistically would have been going through our process and analyses and getting comments and perhaps bringing final action to the board close to the end of next year. If we had come out with a new set of draft documents and then a VSA had been presented to us, we would then have perhaps been directed by you all to then incorporate those VSAs, that VSA into our document. And there would be some efficiency lost in having sort of put a final a draft document together and then have to add a whole new potential alternative and, augment all of the analyses and do the comparisons. There are some efficiencies potentially for doing that before we put out putting out an independent draft. So I'm not sure. I think it changes. It certainly changes. It certainly adds. This proposal would add a step that really we couldn't start on or get too far down the road on until after we see what it is in March. But we do have a starting point. We do have the documents that have come in today that we would take a look at. So I don't think I don't think we would lose as much time as might be anticipated.
Here's what I would want the opportunity to do. The issue is deciding now, not having analyzed it, et cetera, that we're not going to do something until December 19th on a formal proposal. And so why that date is there, I suppose people think it may take that much time. Maybe it wouldn't take that much time. That's what I'm confused about.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Board Member Escobar, if you were anticipating that that a draft document incorporating an analysis of the VSA would not be available before December. I think it would be anticipated that there would be a draft document that analyzed that somewhere before that.
That's not how I actually read the language, so you have to help me with that.
I guess I would also just say that looking at the timelines, if it's going to be March when we have sort of a more fleshed out proposal, I don't think December is unreasonable. If we were to take that proposal and incorporate it into our substitute environmental document, our staff report as another alternative, that's going to take some time to do.
A year? Or 9 months?
That does not sound unreasonable, given the scale and scope of the document and what we're talking about.
Well, I think that's where augmenting those resources, we would definitely have to, again, it sounds like there are resources contemplated insofar as the settling parties contributing to the development of that document. So I would say that hopefully there's an opportunity to
So they would develop the alternative, but we still,
or
because
pieces,
we weren't
or how,
planning to
again,
propose.
I think that's more of a conversation.
If I might offer a suggestion for
Yeah.
a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
If we could scroll back down to Resolve 7, I think what's giving me pause is the second sentence basically commits staff to incorporating the agreement when we don't even know yet what we might get on March 1st. So if it is understood that somewhere between the first and second paragraph that there is, some process in there, because otherwise this seems, when I read 7 as proposed, it seems to say that we are going to delay our process, and granted, it's already December. March 1st doesn't sound like a long time away, but it's what happens between March 1st and apparently as early as possible after December 1st, 2019, that bothers me. Because depending on what we receive March 1st, it might take another 2 years to do the analysis and incorporate it, and that would be considered as early as possible after December 1st, 2019. If on March 1st, whatever we receive, if we don't receive anything, I want staff to be able to move forward and present what they have to us as soon as possible, not have to wait until after December 1st, 2019, because I don't know what we'll get March 1st.
Right, hopefully we would get something, be able to incorporate it.
Exactly.
When you say presented for consideration, that's for decision, not for proposal. That's where I was getting cut off.
That's right, that's for
So that,
decision.
yeah, the process would take that long before we would be able to, right, okay. I'm feeling a little better about that part of it.
So we can just tweak that a little bit. I would be very comfortable with this if it's considered as part of the adoption of what's before us today.
What are you proposing, though? I'm trying to follow.
That there be amending on the fly is not easy. So perhaps I can ask staff to help out with language, but my concern is that the second sentence, which is a very long sentence, of Resolve 7 basically commits staff to incorporate what we receive on March 1st and include it in the environmental document and amendments that will come to us after December 1st, 2019. And my concern is that we don't know at this point what we will receive March 1st. And so by directing staff to go ahead and include it, it might take a very long time to do that. I mean, depending on what we receive. If everything goes well, and if we received an agreement with comparable analysis that can be incorporated, then yes, I could see this happening very quickly, but it also might not. And so what I'm concerned about is this essentially postpone the Sacramento component of the water quality control plan update almost indefinitely until such time that the watershed-wide agreements could be properly analyzed and incorporated into a proposal for our consideration.
So that's, I didn't mean to put you on the spot for exact language, but I wanted to better understand what your concern was. Part of the frustration that I have had, and you'll see later when we move to adopt, I think we should look at something else altogether different. And if they have an alternative, I absolutely want to direct our staff that it needs to be included for consideration.
I think that's where we differ, because I want to see that alternative before I direct staff to include it.
Well, and I give the resources agencies great deference if they have an alternative. Part of the problem, and I'm just speaking for myself, our hands are tied. Staff only wanted to, with the direction of the board, only wanted to look at unimpaired flow, nothing else. So, of course, we don't know what that alternative is going to look like, but I think we can be assured it's going to include flow, non-flow, funding, science, adaptive management. So I personally don't have a problem at all, without having seen the exact proposal, to direct our staff when you're presenting us with, whether it's 1, 2, or preferably the integrated 1 and 2, that it include the alternative watershed-wide agreement. I absolutely would like to see that.
And while I appreciate your confidence in the resources agency, my concern is, given how long we've worked and tried to get things right on the SED, the analysis of that alternative to the point that it could be incorporated into something that we might consider. It may take a very long time, at which point that's where I hesitate, because I don't know yet what that agreement's going to be and how long it will take to do the analysis for incorporating into the water quality control plan update.
I don't know if this will help, but let me suggest adding the words "to the extent feasible" to the start of the second sentence. So if a settlement is not produced, or it's not something we could adopt, or it will take years and years and years, we're not directing staff to do it, but otherwise we are. So just insert the words "to the extent feasible" at the start of the second sentence in resolve number 7.
I'm sorry, so how would that second sentence read?
Very long. It would be, to the extent
Even longer,
feasible,
right?
State Water Board staff shall incorporate the Delta watershed-wide agreement, including potential amendments to implement agreements related to the Tuolumne River, as an alternative for a future comprehensive Bay Delta Plan update that addresses the reasonable protection of beneficial uses across the Delta watershed, and with the goal of comprehensive amendments to the Bay Delta Plan across the Delta watershed, may be presented to the State Water Board for consideration as early as possible after December 1st, 2019.
Since this is a Word document, could you type that, please?
And you can make it into 2 sentences without too much trouble.
That works. I would put a comma after feasible, but
Just a general comment. How do we define feasibility, I guess, and who determines what that feasibility is, and so whose decision point is? I will just say I feel it sort of waters down what I think, again, the intent is, and the intent is, this is pretty incredible, let's put it into part of the analysis. It doesn't weaken ultimately the end product insofar as if the concern is that it's just not going to pass muster and it's, well, that's what the analysis will show. And then that's where, again, this board's affirmative or otherwise vote on it all is able to happen. That process is there. I just don't know. I don't know what that necessarily does to what is, again, the intent in having that moment, having that analysis, and, being able to take that product and have that discussion. So.
How about this? I agree that to the extent feasible is somewhat squishy. If we remove the phrase "to the extent feasible" and going back to your original proposed language, would it be correct, Board Member Escovel, if I interpret that as, so let me roll out the scenario. Suppose on March 1st, 2019, we either don't receive anything, or if we receive something that is, not sufficient for a detailed analysis that could be considered, that the second sentence there does not preclude board staff from bringing to us what they've worked on the past few years for the Sacramento side for consideration. And so the term future comprehensive Bay Delta Plan update could mean an update to whatever the board adopts for the San Joaquin, hopefully today, and the Sacramento, potentially in 2019, if what we hope for with these VSAs do not occur by March 1st.
I think I can answer that. First, let me request that my language be deleted, and then I think that's the intent. That it could be a later.
It could be later.
Comprehensive amendment. It wouldn't
All right.
necessarily be incorporated into the Sacramento River Watershed Amendment, depending on the timing, et cetera.
If Board Member Escovel agrees that that's the intent, then I can support this.
Right.
That is
so-
the intent.
Okay.
So the idea is we can do the Sacramento, but if this all keeps moving, we can use it as a basis for
A future
a
update.
broader update if it all comes together. But doesn't mean we have to, I just don't want to tie our hands in the instance. Okay.
If that is
That
the
was
intent,
tying
if
me
that's
up on
understood,
the latter
yes.
part of the sentence. Because it says with the goal that. So this is resolution action, and what we're showing is that we want them to keep working, and if they give us something by March, we'll evaluate it, and then we'll decide what to do with it based on that evaluation.
Well, the evaluation, well, what I think the evaluation is taking place then in the analyses that staff is doing, and we're directing them to then take that, do that analysis. Again, a draft will have to come out. There'll be public process, not unlike that we've seen on phase one here, but it'll be a very different document at that point because it will encompass what is hopefully the final details of what these voluntary settlement agreements will be, and allow us for a moment to have that clear-eyed comparison, the cross-talk, if you will, in a very comprehensive way.
Well, I would just say I think there's more words in here than are necessary to make that point.
Lawyers drafted it.
What?
Lawyers drafted it.
Well, I mean, I think it's a distraction. It's a resolution, so I think we can adapt. I think the intent you're discussing is fine. To me, it's the idea of being able to compare as an alternative something that has flow and non-flow that people are actually proposing is something we've been open to all along, and I know Board Member D'Adamo would find that a more appealing comparison because we can't, otherwise we're making up a straw one that we can't actually implement without an agreement, and that's just a place where the two of us disagree on what we legally can or cannot do. So the intent of it, I'm fine with. I don't want to find this language being used as a straitjacket. I don't want to, and that's really my concern, because I think once people are involved and there's more creativity, we may see even more. I don't want to put cold water or anything, but I would also agree with you that I'm open to this if we move today. I am not open to this if we do not move today.
You mean with respect to how I would propose it?
Yeah, I just would oppose the way you would propose it.
Right. Well, shall we get on with it?
With no disrespect intended, I just disagree on that.
Yeah.
So shall we get on with it? I think that I think process-wise, I should.
I'm sorry.
I might.
I'm sorry. A point of correction. I believe a motion has been made.
I made a motion for.
Yes.
Yes, but I believe Board Member D'Adamo was expressing a desire to have a counter motion insofar as, because my motion is to just adjust the resolution language. That's what this motion would do. It's not to adopt. I'm not asking to adopt. It would be just to do that, but before we do that, I think.
I think your motion assumes that we would be headed to adoption, and I have a different approach. So just in the name of efficiency to get on with it here.
Make a motion to this motion.
Yes, well, I might need some help from staff, but what I had previous discussions with staff, but what I understand the appropriate approach would be for me to make a motion to table the staff proposal and direct instead staff to integrate phases 1 and 2. And it's very similar to what Board Member Esquivel laid out. So
what might be cleaner at that point is for me to withdraw my motion. You can make your, or procedure-wise.
It can be done either way.
It doesn't matter.
It can be done in either order, just so long as we're clear as to what the motions are.
Okay.
Board Members Esquivel's motion was not a motion to adopt the resolution. It was a motion to amend the resolution. So that could go either way. And if a board member wanted to support this, but then didn't like the resolution, a board member could vote yes on this and no on the other.
Sure.
Or alternatively, we can have what Board Member D'Adamo is now proposing is a motion in the way of the substitute to postpone indefinitely the item before the board today with direction to staff to prepare a combined Sacramento-San Joaquin River watershed amendment to the Bay Delta Plan.
Yes, and I'll just read this quickly. There are just a couple of bullet points. And that the motion would also include direction to staff to work with the Natural Resources Agency and settling parties to support completing a Delta watershed agreement no later than March 1, so in that regard, it's similar. Direct staff to integrate CEQA and Porter Cologne water quality analysis on the San Joaquin River, Sacramento, and entire Delta watershed, relying on the voluntary agreement framework presented today by the Department of Water Resources and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And lastly, encourage all the parties and staff to complete the analysis so a Delta watershed-wide update to the Bay Delta Plan could be presented to the State Board for consideration as early as possible after December 1st, 2019. So again, aligning with the dates to what Board Member Esquivel has proposed.
Can I ask a quick question? And this relates to the other one, and this is also from not understanding this. What is the significance of the December 1, 2019 date? Is that supposed to be an attempt to go faster or an attempt to have something go slower?
So I am just aligning these dates with what Board Member Esquivel has because, and I know you're uncomfortable relying on the outline that of dates that we've been given, but I'm just deferring to the timeframes that have been outlined today by the resource agency.
Right.
Yeah. Likewise.
Board Member Esquivel, you can.
My
I'm
dates
sorry,
are.
I'm just not following it because I was spending.
Yeah, no, my dates are also just, from what we're seeing here and insofar as the terms here, what they've sort of outlined. But again, the reality is that I'm sure these dates are, anyway,
It's
that's
not
where
intended to make it go slower. than
No, it
might
is not.
otherwise.
No, and again, to the extent that if we're successful here, implementation begins the following year. We're getting straight to then implementation
No,
in
that's right,
these.
because if
but
it
yeah,
works out, then you might have a
You might have it
substitute for
faster.
implementation.
yes, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
would be
But no,
faster.
not meant to ultimately slow down. Or if there is any, I think it'll be nominal given the times that we have built in anyway.
Okay. Sorry, I should have asked that question before. I'm still having trouble with it. All right. Is there a second to that motion to table? I don't think I have a second for the motion to table,
Right.
so,
Strictly speaking, our rules do not require a second. If Board Member Diadama wants a vote on her motion, she
Oh,
may
all right.
request it.
okay.
That's interesting.
I thought of that one. No, what's
Yeah,
your preference?
I would, yes.
You would like to vote?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion?
Just that I know Board Member Diadama's intention here is to add to the good faith and try to keep people in a productive space. And there is concern that if the board is to adopt phase one, even with, good acknowledgement for folks on the Tuolumne that they're not protected in this and that, that it will lead to lawsuits and lead to actually not a successful moment here that I think we're all trying to build toward. But I think that, again, as my comments earlier, I think that I certainly feel that board adoption actually builds that momentum, builds greater certainty in all this, allows us to cap off phase one insofar as 180-day comment period, so many months worth of work and analysis that has gone through 2 peer reviews and is there. So, I think that moving to adopt phase one allows us to pivot then and say, but still protect and incorporate Tuolumne insofar as the language that was proposed. So, I strongly acknowledge what Board Member Diadama was trying to do and her concerns as to what it might mean to all this. But I think I'm hoping that folks are a little more creative in understanding in all this and actually do see it as a necessary step for us as a board to have credibility as we kind of march forward in wanting to build public process around what is still sort of a VSA that is amongst a few.
Thank you. And I don't want to go through the reasons why. I think I already did that early on. But just to say that I have spent a lot of time with not just the irrigation districts, but individual board members. And when they tell us that they have to walk because we adopt, I believe that. I know that for those, and I see, a number of leaders in the audience here today, they've really gone out on a limb. And when they take this to their boards and say, this is what they have negotiated. I know that those are very tough decisions, and when they tell us that their boards are not supporting going forward once we adopt or if we adopt, I have to believe that that's the case. And again, going back to what I said earlier, I just feel so strongly about getting these measures in place. It's so exciting to see next year, but I think it's going to slip through our hands. So that's my intention here.
I just want to say before we get too far along here in this process that I've now been a board member for more than 1 week.
Veteran.
1 week and almost 2 hours. But during that time, I have spent extensive time reviewing the record before us. I've spoken with stakeholders. I've reviewed the transcripts and the webcast recorded videos from the past several meetings that presented on the Phase 1 proposal. And I've looked at the comments that were received and the responses that were, very extensive responses that were provided by staff. And so I'm very appreciative of that. And I just wanted to say that I do feel comfortable proceeding with a vote at this time. Although it's not without reservations. Some of the things have jumped out to me just in the short time that I've had an opportunity to look at this. I'm having a hard time untangling in my mind how groundwater impacts might be addressed in the long run. I mean, they're clearly documented in the plan, but they will and do exist, and we all hope that SGMA will help address those going forward. But it's not clear to me how those will be balanced in the long term. I still am having trouble understanding how, if we have another multi-year drought, how those issues will be addressed and resolved. I know that there's some provisions for emergency off-ramps in the water quality control plan, but still, those are just questions that I have. And then I know that there's lots of conjecture about the science, that there's differences of opinion about the habitat benefits, about the temperature benefits that might be provided in different stream reaches and where those flows are optimal. And so where I take comfort is in understanding and appreciating the program of implementation and the adaptive management framework that's been built into the plan as it's been proposed. That the volumes, the water is a flexible budget that can be shaped and shifted as needed. Some of those flows can be extended to other times of the year where necessary to provide that cold water benefit for fish. And so I think staff and the proposal that's before us, and I'm sure all of these things have been said before, but I feel compelled to share it with you now that I do have an opinion about this. And I think that there is just a great amount of flexibility and ability to incorporate a wide variety of scenarios. And I'm hopeful that things like the STEM work group do come to fruition and does foster a productive dialogue amongst the parties to make good, sound operational decisions for these rivers in the future. At this time, I feel that this is progress. It represents 9 years of work. The rivers need to see water. I want to see these VSAs come to fruition. That's why I'm excited about the language here and that there is still hope, that there's an opportunity and a pathway forward. I still think that exists. But nonetheless, this is the time.
Good. I think this is an extra offer in a way that's really interesting to wrap your head around. I do think we've been encouraging and wanting voluntary settlements as an alternative way to implement. I do have to say I understand Board Member D'Adamo's concern. I do have to say that on the one issue, my view, having and we all have our experience over however many decades we've been doing this work, is my whole life has been around settling. And while I like the fact that we have tried to get these before and integrating the proposal, that's actually going above and beyond what I've seen anyone do. Generally, it happens after we've proposed and then where we finalized, and then it stays. It can either be in the litigation or in a subsequent voluntary agreement. I think if folks feel the need to sue on all sides, I mean, I feel like I've been the recipient of lawsuits or the invoker of lawsuits, and neither of them have kept me from settling anything I actually wanted to settle based on what was in the interests of my entity or my client, based on finding people across the table that I could talk with. And so my view is if people say if they have to litigate, they'll leave the table, they were never interested in really being at the table. That's just my experience on that. And so I would encourage everyone to stay engaged, and if they walk away, then it wasn't really real anyway, particularly since we have to vet and share and be transparent about anything we accept. And I think we've gone out of our way to try and give multiple opportunities over the years. And it's just unfortunate that folks have miscast and misconstrued what our intent is along the way. On the other hand, I'm delighted that progress has been made. I just need to see the full story, and everybody else does as well. I do think that is the path we genuinely want to be able to go down, but we need to be able to review it. I don't see going final as precluding it, certainly in my intent or staff's intent. And if we get something that requires this opens the door to, gives us enough of a there that we can study and revise, then so be it. But to do it in the abstract, I think just invites further delay. I think it's been a long time coming for us to make a decision. So I'm happy to be flexible in agreeing to study things and in helping have staff, but welcome having staff be able to explain what we need under our statutes in order to be able to say yes to something, and try and be as helpful as possible. But I also think we need to act today in order for me to feel good about moving along the next path after all this time.
Understood. I just have to take issue with one thing that you said, and maybe I misunderstood it, but parties that negotiated in good faith, that said that the part of their agreement was that if we adopted, they would pull the agreement. I don't take that to mean that they never really meant it to begin with.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, okay.
If folks say if they have to litigate, they can't continue talking, I don't buy that.
Oh, two lawyers are getting into it.
Yeah, no, I mean, the situation.
No, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're correcting it, because that's not what I intended.
I mean, it's plain and simple. Maybe for me, because it gets down to just reading the SED and knowing what's in it. So if you've taken something to your board akin to what the TID, MID, and the city and county have, that is flow, non-flow, and you saw the chart that I think it was Chris Schutz, that put the chart up, and you take that to your board, and the board is reluctant because they're at risk. This is in a period of climate change and Sigma giving something up. And if hanging over their head is something as high as a 50% of unimpaired flow, that is a bridge too far. So that is my understanding why the districts included in their negotiation a statement that if we adopt the SED, that they would pull the agreement. That's my understanding.
Well,
he'll be back.
I was actually going to impose myself between two attorneys and ask Board Member Esquivel if he wanted to amend his motion. And
Well, why don't we take a 5-minute break?
so why don't we take a 5-minute
that's in
break?
order until we vote on the motion in the floor, which is to postpone indefinitely.
Oh,
And then after we vote on that,
Okay.
then we'll be back.
Oh, he's back.
On
All
Board
right.
Member Esquivel's motion.
Why don't we go ahead and vote on the motion that is before us?
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, the motion doesn't carry. So what's the next thing you wanted to
And
do?
at this time, I would like to ask Board Member Esquivel if he would like to amend his motion to include adoption of the entire resolution with his proposed language and with the correction that Ms. Mahaney made to new whereas 21B.
Just to clarify, this is the motion to amend the resolution. Okay.
That was what you're off, well.
Say that again?
Yeah. Well, if you were asking me to amend my motion for the resolution to incorporate, then just the
Before
entire.
your motion was just to add this language.
Yeah,
and I
you
wanted-
want to do it all.
Please.
Well, I do want to just ask Board Member Diodamo, she may want to support the changes to the resolution, but not
Right, yeah.
ultimately.
Yeah.
So I still want to parse
I
it out.
see.
Yeah, I think that's a
Okay,
good idea.
got it.
Yeah, just so, because otherwise she wouldn't have an affirmative vote on the language on the voluntary settlement side. So move adoption of the proposed changes to the resolution with the corrections that Ms. Mahaney had pointed out.
So that would be a move to add this language to the resolution.
Yes,
That's correct, just to be absolutely.
move to amend the resolution language. Yeah.
Yes, it's a motion to amend the resolution with this language and correcting the typographical error. It is not a motion to adopt the plan amendments or the SED. It's a motion to amend at this point.
Thank you.
All right, I understand that I don't need a second. Any further?
This is going to be revolutionary, I guess, to what we do up here.
No.
Just for clarification, often.
I wasn't here for
If there's no
OTC, so
second,
I'm
the
not-
member withdraws the resolution, but I felt in this case, Board Member Diodamo really wanted to vote on it.
Yeah.
But ordinarily, if there's no second, it's withdrawn. So you can still ask for a second. It's just the board
All
member
right.
can say. I
Is
want
there a second? Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Yeah, it's only, you're the only one who lived through the 11 or 22 motions it took to do OTC, so I.
Let's not do that again,
I have
please.
not experienced that before. So is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Great. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right? That carries. Next.
Before you consider the motion to adopt the resolution, I think we have at least two changes. One is on page 48 of Appendix K, where we discussed earlier, substituting the language could include among others in lieu of include without limitation. And then we had the language that was presented in the staff presentation clarifying that there have not been changes that have a significant change in environmental effect. Could we put,
Well,
are there any other?
I think we want to amend that further because the
Okay.
resolution has been amended. So I've been working on a change sheet number 4. I could email it to Janine. Maybe you can put it up.
Okay, so maybe we should do our 5-minute, let's do a 5-minute break, and you can include the word change that you said was okay from Ms. Webster? Or we can
And
just say
just for
that?
clarification, the staff proposal does include change sheets 1, 2, and 3 already.
Right. 5 minutes to sort of tee up what our next set of discussions are. I want to figure out the best procedure, because Board Member Diodamo does have other motions or amendments, and I want to make sure we get them, we take them one at a time and discuss them. Is that right? Yeah.
So ready, or did you want to have staff go first on what they were walking us through?
Do you want to walk, are you fine with that, having them walk through where we are at? Okay, go ahead and do the stuff, sorry, you just took it down, that you worked on, but then we're not going to vote on anything. We're going to keep going.
Do you want to read it, or do you want me to go over it?
Well, why don't you go over the changes?
Okay, so
We're all looking at it.
So the first change is similar to the change that Aaron Forsman mentioned this morning in our PowerPoint presentation, basically to say that the changes made through the change sheets, as well as the resolution today, do not implicate new significant environmental impacts or a substantial increase in the severity of the effects disclosed in the SED. And then the second change relates to Ms. Webster's requested change on page 48 of Appendix K to change the words, excuse me. Could include, without limitation to, to change, include without limitation to could include among other things.
Right. Okay, great. So now we have that sitting there, but we don't need to do any voting on that. I'd rather do everything. You'll keep track in case there's more we add. Is that all right? Do I have that? Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have two amendments to the SED, actually Appendix K. Starting with the first amendment is to remove June except in wet years, remove the month of June. And we've had quite a bit of discussion about this issue. The reason that I am I continue to advocate for it is because of the lack of fish presence in June. But I am changing this from, my previous requests, because initially I had pushed for removal of June entirely. And I was persuaded after looking at the modeling that's been done, there are at times fish moving in June, but it's in wet years. So looking at the models that staff had presented us, or the information that staff had presented us, fish are not present in June except for wet years. 90% of them, 97% have out-migrated. Again, not looking at wet years, but all other year types. And for those that do remain, water temperatures are very high in June, and I think we have to expect not just the water users to use water wisely, but including what we're doing here with these flows. And lastly, I don't think June is justified because of the highest water costs of any month. The highest water cost is in June. 40% of the water costs are in June, and this is the primary month that water agencies are diverting water directly for either irrigation or for storage. Additionally, Merced Irrigation District, we have a VSA from on the Tuolumne, but we don't yet on the Merced, and we don't yet on the Stan. And there are unique situations with respect to both the Merced and on the Stan. The Merced does not have rights to divert storage past June. So June is very important for the Merced, and the Bureau likewise does not have rights to divert to storage past June. So I think for the combination of those reasons, we should consider the removal of June in all year types except wet years.
Is there a second? All right. Discussion, questions? I'll probably turn to staff to talk about that as well. I have some thoughts, but
I cannot support that. I think we've had this discussion with respect to June, and June is an important month. There's never been the flows there, and perhaps, they're there in wet years just because there's water there in wet years. So no, I'm sorry, I can't support that.
Other questions or thoughts? I really do see it as a block of water that folks can move depending on what happens. But when we think about trying things, I do think from the conversations I've had that you, if there were more water there in June, you might well see the fish, but you might not, depending on the years and what we really want as a group to manage it. But I do think also in implementation, we'll see, hopefully we'll see more VSAs. So I'm not inclined to support, although I understand the sentiment and intention behind it. I don't feel comfortable doing that. Is there anything that you all want to add on that?
I guess I would just reflect what Board Member Dodek said, was that we covered June flows on January 3rd of 2017, and the reasons to have June flows in the plan amendment proposal. And we can go over some of those reasons. Some of them were already described, but fish are still in the system. It is part of establishing that block of water, and we are also relying on the San Joaquin to contribute to delta outflow. We also heard testimony from Department of Fish and Wildlife, who very much underscored that June flows are important for full life history expression for the species in the system. I'm not sure what we could pull up those slides, or we could also check in with the biologists, but it's my understanding that those are the primary reasons that we want June. It is part of this very important spring season, and it's part of the proposal because it's important for fish.
We're relying on the San Joaquin for delta outflow. That's in our proposal?
Delta outflow, when we have the Sacramento update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, we have
But that's
stated
not
in
what's
the
before
past-
us.
Correct. We've stated in the past that we are not coming back to the San Joaquin.
I realize that, but that has not been, this is one of the criticisms that I have, that staff advocates. So that is not what is before us. We don't have delta outflow as part of the package that's before us. So I understand that some may desire that, but that hasn't been analyzed.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So I would go back to the narrative objective then, and just provide a reminder that the narrative objective requires maintaining inflow conditions from the San Joaquin River watershed at Vernalis sufficient to support and maintain natural production of viable native San Joaquin River fish populations migrating through the delta.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I understand it's a block of water, so I'm going to look into my crystal ball. June is going to be shifted. It's the purpose of June is to get a higher block of water. June will be shifted in all year types except wet years in order to get a greater block of water, because it's not a wise use of water when those temperatures are high. So that's my prediction, that that's what we're going to see. And with VSAs, I don't think we're going to see June because even if you go back and look at the 2010 flow criteria report, several NGOs and even some resource agencies suggested March through May. They didn't include June. If you look at the San Joaquin River Restoration Agreement, it doesn't include June. So June got added in to increase the block of water. And it does seem that in certain year types, it can be justified. I will acknowledge that. I'm trying to be open-minded on this one. I haven't been at all open-minded on June, but I have been persuaded in wet years. So, yeah, that's where I think things are going to go. I can see that the support is not here, but if I were a betting person, I would put money on this, that it's not going to be used for June.
Is that, so I'd like to actually ask a little bit more information because I am fairly new to this. So is that true that in June, and especially in drier year types, that there's less benefit, temperature benefit during those times?
So we can go back and look at some of our temperature profiles, but in very dry years, you have less water in the system, so you will see temperature profiles go up faster for the simple reason that there is less water in the system. Tell me your question again. I just want to make sure.
Are there fish in the system in June?
Yes, there are fish in the system in June. There are steelhead in the system in June. It is true that fall run Chinook salmon migrate out of the system earlier. This might be a good chance to check in with our biologists to see if they have anything else they want to contribute about June.
Yeah, if possible, I'd like to pull up a figure in Master Response 3.1, if we can pull up a figure. Figure 3.1-29.
And while that's coming up, I would just like to add, I think Board Member Doduk really hit it with, we don't know what can happen in June if we haven't had the flows to provide it. And it's all about providing the flexibility. And at the core of this proposal, what's before you today, is to not lock ourselves into limited flexibility. It's to make it expansive. And Board Member McGuire, you asked about what, dry years. The program of implementation allows us great flexibility so that we're not going to be wasting water, but if fish are present, it's available in June to expand the life cycle, availability and the genetic diversity. And if it's not optimal for June, just as Board Member D'Adamo says, it'll be shifted forward or back, but there's a continuum there between dry years and middling years, and we're just using a budget to provide the greatest functional flows for when they're most needed.
Right, and there are a host of decisions that folks will make about it. We heard a lot of testimony about the importance of the range as opposed to overly constraining it, because there are fish in the system across a number of months, and you want genetic life diversity, so you don't want to just say, okay, this month, the fish that can survive in this month is the one we get. You want to get a broader range. Sometimes the early months are going to be useful because you're going to get fry that go out there and they can survive in flux, but the ideal would be to have folks on a system consulting about what to try and do in a given year. And so that's unfortunately the flexibility that we're giving in this proposal is a little scary to some people who would rather have it nailed down with certainty. So there's a trade-off there, but what we're pushing for is more of the genetic diversity so that we get a hardier salmon stock. But the suggestion is not that folks are just going to toss the water away.
Yeah, it just sounds like there's questions as to how that water could be best used and if it's actually in the month of June or another time. And so I appreciate Board Member D'Adamo's comments that it is a significant amount of water cost during that time. So I'm just want to make sure I understand why that's included.
Sorry, Mr. Worth.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring this figure up just to talk about fish other than fall run Chinook salmon. This is a figure of Omicus or steelhead or rainbow trout. They go by different names. But this is a figure of Omicus that are captured in the Oakdale rotary screw trap between 1995 and 2009. And we see young of the year Omicus, kind of on that band that's on the bottom. They're about 50 millimeters to 100 millimeters in fork length. And we see those young of the year Omicus, they spawn later than fall run Chinook salmon, and then so they hatch a little bit later. And we see those young of the year Omicus traveling downstream later into the year. And we see quite a few captured in May and into June, even into July. And so I think that considering other native fish species other than fall run Chinook salmon is something that's important to keep in mind. Also, we see different migratory phenotypes of fall run Chinook salmon. We see fry, par, and smolts. when you look at the grand total of fish, or of Chinook salmon that migrate down the river, a very small percentage of them migrates in June under historic conditions. But when you look at just at smolts, one of those migratory phenotypes, we see that larger percentages of them migrate in June. And we have a figure in Appendix C that shows smolt migration patterns. And so different migratory phenotypes are important for conservation, and we see some of those migrate in June for fall run Chinook salmon. And then Omicus, we see significant migration in June. And also there's white sturgeon that spawn February to June. They spawn, they've been collecting eggs, and they find them in April-ish. And so protecting their eggs, which hatch and then migrate downstream, is also another consideration. So I don't think June is just there as a block of water. I think there's a variety of native species that migrate in, or that have use, or that benefit from suitable habitat conditions or in June.
Thank you for that explanation. That's helpful.
So the information I have is that except for wet years, 97% of the fish, the salmon, have out-migrated by June. And that's information that I gathered as a result of many pointed questions that I've had with staff regarding this issue of wet years and other year types. And the only other thing that I would say on this, Omicus, this is way over my head, but it's my understanding that with respect to the steelhead issue or resident rainbow trout, that there is a presumption that what's on the stand is steelhead, but that issue has not been resolved. And so, there are fewer numbers in June. And again, we're supposed to be balancing the beneficial uses. That's a lot of water for very few fish. And I do understand and agree with you, Chair Marcus, regarding genetic diversity. So if we were only looking at the issue of public trust resources, sure, yeah, genetic diversity, but we're having to pick and choose. I think that what we'll see with the VSAs, I mean, you could see that even today, Director Bonham was focusing really on certain months, pulse flow, certain months, trying to achieve goals with, a limited use of water. So.
Well, yeah, I see that. And I think that's one that reason why can differ on. I'm hoping that through the process that we've talked about in the motion and doing that analysis, we can see the difference and review it. But your point is duly noted, and it's actually an issue to watch very closely in my book. Fair point. All right. Do you want me to ask for a vote?
Oh, yes.
All right. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right. What's the next one?
Okay, I have one more, but I need to find it.
Okay. Take your
Somehow I
time.
misplaced it. Just 1 second. Ah. Okay. The last amendment is on critical and sequential dry year relief. I have a motion to substitute a pulse flow of 1,500 CFS during the April-May timeframe in critically dry year types. And that would be instead of the 40% of unimpaired flow. The critical year relief shall provide for a reduction of the percentage of unimpaired flow and instead include a pulse flow of 1,500 CFS.
So as a substitute?
Yes, as a substitute. And as we learned from a number of times that we've had the public water agencies in here talking about the impact of our plan on their operations, just focusing on the irrigation districts. The city of San Francisco talked about, water rationing, at a certain point, but just focusing on the irrigation districts because that's where most of my work has been done here. The plan results in 0 to near zero water deliveries. Modeling in the SED shows 0 water deliveries for Stockton East and Central San Joaquin. Central San Joaquin Water Conservation District in 30% of the years, and this will undoubtedly reverse years of progress in the East San Joaquin Basin on seawater intrusion and degradation to the groundwater quality and also water levels. And we did hear from each irrigation district, I think it was all of them except for Oakdale Irrigation District, that they would end up with 0 to near zero water deliveries in either the second or third sequential dry year. So we had a lot of discussion about this. And I remember Board Member Moore initially indicated that he thought that something needed to be done in this area, but that on further analysis and discussions with staff that the SED provides for plenty of flexibility in this area. And I don't view it that way. And I think we ought to have an honest conversation about this. The SED provides for 40%, and we are not able to reduce that 40% for economic considerations. Our hands are tied. So if we have another drought, and of course we will, we are not able to reduce down to 30%. We all know, I think we probably all agree that we can't go below 30%, but I do think that there is a serious misunderstanding here, that there's some sense that we have lots of flexibility and that we can go down to 30%. We cannot do that for economic considerations. We can't do that for water supply. We can only go down to 30%. Appendix K is very clear. We can only go down, make an adjustment in the range if the change will be sufficient to support and maintain the natural production of viable native San Joaquin watershed fish populations migrating through the delta. And the change will meet any existing biological goals approved by the board. In addition, all members of the STEM working group must agree to the change. So we do not have dry year relief in the proposal, unlike what staff had indicated in response the last time we were together when we talked about this in August. So we need to plan for drought. Climate change also requires us to address more frequent, longer-lasting droughts, and we should be dealing with this issue up front. There is recognition in the document that we go through a TUCP process. We know what that process is like. It's very unpredictable. It's unpredictable for water supply. It's unpredictable for the environment. And also, we know that the NGO community isn't happy with the TUCP process, and that they have threatened suit on that issue with respect to EPA. So the basin plan allocates water resources under all hydrology, including drought. So I think we ought to just deal with this head on rather than saying we think it's going to be taken care of. when in fact we don't have that flexibility.
Well, I'm going to want to understand the extent of the flexibility. It's a little different than when I was, the conversations, but I think we all had conversations subsequent to that hearing with folks, and I think even the members of the environmental community met with staff and are somewhat open. My view was that in the context of, particularly in the context of a VSA, where folks were figuring out how to build resilience in fish the other years, I'm pretty open to multiple dry year relief, but not just in the abstract, because the whole point of the plan is also to help fish in those dry years, but there are multiple ways that people can manage for that in different ways, not just in terms of saving water for multiple dry years, but through the course of actually working on a watershed plan to help restore fish and wildlife with habitat and everything else people may do, and then the conversation about it becomes much easier to deal with without saying that you're just going to write off the fish in year 3. I mean, I think there's flexibility even within how you allocate the water across the months, but I want to turn, because my understanding was not that we can't move at all, or that the STEM had to unanimously agree on any of these things. If the STEM agrees, then it becomes easy for the executive director to do it. If they disagree with each other, then the executive director can still make decisions or bring decisions to us.
Correct. I was just going to offer up the correction that the water board can make the decision to move from 40 to 30. If the STEM is in agreement, then the executive director can approve that decision.
Without coming to us.
Correct.
Right. It's like a pass, not a barrier.
Correct.
Right.
Where in Appendix K does it say that? Because my reading of Appendix K is that a change in the range can only, we can approve it. Let's see here, page 30 of Appendix K. Third paragraph, the State Water Board may approve adaptive adjustments to the flow requirements as set forth in A through D below if information is produced through monitoring and review process described in this program of implementation or other best available science information indicates that the change for the period at issue will satisfy the following. Number 1, it will be sufficient to support and maintain the natural production of viable native San Joaquin River watershed fish populations migrating through the Delta. And number 2, it will meet any existing biological goals approved by the State Water Board. And then it outlines the process for approval by the executive director, as a result of the STEM. So I'm seeing these as requirements.
Yes, I think the clarification just was that the board can approve going to 30% or to another percent, even if the STEM working group does not agree.
But we cannot approve 30% based on economic considerations. If a district shows up and says, look, we're here we are, year 2, it's not looking good, I petition the board to go down to 30%. Under this program of implementation, I don't see that criteria would be met. They'd have to show, perhaps they'd be able to show it, but they wouldn't be able to seek dry year relief. They would have to come in and say this reduction also will be sufficient to support and maintain the natural production of viable native San Joaquin River watershed fish populations, and that it's consistent with the biological goals, which of course we don't know about, what those biological goals are yet because we haven't adopted them. Mm-hmm. So there's 2 criteria before there could be an adjustment down to 30%. And this is an area that, it's interesting because we talked a lot about it, and staff responded that, no, we had the flexibility. They were very clear when we met last that we had the flexibility to go down to 30% for dry year relief. So I've combed through this document, and I cannot find that authority.
The flexibility is still there because it's part of a comprehensive package into saying that if you're doing other things, right now, what we have in the current condition is that what the fish see is every year is a critically dry year. So if that's maintained, then as we've discussed and, and have in our documents, you have many years of bad conditions so that you have returning salmon seed, bad year one, 3 years later it's bad, 3 years later it's bad, and that's leading to declines. So something can be crafted with relief to a 30%, so long as you're mindful also of the long-term goals of maintaining the fishery.
Well, that is very different from saying that we have critically dry year relief, that we have the flexibility. We don't. The districts would have to come in and show that that all of these conditions are met. And I agree with you. There's the ability to go down to 30% if you can demonstrate comparability to the 40% by showing non-flow measures, et cetera. So for a district that's suffering, Merced down to 0, they'd have to come in here and show that in order for them to get dry year relief, they would have to have a package that would include other measures in order to protect the fish. And I don't see that there's any distinction between dry year relief and what they would be able to present anyway through, say, a VSA or some other approach where they're showing a combination of flow and non-flow. I'm very familiar with that process, and I think the districts are as well. But I don't see dry year relief. I don't see the ability to consider economic considerations, water supply impact, fallowing and jobs. We don't have the discretion to look at those considerations in and of themselves for dry year or drought relief.
Go ahead.
If I may, I recall this discussion from our last board meeting, and while I'm not prepared today to support inclusion of dry year relief amendments, I would propose that as part of Board Members Esquivel's amendment to look at or to reevaluate things based on a watershed-wide perspective, that this be something that we direct staff to consider as part of that process so that we have uniform, if there is going to be some sort of a dry year relief formula, that it be uniform on a watershed-wide basis. I don't believe we are able to hash one out tonight, and I'm actually not prepared to go into, I think, the level of discussion that we would have to have and the level of analysis that we would have to have in order to make an informed decision with respect to what that appropriate level might be.
Like picking a CFS target. Yeah,
I couldn't hear you. Like picking a what?
A CFS target in exchange, but I think discussing it and studying it is actually a good idea. I'm sort of assuming it would come up, but that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, I would just say, I know for myself as well, dry year relief, multiple critical dry years, those cumulative effects when it comes to surface flows on phase 1 here in the proposal do start to get, pretty huge. And so it has always been an issue that I've thought needs more thought as well. The specifics, not unlike Board Member Dodek, it's kind of hard to understand what those might be in this moment, but to the extent that Board Member Dodek might be open to additional resolution language that, create some structure and make sure this issue specifically is addressed and is, additional thought is brought to how we might incorporate consideration for multiple critical dry years and those dry year reliefs, then but again, it's a little hard in real time for me to as well assess at what, CFS or what that might look like. And I know I think we've all kind of struggled on what exactly that language might look like at this step in the process, but I think that it's, again, knowing that we still have further process here, I think there is an opportunity for us to more concretely build in some safeguards there.
With all due respect, that's our job. Our job is to study this. We've had years and years of this. We've been talking about this, and we keep getting pushback from staff. And it's our job. It's our job to protect all beneficial uses. We are not protecting the beneficial uses if we just punt on this.
It's not punting, in my view, and I really have to push back on blaming staff, because we've all spent a lot of time with staff, and we either agree with them or we don't on something, but just because if we're not doing something, it's not because of them, it's because we haven't been convinced of something. And here's my view of that. I absolutely think we should be thinking about this. I think we need to think about it on those individual scales that are done best in the context of people working together on a watershed and looking at the totality of what they're doing to bring back fish resilience. And then it's easier to think about dry year relief. Coming up with an abstract application of it, I don't think is true to what we need to do. I think we need to get into dealing with the individual tribs. And if it means that there are going to be times when we have to step in and consider it in the context of some massive drought where it just feels bad, then so be it. People will have to come with a TUCP and we'll have to weigh the consequences. But if we automatically just say it, I think that's as arbitrary as anything. But studying what the options are or looking at the trips, I'm anticipating as these groups come together that one of the logical things that they're going to do is to figure out how are we going to build fish resilience and how are we going to make the trade-off. And then we're always going to have to step in review. I mean, again, it's partially why I keep saying we can't just do a static piece of paper and have it be there for 10 or 20 years. We've got to work out a process where we're in there talking all the time and we all are engaged on the tribs to figure out what actually makes sense over time. So I can't jump to that, but I can jump to continuing to converse about it, particularly if we end up in a situation where we don't have folks working in these groupings to try and do the trade-offs.
If I might respond to Board Members Esquivel, rather than adding or trying to add at this late date more language to the resolution, I would suggest we make that part of the motion.
Oh, that works too.
And
stronger.
Without getting into a lot of detail, I would hope that when we talk about dry year relief, that we don't look at it from just the water users' perspective, but also from the fisheries and ecosystems perspective, because they too also suffer greatly in consecutive dry years.
So I was unclear, Board Member Dodek, of your suggestion on a motion for the resolution.
Yes, a motion to adopt the resolution might include a direction to staff to include in the development of this watershed-wide future amendment for the board to consider, to also include analysis of this consecutive dry year.
Sure, if I may try to propose some direction to staff, it could be the direction to staff as part of the development, and I don't have the other language in front of me, of the Delta watershed-wide voluntary agreement, that staff evaluates, and perhaps there could even be a consultation in terms of soliciting recommendations from interested persons and stakeholders, of course, as to whether the flexibility in the program of implementation in the plan amendments or in future plan amendments can be as part of the Delta watershed, I can't say that, agreement is adequate to address sequentially dry and critically dry years, or whether there should be future plan amendments to address those issues.
That seems like it might be more narrow than what it's not, I think it's a consideration in the context of there being a resolution, but not just as if that particular effort, because we may not get agreements in a comprehensive way. We want to also be considering it on individual tribs that may come up with their own separate.
Well, it could also be direction to staff with respect to future implementation of the San Joaquin River tributary flow objectives, to consult and seek recommendations from the STEM working group, board staff, other persons as to whether flexibility in the program of implementation for the San Joaquin River flow objectives, but also similar direction to contemplate sequentially dry year and critically dry years and the unique challenges that they present as part of the Delta watershed-wide voluntary agreement process. So the direction would include both direction to staff to pursue this issue as it begins implementing if the board adopts the Lower San Joaquin flow objectives, but also direction as well with respect to the Delta watershed-wide efforts.
So it becomes
that more
part of the
comprehensive that you're
consideration as we
looking
move
for?
towards implementation, however that implementation takes place.
Right,
So we
and
would
they could come
consider
back.
before implementation actually happens, is what you're getting at, which I think is,
That'd be one approach, and with the idea that that staff and stakeholders could then, there could be an informational meeting workshop to discuss these issues at some point and to assess whether future plan amendments are needed to deal with these issues.
Thank you.
so is there, do I need a motion for that? A motion to include it, or is that?
Can I just so moved?
What do you?
This is a deal killer for me. I mean, I feel very strongly about it. We should have studied it. I'm fine with postponing so that we can study this. This is important. We're supposed to balance all the beneficial uses. So I appreciate that there's an idea to do something after we adopt, but I'm in a different camp. I think we got to get it right. Got to get it right now. I'm proposing a pulse flow during that time frame to protect public trust resources. So I understand that, for us to be here at this point to try and determine what should that pulse flow be, I could see why there would be questions about that. So I'm perfectly open to continuing this so that we can study it now and get it right. Because this means something. To have it be, so vague that maybe we'll have a workshop, the stakeholders can talk about it, whether it's through VSAs or some other process. That critically, when you're in a district and you have zero water supply, and going forward, they can't even count on their groundwater resources. They can for a few years. We've said that we're going to see redirected impacts for a few years, but then when Sigma kicks in, they're not even going to have that in many of these districts. So this is very serious. I think we should vote on my proposal, and then, if you have a different one at a later time for a different process.
All right.
And we'll certainly vote on Board Member Diadamo's proposal, but I want to state for the record that I do believe we have it right, that these objectives are based on water year types. So there is an inherent built-in to recognize the various balancings of various needs in critical dry years. And when we're talking about consecutive critical dry years, just like the drought that we went through, everyone suffers. Water users as well as fisheries as well as ecosystems. So it's not as simple for me as to just, in a balancing, you can't just look at one side of the equation. And that's why, struggling right now to throw something into the plan when I believe it already recognizes different water year type, it's not something that I can support.
And I should advise the board that the SED does not expressly look at a 1500 CFS option, and that we would need to look at the issue more closely and perhaps conduct another additional analysis. So it is an issue that would take additional time to evaluate.
But you do have a minimum 1,000 CFS that's contained in the document already, that's been analyzed.
Are you talking about the Vernalis base flow or at the? Yeah, that's at Vernalis. Mm-hmm. Is that what your proposal?
That 1,000 was a minimum in the case that even the percent of unimpaired flow is actually something lower than that. So that's really providing a bare minimum flow. I'd like to just add something to what Board Member Dodak said, that the quantity of water available for water supply, and this is also to Board Member D'Adamo, to be mindful that it's 70% of the unimpaired flow, even in those years if you go to a 30%. So to say that there's no water available, no water supply, there is that, plus the reliance, even though that's been the controversial topic. The water supply for irrigation and other uses can rely upon groundwater, which the fish cannot. So it's all about having that minimum flow for the fish that can't rely on groundwater in those critically dry years, even if there's a sequence. So, and again, not to argue the point, I understand the sentiment and the concern about the relief, but it is part of the package that we assessed, and as part of that thought process is there can be, with the smarter management of water, even smarter management of water with conjunctive use, taking advantage of wet years, there can be reliance on groundwater, but the fish need the surface water.
Right.
I am concerned, though, with the fact that carryover storage targets haven't been set yet, and that's something that will be established in the future. That could have unintended consequences in sequential dry years, and so I am definitely open and receptive to the idea of studying this and discussing this more as part of the program of implementation and with the future, the future phases of the Bay Delta plan.
Yeah, nothing I said was intended to me not to look at that. I mean, I think that's exactly something to get from STEM working group and others in terms of how to best manage the system is of course something that staff is interested in it as well.
Well, and my view is just it is something that can be dealt with in implementation, but I do like the idea of us focusing on. I think it's appropriate to do that. Again, my first choice is folks come together to plan for it in a holistic VSA, but we should look at it in the instances that doesn't happen, just as we're going to have to look at those trade-offs in the implementation phase. And then we learn something, and if we have to reopen, we have to reopen. But I appreciate your effort to do that. Why don't we do this? Let's have a vote on the motion, but then I want to turn directly to whatever suggestion you have, so that we can focus on this for a moment. So, because I get the sentiment I can't jump to a number here, and I prefer it done in the context of each tributary for the reasons I said. So, all in favor of the motion? Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
All right. Let's turn to a discussion of what then the board might be open to directing. Because this is
I
one of
was going
those
to do that
big
as
issues.
part of a motion for adoption. Did Board Member Diadamo have any other issues?
Okay. All right.
All right. In that case, then, I would move for adoption of the resolution as amended by Board Member Esquivel with the change sheets, all change sheets included, and with the additional direction to staff to analyze, working with the appropriate stakeholders, getting input from the appropriate stakeholders, to analyze the scenario of consecutive dry year and provide options as part of consideration of a watershed. What was the term you used, Ms. Mahaney?
I keep saying it wrong, but it's Delta Watershed-wide Voluntary Agreement.
Thank you.
Can I add something to that?
Please do.
Or as part, if even without it, right?
Yes.
So I don't want to, we should just consider it either way. Let's hope that things grow and build, but if they don't, we need to do this either way through, before the implementation phase. So I just want to make sure it's a good issue to hop on.
I'm fine with that friendly amendment, and so moved.
And just for clarification on the notice, on the motion, it includes the amendments to the SED and to the plan made by change sheets number 1 through 4, as well as the amendment to the resolution made by change sheet 4.
Correct.
All right, further discussion. go down the row? No? 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 All right, then. It appears we're ready to vote, so I won't give a whole long speech, and we've talked through this. So is there a second?
I don't think we need a second.
I know, I'm supposed to ask for a second as a courtesy.
It is a
He just told
courtesy.
me I'm supposed to act as ask as a courtesy, and if there isn't a second, we still consider the motion. It's an interesting framing, so I just thought I would ask.
Can I second myself?
No.
I'll second.
All right, thank you very much. All right, motion, second, no further discussion. I will allow for closing comments, however. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All right. It carries, but it is just one step, I think, along a path where we're all going to be spending a lot of time together, and we need to, for the reasons I said before. I do want to thank, in particular, the people who've worked very hard over the past, for some people, it would be 9 years or more with the staff, but also the folks who've been working in particular on agreements. I want to thank Directors Bonham and Nemeth for their relentless efforts to pull things together and a lot of hard work. And I want to thank the folks who tried to come together but encourage them to bring others along. I do think it's an act of courage to be willing to put forth solutions in concert with others with whom you disagree to begin with, and it frankly takes a lot more courage to let in those we disagree with as equal partners. I want to encourage more of that to happen as we move forward, because we have a lot of work to do in a transparent way, both for implementation here and in the rest of the Delta, but also in working towards the rest of our proposal, and hopefully one that can integrate a more comprehensive strategy and VSAs. I want to encourage people to hang with each other, to use some of those other engagements that we have all been through that have been intense, but then have resulted in agreements that have benefited our communities and beyond. I think some days that's hard, but I think that's what we have to work on, because that's where history and progress and things of real value come. But for all of us, I think some days that can be difficult. So I think we need to have empathy for ourselves, but also for each other, to try and reach across a table we didn't think we could reach across. And I think we're tested in times of drought, we're tested in times of decision, we're tested in times of litigation. You can think of all the times in which we're tested, but I think real positive change comes from individual decisions made by hundreds, if not thousands of people every day on the small things that then build to ahas and agreements. So I'm hoping folks, I want to assign folks to go have a cup of coffee with someone that they disagree with and really listen to them and try and figure out how to crosswalk it. Because I think in this work in particular, a lot of the times we're talking past each other and just thinking we don't understand, but we haven't stopped to really understand. I want to thank Board Member D'Adamo for the past 20-something years of helping me open my heart and my mind to many, and to others in this room. I'm looking at a lot of you who have helped me see things I might have seen at first, but I do think today is an important day that's in the spirit, actually, of moving forward with some hard things, knowing that we're not going to just walk away. We have a lot more work to do, not just on the Sacramento and Delta portions, but even on making this portion work. And if we can pull it all together successfully, so much the better. But I think the time to act is now. So I appreciate the discussion. All right, Council. Is there anything further?
Adjourn.
To do? No magic words?
No.
Right. Well, thank you. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. That was sound like, that was kind of anti.